been transforming the world economy and the mode of doing business. And obviously, travel and tourism is now equally affected by this. And it is playing an important role in marketing and promotion of destinations, as we would see as we go along. And many many governments world over have been using digital technology for marketing and promotion of their destinations, their products, their heritage, and whatever we need to do. I think if we look at what India has been doing, if we look at the Travel and Tourism Competitive Index of 2019, which was published by the World Economic Forum, it has given 34th rank to India in 140 countries. And look at the ICT readiness of tourism of India. I think we are at 3.6 in a scale of 7. That shows that we are midway. And there is a lot of opportunity, a lot of potential and scope to improve information and communication technology in this sector. Taking it forward, if we look at that how a visitor needs services, we have two sets of things. We have the service providers and we have the consumers who is a visitor and all the supply chain which is associated with it. Now they are the people who have to be connected with each other in a seamless manner. And this connectivity is most important. You have a consent manager in between who is supposed to link the information provider to the information consumers. And when we design any digital service portfolio, we must ensure that the visitor is the central to all this, the tourist is the central to all this, and any kind of experience which we want to give, any kind of service which we want to provide, it should satisfy the customer, it should satisfy the visitor. And it is in this perspective that we are taking you forward on a small, that how the digital technology will help in developing tourism, Now the tourism ecosystem, while there are many solutions, we see individually many state governments have come out with their own digital solutions, but we always need something which is new and innovative. And there need to be an integration and interoperability of these services, these platforms on a real-time basis. And that is why the focus of this has to be how we integrate diverse services in the ecosystem, how we create an enabling collaboration among the stakeholders, how we integrate diverse websites and applications which are working in silos, those need to be integrated. How do we integrate diverse database, similar to imbibe new and emerging technologies which are coming up. There is metaverse, there are AR, VR technology, all that needs to be developed and properly imbibed in developing our ecosystem. And then obviously there are next-gen innovation services. Those should be proactive, personalized, and immersive. I think that's most important. So stakeholders have to ensure that services are given on a proactive manner. And this is where there is a need to create a national public digital platform. When we talk about public digital platforms, India has been leading the world. If you look at in the global platform, on the global map, India has developed many public digital platforms at population scale. We have Aadhaar, we have Unified Payment Interface, UPI, we have CoWIN, which has helped us in vaccination, as well as Arogya Setu, Umang, DigiLocal. There are multiple digital platforms and those have been developed on a big manner. Now if we look at, there has been exponential growth in these sectors, and they have been helping, they have been affecting almost all kinds of, whether it is government, industry, academia, startups, citizen-centric services, everybody has been affected. Similarly, there have been public digital platforms which have been developed at the state level. You see on the left side, many of those are there. These are websites which have been individually developed, these are platforms which have been individually developed. Now, but then there need to be some kind of an integration that needs to be done. And that interface is very important. And this interface has to be on a single sign-on. If you look at, the visitor would not like to go to multiple platforms and do multiple services. As we have done in many of these public digital platforms for citizen-centric services, we have a single sign-on facility now. The same kind of single sign-on facility has to be developed for the visitor when he visits India. so that he is able to access all services which you see on the right side, whether it is information about destination or it is about the place, date or budget, it's about travel and stay, any kind of package, accommodation, transportation. I think we need a single sign-on to have access to all these services. And I am happy that Ministry of Tourism is already working on this kind of an India digital ecosystem architecture. So I think this is something, and if you look at the data exchange, I mean, this is something, we already have many digital solutions. If you look at Oyo is there, many hotel chains have their own websites, SOTC travel agencies have their own, TAI and IATO have been working on some of these initiatives. But these are multiple kind of a data exchange. So these exchanges have also to be integrated, and they should be citizens, they should be visitor centric, the tourist centric. So all facilities have to be provided in a manner that with a single sign-on, the visitor should be able to have access to all these services. So that's very important. We should look at. And in this regard, if we look at how we have been associated, next slide, in promoting destinations in India, the MyGov, as you must be knowing, this has been playing a substantial role, a major role in promoting tourism in the country. And most of the activities, if you look at, we have been having dedicated information page on mygov.com. We have photo video contests. We keep on organizing quiz contests, design, survey. Dekho Apna Desh, you could look at one of these, is already there on the site. So, and this has access to almost 25 million volunteers who are working on MyGov. These 25 million volunteers have access to another 100 to 1,000 people. So that's a major connecting and networking platform. So I think this is the platform where both central and the state governments can make use of that. We also have a learning management system in which a lot of activities are happening. There have been 153 webinars which have been held on Apna Desh. Similarly, almost 3.5 lakh people have attended these webinars, and they are from all sectors of the society, whether they are travel operators, tour guides, people dealing with accommodation, homestays, and all kinds of on transport. So they have all been attending these, and they have been taking advantage of this website. So that's another website where state government can make use of these websites, and especially when they organize any festival or any mela or any kind of event, they can make use of this learning management on Dekho Apna Desh. So this is another important website we have, platform which can be made use of. Now these are the specific kind of digital interventions in tourism sectors which would definitely help in promoting our destinations, our heritage sites, and promoting most of our tourism products. We have to create digital presence for all known as well as unknown destinations. Known destinations have on the websites by state governments, by the Ministry of Tourism, but there are lesser known destinations, off the beaten track destinations. And now if we look at the discerning traveler, he is not actually going to the same place again. He is looking for new and unique experience. So we should look at these lesser known and off the beaten track destinations, and they should be put on through these digital interventions. They should be made use of, and they should be promoted. So these need to be done. Crowdfunding, crowdsourcing could be one method of collecting information. In fact, Ministry of Culture is already doing Mera Gaon, Meri Dharohar. You know, a lot of new things are coming out of that, about our history, about our culture, about our heritage. So that can also be promoted through these mediums. Similarly, we have to create immersive experience. There are a lot of technology you can see on the screen. Also, we have this metaverse where you could actually do the virtual reality, and it can be showcased. So these kinds of technologies are also being put to use. We have to have a map which is GPS enabled, geospatial map, which can actually help visitors to know about the destination. It can be and the location very specifically. Similarly, all the digital payments now, UPI is one of the largest payment system in the world today. We handle 40% of the world's digital transaction is happening on UPI platform. I think this digital platform, digital payment system can also be expanded to all kind of travel and tourism activities. So that will go a long way, and then make full use of social media, both international as well as we have got Indian social media, which is also very popular. So we should make use of these things, and most of the things can be done in Indian languages also, and UN languages. I think these two languages, a combination of that will make any visitor to feel at home. He can talk to, he can see websites in his own language, he can use the platform in his own language, and that will help. We have launched Digital India Bhashini, which is basically translating details of these places in multiple Indian languages. So one could make use of that. That would be a good thing. And in the end, before I move on, I would just like to say that there should be an enabling computer reservation system and QR enabled information. I think this is the most important thing. Now it has become a common household name. QR code has become a household name. So we don't have queues now, we have QR code. So this QR code can be put at all the destinations, and visitors can just, scan it and see the information about a destination in his own language. So that's another thing which can be developed. Just to sum up in the end, that these are the 10 activities if we can take up together. I am sure every state and UT as well as Government of India's Ministry of Tourism, we will be able to really position India at one of the top destinations on the world map. We have to make use of all our public digital platforms. We should use single sign-on facility. With single sign-on, a visitor should be able to access all destinations, all products, and all facilities which are provided. We should have data exchange among the stakeholders through API Setu, so that he doesn't have to go into multiple platforms. And similarly, make use of mygov.in for promotion. Language localization, it can be made use of through Digital India. We can use the learning management system for promoting GIS-based planning can be done. Similarly, use of new and emerging technologies for immersive experience can be done. Make good use of social media. I think that's the cheapest mode of promoting our products and destinations. One can make good use of that, and there should be a strong grievance management. I think that's the most important. A visitor, when he is being cheated or he feels being cheated, and if he complains, I think the response mechanism should be instant. If we can make that one, I think my experience of working in Kerala tourism for about 8 years, I have seen that this is one of the most important things. If you respond to a complaint of a tourist in the shortest possible time, I think that makes all the difference. So I think these are 10 suggestions which I would put forward for the consideration of this August conference, and we'll seek your guidance if there's anything which I can do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alkesh, for giving a very, very, very comprehensive presentation with your rich experience as Tourism Secretary in Kerala and also in various sectors that you have served. Any questions anybody would like to ask Alkesh Kumar Sharma? Any questions at the national level as far as IT policies are concerned in the tourism sector interventions? So if there is no question, then we'll go to the next speaker. Yes, Honorable Minister from Goa. He would like to pose a question, Alkesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. Regarding this tourism platforms that we are talking about, very important comes in there's the data. Every state has its own challenges to understand the type of tourists coming in, the type of spend that is happening, the type of forex exchange that is happening, and the tourist which comes in, the normal footfall coming in. When we say 1 million tourists, every state will pick up a foreign tourist arrival. That same tourist must be going from Kerala to Goa to Punjab to Haryana, must be traveling across, must be getting accounted into every singular foreign tourist arrival in that respective state. At the same time, when he comes in, the type of data that we would like to have, is there any mechanism that we can create, or do we have a platform that allows the state to understand the type of tourist from which country is coming, the type of forex exchange spend that is happening, so per capita spend of that tourist can be identified? So do we have anything in this line?
Yes, if I can, I think we had, Kamal, I think Ministry of Tourism would be able to tell that. We were there, WTTC had conducted a study where they have come out with with a specific formula. As Sir has rightly said that a tourism, when a visitor he lands in India, probably he visits many states and he is counted multiple times. Even in Kerala we had this problem that a traveller going to Cochin and Thekdi and Trivandrum was being counted 3 times. So WTTC has conducted a detailed study, and based on that they had come out with a formula. I am sure DG Tourism or Secretary Tourism Department will have that kind of a formulation which always help us in deduplicating the data and ensuring that only actual number of visitors are counted, both domestic as well as international. So maybe sir, they would be able to help you with that, and we deal with the platform. So if anything they need our assistance on, we'll be willing to give them all cooperation. Thank you.
Yes, Alkesh. Yeah, we will certainly provide the necessary information to Honorable Minister from Goa. We'll go to the next speaker now.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
only one question.
Honorable Minister from Mizoram would like to.
I would like to express my deep appreciation of the rich information, rich data being forwarded by Mr. Achilles Kumar Sharma, MIT Secretary. And my question is whether this information could be given to us in soft copy or not. It will be of great help for us.
Yes, we will, all the presentations that are being made, copies of this will be given in soft copy.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other question, please? No one? So we'll go to the next speaker. Mr. Tejveer Singh. Thanks, Alkesh. Thank you so much. Sir, Alkesh is my batchmate, so thanks Alkesh, thanks a lot for...
meeting is meeting.
Thank you, Alkesh. It was a very good and very informative presentation. So on behalf of all the state government representatives here and Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy ji, I thank you for sparing your time and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alkesh. Thanks a lot. So we'll go to the next speaker. Now, Mr. Tejveer Singh, Secretary Tourism from Punjab.
Honorable Union Minister, distinguished dignitaries from the Government of India and respective state governments, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, sir, for giving us this opportunity to share some of our thoughts on this very important issue of role of digital technology in the promotion of tourism. Of course, Mr. Alkesh Sharma has already laid before us a very good and a very useful paradigm how to really plan our thoughts. But and may I also say that what I will be presenting is really work in progress. It's not something that we are fully there, but some of our thoughts as to where we are heading using the digital technology. Punjab, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the most undersold states as far as tourism is concerned in the country. It ranks among the top states in terms of international tourists visiting any state in the country, and it ranks 7th in terms of domestic tourist arrivals. The iconic Golden Temple in Amritsar has been ranked as the most visited destination, sometimes even in the world, definitely in the country. The Virasat-e Khalsa, which is a museum designed by the famous American Israeli architect Moshe Safdie to showcase the birth and the evolution of Sikhism. This is probably the most visited museum in the country. We have, over the last few years, used some loans from the ADB and assistance from Government of India to improve our tourism infrastructure. Punjab also has had a very strong contribution in the freedom movement. From the Jallianwala Bagh to Shahid Bhagat Singh's memorial, to the State War Heroes Memorial in Hussainiwala. We have now a Jangi Azadi Memorial in Jalandhar, and the border crossings at 3 places where we have the famous Atari Wagah border, this thing. So all in all, we have a fair amount of activity around the freedom struggle. We have just many of our very famous places which are very majorly visited destinations, largely around the religious tourism in some sense. These are, of course, since we are ranking among the top states in terms of foreign tourist arrivals. So this is just to give you a quick snapshot as to from which countries tourists do visit. And there's a fair amount of people who are of Punjabi diaspora also that visit the state. That also probably accounts for a large number of foreign tourist arrivals. This is just to give you a little glimpse about some of our major religious landmarks. As you can see, the Golden Temple. We also have the famous Ram Tirath, which is near Amritsar, where Valmiki ji is supposed to have written the Ramayana. Then there's, of course, the very famous Gurdwaras in Punjab. As far as the heritage sites, we have the Sheesh Mahal in Patiala, the Govindgarh Fort. We also have the Jagajit Palace, which is a replica of the Versailles in Kapurthala, because the Maharaja at that point of time, Jagajit Singh, was a Francophile. So he modeled his palace entirely on the Versailles Palace outside of Paris. We have some very good museums, of course, the Virasat-e-Khalsa, which I mentioned, the museum dedicated to Shahid Bhagat Singh in his birthplace, Khatkar Kala. Then we also have recently the Dastan-e-Shahadat, which has come up, and the Jang-e-Azadi. We're in the process of setting up some more. The Freedom Trail, which I did mention. Punjab also has a fair share of its nature. We are home to three major rivers in the country, the Ravi, the Beas, and the Satluj. In fact, it may just please you to know that the Indus water dolphin is seen only in India in the river Beas. So it's seen nowhere. For a small state like Punjab, we have 6 Ramsar sites. So there is a fair amount of things other than the traditional things which are been associated, and of course border tourism, which I did mention. This is just give you a glimpse of some of our completed tourism projects. As you can see, there's been a fair amount of work on restoration of some of our old heritage sites, like the Kila Mubarak, Maharaja Ranjit Singh Summer Palace, the town hall in Amritsar, which today houses the very, very well acclaimed Partition Museum. The Partition Museum, Amritsar, has become one of the country's leading museums today. This is something with which it's a private initiative, but supported both by Government of India and the state government. And it's led by Lady Kishwar Desai, the wife of Lord Meghnad Desai. Then, of course, the Govindgarh Fort. We have this Sada Pind in Amritsar, set up by the state government. Some of our ongoing projects, like I mentioned, the Bhagwan Valmiki Sthal complex in Amritsar. We are also in the process of completing a memorial dedicated to Sri Guru Ravidas ji in a place where he associated with his major part of his life. Then after Bhai Jeta ji in Sri Anandpur Sahab, the person who carried the cease of Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur. We are also in the process of converting the Darbar Hall in Kapurthala as an heritage hotel, and in Patiala we're converting one of the old government properties, which was an erstwhile palace, into a new museum to house a very unique collection of 3,200 medals and decorations, which the former ruler of Patiala had given to the state government for display. So this will also be displayed there. Some of our upcoming projects, the Pind Babe Nanak Da at Sultanpur Lodi, the place which marks the associated with Guru Nanak Dev Ji. This has been announced by the Government of India. So this, the Ministry of Culture, sir, is assisting us. The ropeway between Naina Devi Ji and Sri Anandpur Sahab, this connects the 2 states of Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, and the 2 religious shrines in both these towns. It's a joint project with the Government of Himachal Pradesh, and they are the leaders in this, and it's not been very successful so far. We are trying to find a way to take it forward. We're also in the process of setting up an Anglo-Sikh war circuit in Firozpur. We have these places associated with the Anglo-Sikh wars. Then developing the Ranjit Sagar Dam as a tourist destination, and we have some people from the industry who have evinced a lot of interest, and we are hopeful that in the next 3 to 5 years this will become a very, very buzzing place. We are also in the process of, through a public-private partnership, setting up some as a hotel cum convention centers close to just on the banks of Satluj at Ropar. and setting up a museum dedicated to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in Kapurthala. Coming to the digital tourism initiatives, of course, I'm sure all states have done that, but we have done social media engagement. We have set up portals. We are also partnering on terms of promotional content with various other partners like National Geographic, some airlines and other places. Then digital engagement modules have also been developed, you know, and which are equipped with QR codes for easy access. We have an informational website which we are in the process of improving to make it a kind of a one-stop portal for tourists. We have digital support for registration. People can book online. We also have a web portal which we are in the process of digitizing our records. We are using some of the new dimensions of digital technology through audio AV content to projection mapping, and using some 7D shows and VR shows in some of our important places. Both the schemes of the portals of Utsav and Nidhi of the Government of India have been very useful to showcase, and I'm sure this goes for all states, to showcase some of the work that we are doing and to provide a platform for engagement with some of the stakeholders. Of course, the state government has been supporting us. We are in the process of using some of the new technologies like I just mentioned. And we're also trying to use the power of influencers through bloggers and others on various social media platforms, and we would welcome more and more people to come and partner with us so that we can take what we have to the rest of the world. So before I conclude, I'd just like to share a minute or each of two films that we have prepared on. First is on Amritsar, and then it is on the
spiritual home of Sikhism, home to the sacred Golden Temple. Visit Amritsar for a deeply spiritual journey, where every bylane tells a story of its people and their rich cultural heritage, of hearty food that satiates the soul, of faith, sacrifice, and remembrance. Come watch the world's most spectacular border ceremony. Visit Amritsar. Visit the very heart of Punjab.
I follow this with a quick film on Anandpur Sahib, which is the birthplace of the Khalsa.
मेरा रंगला पंजाब, मेरा रंगला पंजाब, मेरा रंगला पंजाब.
Time stands still in this city of bliss, home to a holy shrine, central to the rhythm of the city. A city witnessing the colourful Hola Mohalla in the month of March. The annual festival recreating battles fought long ago. Celebrate the life of Guru Gobind Singh, founder of the Khalsa Panth. Stop over at the Naina Devi temple. Visit the museum, an archive of the Sikh community. Asia's most visited museum is a custodian of time-honoured values. And enjoy the magnificent Nangal wetlands.
Thank you very much. We believe that India begins here. That's the tagline of Punjab Tourism, and we welcome all of you to visit Punjab. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tejveer. Can we move on to the next?
Tejveer, thank you. You have told us about the digital initiatives. They are on the right track, and I'm sure we'll see more improvements and more enriching work in that sector, which will encourage, Punjab always inspires all of us, and will encourage more and more visitors to visit Punjab, seeing the digital interventions that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll move on to the next speaker, Honorable Minister for Tourism, Mizoram.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Union Ministers, Sri G.K. Reddy, Sri Patnaik, and senior officials from Ministry of Tourism and state ministers from different states of India, senior officials from the states, stakeholder association leaders, and all present here. It is really a great privilege for me to be a part of this conference, and I am really delighted and feel blessed for being the chance to share a few points on Mizoram tourism. Next. Yeah. Mizoram is located in the southern tip of Northeast India, bordering Myanmar in the east and Bangladesh in the west. And it is the second highest literacy state, second highest in literacy in India. And coverage of forest is about 84.53%. That means that we have a good chance to endorse green tourism. And Mizoram is adjudged as best green state by Travel and Leisure magazine in 2020. Rich in fauna and flora with 253 species of orchids and 300 species of medicinal plants. Mizoram was also adjudged as the happiest state in the year 2020 by Management Development Institute, Gurugram, in 2020. Aizawl, of course, the capital city of Mizoram, was selected as Best Air Quality Index among 132 Indian cities by CPCB. Coming to the accessibility of the state, air connectivity, daily services from Calcutta, Guwahati, and Imphal, and thrice direct flight from Delhi to and fro. And rail connectivity is up to Bairabi town only, and of course the rail connectivity will reach the city of Aizawl in the near future. Road networks is also from all the neighboring states, and with the assistance from Government of India, roads conditions are also being hugely improved. And we have a very strategic road within Mizoram that is called Kaladan Multimodal Transport Project, being funded by Central Ministry to connect Myanmar and Bangladesh in the southern part of Mizoram. We have tourism products, adventure tourism and ecotourism has a good opportunity there. Wildlife and ecotourism, nature-based tourism, culture and heritage tourism, sports tourism, music tourism, fashion tourism, golf tourism, wellness tourism, religious tourism, volunteerism, and village-based ecotourism, maize tourism, festivals and events. Of course, our unique selling points are adventure tourism, nature-based, and culture. And we claim that we have, better advantage because of pure nature, tribal lifestyle, and happy people living there. And there are lots of outside activities, facilities in Mizoram. Few initiatives of Mizoram government for digitalization of marketing and other tourist activities. We have successfully created a market for digital and tech solution and made technology a key part of all travel-related activities. Mizoram tourism becoming cashless, develop website and mobile apps for online booking and itineraries, etc., utilizing UPI, BHIM, Paytm, etc. And Mizoram Tourism's initiative is also to ensure better service delivery and efficiency for travelers. We are planning to make Mizoram tourism, friendly to the travelers. The core of this initiative is to integrate all the stakeholders in the sector within a collaborative innovation process centered around the digital technology. Coming to digital marketing, the main aim of digital technology in Mizoram is to build an interactive platform based on the state-of-the-art technology infrastructure, guaranteeing the sustainable development of services and products accessible to everyone at any time, and facilitates the tourist integration into the destination, increase the quality of experience and support individuals' interaction to develop tailored products and services. Our ultimate aim is to develop a model of collaboration that minimizes the negative impact of tourism, while at the same time improving the overall experience. With this initiative, Mizoram tourism make travel an enjoyable experience for visitors, while at the same time providing a sustainable source of income for many destinations to many people, as mandated by Mizoram Responsible Tourism Policy 2020. In fact, Mizoram government has formulated tourism policy, calling it the Mizoram Responsible Tourism Policy. We have, you see, a strong commitment to make Mizoram tourism sustainable and responsible through this policy. Next is social media platforms. Active social media team of Mizoram Tourism for Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram are in place. Social media and tourism marketing, a match made in digital heaven. Travel is one of the most shared topics on the big three social networks: Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Social media changes every single aspect of our life, enabling the new marketing strategies. And Mizoram is also trying to avail it in its maximum. Social media transforms the way people make decisions. People build their trust in the tourism agency based on the reviews of the others. Travel research, excellent resource for gathering information about destination, Facebook recommendations, etc. Destination discovery via social sharing. People are encouraged to share their travel expenses. And it is true that even the senior officials, even ministers, we do share the places, the area where we travel in social media. And Mizoram Tourism is trying to make use of all these recommendations and comments of the travelers to make tourism more responsible in the state. We have organized a good number of online contests and giveaways. Again, this is a game-changing strategy. We did organize reels competitions, photography competitions, and other online competition during COVID time also. And this is to promote our sustainable and responsible tourism policy. Online travel quizzes conducted every 6 months on India's culture and heritage. Ek Bharat, Shrestha Bharat. This is also a good practice, and it has given good impacts to the travelers and also local people. Mystical Mizoram, reviving tourism. Challenges and way forward, a webinar series with various colleges in Mizoram to create awareness on responsible and sustainable tourism policy. You see, pursuant to the instruction of the Ministry of Tourism, in Mizoram we have formed Yava tourism clubs in all the colleges and all the high schools, and that proved fruitful in enlarging participation of people through their institutions in tourism activities. We have a number of constraints that I think I need not to read out at this stage, and I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to invite each and every one of you to come to Mizoram. You are all most welcome, and in the near future, in the month of November 2022, we are going to host International Tourism Month organized by Ministry of Tourism in Aizawl, Mizoram, and we are very much enthusiastic and committed to make the event unprecedented, and I would like to invite our honorable Union Tourism Ministers and also the ministers from all the states and also the stakeholders, of course. This will be a good time to share your knowledge and to expand your business also. And it will be in the month of November, the best timing for visit of Mizoram. So please do come and enjoy the green forest, the virgin forest, the clean air, and also the peaceful state of Mizoram. Thank you. And a small video clip will follow, please.
Mizoram is an exotic state, nestled in the land of mighty Himalayas, surrounded by looming mountains, lakes, and mysterious waterfalls. The land offers you a bliss of nature, serenity, and adventure which lies between lush green mountains. Let us take you to the journey of Mizoland, where fresh water baths the sun, where fun and acceleration that travelers seek can be found. An idyllic land of great natural beauty, blessed with rich variety of flora and fauna. To those who have adventurous spirit, it offers various outdoor activities. A gateway to paradise, exploring the unexplored nature, vibrant culture, and so much more. Mizoram is a land of rich culture, religion and traditions, art and handicrafts. Mizoram presents the perfect destinations for adventure lovers who are reaching for natural beauty, rugged adventure, or spiritual tranquility. The land of mist and mystery as it casts a spell on visitors with its untouched natural wonders. Where river floats gently into the next. Known for its civic sense, every site and place in this small beautiful hill station will make you lost for words. As the saying goes, wherever you go, go with all your heart. Welcome to Mizoram, the land of blue mountains, the happiest state in India.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your remarks on the digital interventions in Mizoram, and I'm sure the coming ITM will be an opportunity for all the stakeholders, the other participants at this conference to go and see the location. To the stakeholders at the back, I would just say 2-3 very important facilities are coming up, apart from the state government's interventions with central government help. One is the golf course, of which you have seen beautiful pictures. And that is a project that, of course, many of you can be interested, because there is a need for support in operation and maintenance with good technical manpower, qualified manpower, so the golf course is doing very well. It has log huts which are attracting a lot of visitors. And it has become a major source of revenue for the state government and the tourism department. So there is a large potential there. You can get travelers from the mainland to go there and play golf, or even people from neighboring countries who want to come and play golf can come there. There's also a convention center coming up at Aizol, which also will help develop the MICE facilities. So it could be a very good combination that the stakeholders at the back, some leading hotel operators and tour operators here. So thank you very much.
Mr. Arvind, let me come back to the ITM once again. Only 1 minute. You see, we have decided to attempt for Guinness Book of World Record alongside the ITM in guitar ensemble. Mizos are known for singing, and Mizos are said to be the singing community. So we have decided to attempt Guinness Book of World Record during the ITM's conference for guitar ensemble. And we are also very determined and committed to make a Guinness World Record during the ITM period. Thank you.
So,
Thank you,
Please
sir.
come to be a part of World Record maker.
sir, if I may take this opportunity, I'm Principal Secretary Tourism Mizoram, and as part of the upcoming ITM preparations, there is also a Tour de Moifang cycle rally which is going to take place on the sidelights of the ITM. And Mizoram is also a very good place for biking, so, and bird watching. So I think our tagline, which says it is a paradise for everyone, says a lot without saying much, because you can come and find your own paradise, whether your passion is nature tourism or ecotourism or golf or bird watching, or whether it is adventure sports. Each one can come and find their own paradise in Mizoram, and we invite everyone to visit with Mizoram in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Manisha. We'll go to the next speaker. We have Managing Director, Telangana State Tourism Development Corporation, Mr. Manohar.
So good morning, namaskar to all, sir. My name is Manohar. I am MD Telangana Tourism Development Corporation. Based on subject allotted to us on digital role, technology and tourism and marketing promotion, the presentation has been prepared, sir. Next. Sir, out of 7.91 billion population, 5.31 billion mobile phones users, sir, and 4.95 billion internet users right now. 4.62 social media users, sir. That is population-wise 67.1, 8.3% year to year. 62.5 and 4.4%, like a 58.4 and 10.1%, sir. And most used social media applications for the WhatsApp 15%, sir. Instagram 14.8%, sir. Facebook 14.5%. So digital adoption and internet penetration are growing at an extremely rapid pace, allowing innovative methods of the interacting with the world, sir. So global population 7.9 billion. So next. So leveraging digital technology, sir, travel planning phase, travel pacing, and post-travel phase, sir. So target audience, sir, and with planning assistance and support, online system is support to this one, sir. And whereas for the interactive maps and digital tours guides for the tourists, sir, travel phase, and use of new technologies such as augmented and reality and virtual reality for better engagement, sir. Tourist support and safety mechanisms, sir. And review mechanism to improve the service for the future tourists, sir. So incentive tourists to the post on the social media, sir. Visited location to the motivate recurring tourists, sir. Given the rapid adoption of technology, there are several ways to the leverage digital technology to engage and attract the tourists to Indian and technology, sir. So social media and search engine utilization, cost-effective solution with large reach, sir. Similarly, interactive tourism website attracted tourists from across the global. Travel and state booking hassle-free options offering better experience, sir. For tourists in the planning stage, digital solution provide a way to capture their attention and help plan to the complete tour, sir. These are observations we have done, sir. Maps and digital guides for better exploration and engagement of tourists, sir. Yesterday, our Honorable Minister Kishan Reddy sir has told, without any effort, any spending much amount, we can do the publicity, sufficient digital guided and maps, sir. VR and AR integration at the destinations offer exciting and thrilling experience to the tourists. And one of the enhanced safety for tourists, launches C teams for the safety of the tourists. Reviews and ratings to attract the tourist experience and enhance the services with the digital platforms, sir. Promote social media uses and referral for extensive promotion of the destinations. So we can publish it with a cheaper rate also, sir. Strategies to the target tourist, sir. So post-travel phase for a tourist is a time when we can learn from their experience and try to convert them to recurring tourists. This is industrial policy and T and TS IPAS, sir. Meet for best policy, sir. Minimum inspection, sir. Sector specific additional benefits. And TS IPAS only state today which allows it for the self-certificate. No need to come customer to the, for become a authorized agent.
मनोहर मैं सभी मंत्रियों से, सभी ऑफिशियल से ये अनुरोध करता हूँ, जो भी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, इसका मतलब स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स का प्रेजेंटेशन का काम ही है ये, जो भी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस नियर बाय स्टेट्स, अदर स्टेट्स इन द कंट्री वो फॉलो क्रिएट कर रहे, वो अब अपने पास कैसा इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं इसके सोचना चाहिए. थोड़ा बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस जो है थोड़ा आइडेंटिफाई करना चाहिए.
Thank you, sir. Single window for various clearance required for the setting of the industries pertaining to tourism, sir. Now, homestays, they are not applying manually, sir, in Telangana tourism. They are applying TS IPAS, sir, and everything they will get within 15 days, sir. They no need to come to tourism officer. They can apply from their homestay only. They will get certificate from the Telangana tourism, sir, which is helping lot to the particularly travelers, hoteliers, experience-based investment at homestay application process easier and quicker, sir. Thank you, sir. So, digital marketing objectives. Post engagement, sir. Page links, create visibility, destination awareness, website clicks, video views, lead generations, website conversations, offer claims, app installs. So, Telangana tourism website, we have provided these are facilities to the tourists. Even the Telangana Tourism Development Corporation also provided same facilities in the website, sir. Pick your trial and wonderful Telangana, safety and security, comfortable stay, cruise parties, sir. They can book all the cruises and boating activities, transportation and accommodation, everything they can book. Cruise parties, sir, celebrations and travel songs post, hidden and engagement posts, sir. Happy at Haritha Waters, reels and food posts. So, official tourism website, sir. 2 official websites has provided Telangana Tourism Department and Corporation. E-books, e-brochures we are providing through our website only, sir. Online booking and reservation option using QR code, sir. Every property we have provided QR code, sir. Short promotional videos, like our Honorable Minister sir told yesterday, in every destination and every properties we have prepared this small video film, sir. I will show one of the films, sir, and as per the SAR instruction, sir. This Telangana Tourism Department launches I Explore Telangana, sir, and it is unique and first of this kind of app we have provided, sir. Government, all the government department, it is covered in the app, sir. Like if somebody want the help from the police department, the police department information also provided in Telangana Tourism app, sir. Like if somebody want municipal department, somebody want electrical department, anything, a hospital, also we have provided in person, for which this government has received National Tourism Award, sir, in 2018, sir. Best app award we have received Telangana app, sir. So this is some of pictures. This is the best performing post, sir. Telangana Tourism best performing reel, sir. This is some of the posts. Digital marketing tourism. Usav portal is helping lots, sir. A digital initiative launched by the Minister of Tourism, sir, and to showcases all the events and festivals. Yesterday, sir, I told Honorable Minister, sir, all events and posted by the lot of help from Minister of Tourism, sir, State Tourism, sir, and Nidhi also it is helping lot, sir. What's the next? This is the concentrated performance maximum Telangana Tourism, sir. Facebook links and Instagram and Twitter follows and Instagram reach. These are information, sir. So 24.5% increase in Instagram, 500 plus average numbers link properties post. This is, sir, UNESCO, sir. Recognized Ramappa, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Small film we have prepared as per the guidance of the Honorable Minister Kishan Reddy, sir. One of the property we have developed through Minister of Tourism, Swadesh Darshanam, sir. Recently, our Honorable Minister has also visited this place, sir. Towards Seychelles side, sir, this property. Thank you very much, sir, for giving opportunity to on digital marketing, sir. Digital platform.
Thank you, Manohar. Hyderabad being a very important center for the IT industry, we expect more from Telangana, and I'm sure you will continue the good work being done in digital initiatives in the state of Telangana.
रिद्धि जी, मेरा अनुरोध है मणिपुर स्टेट का, और थोड़ा समय दे दीजिए, कल तो समय मिला नहीं है, 5 मिनट का
लगा है सर। आपका सेशन है, आपका सेशन नेक्स्ट सेशन है स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड होम स्टे इन टूरिज्म सेक्टर में। आपका नाम है 11 बजे से सर। एड्रेस बाय ऑनरेबल एमएलए फ्रॉम मणिपुर।
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। So can I request the last speaker of this session, Mr. Vipul Prakash, Chief Operating Officer of Make My Trip.
Honorable Minister Shri Kishan Reddy ji, other dignitaries and ladies and gentlemen, I think we have heard enough about everything about digital technology, etc. And I think, where I will want to start my 5 minutes is, sometimes we believe that digitization is an end in itself. It's a very new technology which is important. What do we need to do? I think digitization is all about enablement. It is nothing new compared to what we have been doing for the last so many years. It is just a different way of doing what we need to do and a more efficient and cost-effective way of doing that. And what do I mean by that? I think every speaker before me has said that tourism is about discovery, it's about fulfillment, and it is about amplification. I mean, it's as simple as that. And digital just gives us platforms to be able to do this much better. And I'll give you some examples of how I think, you know, we can leverage this technology to achieve our ultimate objectives, which is, you know, getting more tourists and getting more tourist revenue and getting tourist delight. So I think, you know, everybody has talked about it. Sometimes it is a surprise to us also, the sort of tourist wonders which we have, you know, in India. And I will obviously not go through them. This is all known to us. You know, whenever you look at any list of iconic things in any magazine, any media, we have many Indian mentions there. The issue is how many people really know about this. I think that is the, you know, and I have been hearing a lot of people, you know, talk about websites, etc., which is absolutely right. I think the only one thing which I would just suggest we look at is in digital technology, it is very difficult to get customers to come to where our material is. And therefore, we should be really looking more and more and actually going where the customer already is and putting forward what we have to offer. So that's one submission which we have seen, that, you know, whatever we might create our best website, etc., and spend a lot of money on it, but getting people there is a big challenge. Rather than that, and many of you mentioned Facebook, Instagram, there are many things. We should scope the journey of a customer today. An 18-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 38-year-old, what are they doing in their daily life? Where do they start their day? What do they read? What do they do? And then say, can I plug my state or my offering where the customer already is, rather than trying to do too much effort in trying to get the customer to websites and apps. So, you know, and that is, we have had some examples, you know, hidden gems in India. I think many people talked about it, you know, after COVID. I think one of the things which we really said was people want to go to hidden gems. We as an app get about 2.5 million customers every day. All what we did was we highlighted these hidden gems to all the 2.5 million people who are anyway coming there. And we saw, you'll be surprised, and I have a full laundry list given my team, I can't bore all of you with it, the sort of new places Indians are searching and going to right now, which was totally unheard of. If we had tried to send this information to them, they wouldn't have read it. But when they're already looking at somewhere they want to go, so we have created this new section called Where to Go, where people can just come and see what are the hidden jewels, where do I want to go, what are the new things. So that something is great. One of the things we are very proud about, you know, we recently launched the Homestay Awards of India. And there was one small homestay in Jodhpur who got the award of the Rural Homestay of the Year. You know, they give rural experiences. This happened about a week ago, and I'm proud to say that this homestay is already booked for the next 2 years. In the last 7 days, they have got so many bookings, because when people come and say that these were awarded, they want to go and experience that. So discovery plays a very important role, but discovery at the right state of the customer journey. You know, we know about this. How do we celebrate our events and festivals? I think a lot of people have talked about it. And one more thing honorable speakers talked about is it has to be a full journey. You know, we cannot say that, okay, we will talk to a customer, then forget about him or her for, you know, 1 year and then again talk. So they should be able to look, explore, plan everything at the same stage. Enabling fulfillment, the second part. I think that is again a lot of work is being done. But you know, if I look at one thing, we have all the wonders which we need. How can we just add a little bit, you know, things like, and I know that, you know, ASI is pioneering it, many other people are doing it, is like, things like there is no standing in queues, there is no taking tickets. These are all things of the past. Nobody wants to do it. Indian Railways has moved from selling counter tickets. So why should the person say that I will go to a monument or go somewhere and take a ticket? They should be able to take it on the app, have a QR code as somebody said, and then move it. We have to understand that the tourist has only 3 or 4 or 5 or 7 days. They want to maximize the time looking at the natural wonder rather than standing in the queue for the natural wonder. And then from a revenue point of view, as so many people in Europe do, we can have premium queues, we can have guided tours, we can have everything else which will add to customer delight and be revenue sources for our, you know, boards as well. The tourist pass, somebody talked about it. The most successful initiative anywhere in the world is a customer can buy a tourist pass and then get, you know, many things, including bus travel, train travel, including entrances, including whatever it is. What happens is the customer then feels like going to more and more places because he or she has already paid for it. That is something which I again know that the, you know, the various authorities are trying to do, I am sure it will become a reality, and that is something which we really, really want to, promote. And lastly, again, I think, everybody's talked about it. Today, if I look about, we just did a consumer survey. 56% of travel decisions are made on word of mouth. What somebody else who has gone there tells me about the destination. Okay, so if you look at how people are posting photographs, bloggers, if I have to go somewhere and I'm looking at various things and a friend of mine comes and gives me some pictures or videos what they have shot, I think that just gives me a lot of assurance that that is the right place. So how can we really, not just for the sake of posting, but how really make every tourist an ambassador of ours, not just for recurring, but one happy tourist actually gets 10 more tourists. So that is something, how do we encourage more and more reviews? We know we are in the hotel business. Hotels which have good reviews and many reviews are booked 10 times than hotels who have no reviews. So how do we ensure as, state corporations that we get people to review us, run contests for them to post their pictures and all? I think that is basically what I believe. If you can just do this holy picture, of discovery, fulfillment and social amplification, we at least at Make My Trip believe that India is poised for its best decade as far as tourism is concerned. Thank you very much for the occasion.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Vipulji. So before we move on to the next session, which is on skill development and homestays, we have Honorable Minister from Maharashtra here, Honorable Minister from Punjab. I request Honorable Minister for Tourism, Shri G. Kishan Reddy ji to felicitate Honorable Minister from Maharashtra and Honorable Minister from Punjab.
Sir, please, sir, please, sir, please, sir. Ma'am, come.
मंच पर ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ टूरिज्म गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया श्री जी किशन रेड्डी जी, ऑनरेबल टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर महाराष्ट्र श्री मंगल प्रभात लोधा जी को सम्मानित करते हुए ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ टूरिज्म श्री जी किशन रेड्डी जी, ऑनरेबल टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर पंजाब मैडम अनमोल गगन जी को सम्मानित करते हुए थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सर.
So sir, thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers. We move on to the next session. This session is one of the most important sessions because it deals with homestays in Himalayan sectors and other states in India, and also the kind of employment that is being generated in the tourism sector at in the rural areas. So to give the opening remarks, I invite Mr. Gyan Bhushan, Economic Advisor, Minister of Tourism, Government of India. Gyan Bhushan ji.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Union Minister Sri G. Kishan Reddy ji, on the dais, dignitaries and of the dais dignitaries, state tourism ministers and everybody. A very good morning to everyone. So after this very high pitch presentation by Make My Trip, I think the importance of homestay has also come into limelight. And my endeavor would be to use this 8-10 minutes to take you through the homestay landscape and also how it is linked to the skill development overall, cutting across different segments of tourism and hospitality segment. So my presentation would be not that long, but what I will do is take you through some of the homestays informations and the problems which are being faced, and how the skill development is important in the homestays to take it forward. As we all know, we are all from the tourism sector currently dealing with this subject. The most important part is the connectivity for a destination, then the accommodation comes in, and then we have publicity and promotion, which we have seen a lot of videos, etc. And the fourth one the pillar of entire all these aspects is the skilling of the people who are driving this entire thing into the landscape of tourism and hospitality. So just let me begin by saying, putting the homestay into the focus. So about 2,600 crore is the total value of output of homestay in India. This is an aggregation, and about 900 crore is the gross value added of the homestay. If we deduct the input from the output, we get the gross value added. The other most important aspect is the multiplier effect of homestay, which comes into play. So whereas in the overall tourism industry, the output multiplier is 1.83, meaning 1 unit of output in tourism creates 1.83 output overall in the economy. But that is 2.04 in case of homestay. So 1 unit of output in homestay will create 2.04 unit of output in the overall economy. And this is more pronounced if you go into the employment aspect of it. In the tourism overall, the employment multiplier is 2.29 for the overall tourism sector, but for the homestay it is 4.38. So you can imagine the kind of jobs which are created in the homestay, which is one of our objective to promote homestay. I have taken 2 examples. I'm not sure whether the Make My Trip person was talking about Jodhpur, about Mr. Chotaram, who has been showing how leveraging the online platform has transformed his entire life, and all his family is now into homestay. He started with a word of mouth and then went into a online platform kind of scenario, and how he has increased his income multiple times and so many other benefits he is reaching. Similarly, in Gujarat also we have a case study where Gauriben Brahman from Bakruta village, she was living in a thatched roof, very small house and 3 rooms. She started letting it out, and then ultimately what she is now earning in 1 month is more than what she used to earn in an entire year kind of scenario. So these are there are various case studies now coming up for the homestay success story. As we all know, accommodation is very important. Right now we are in Dharamshala. We also see enough space has been created, but still we would like to have been living at one place or in a surrounding where everybody can be much closer that way. So there are 2 lakh rooms shortage in India of accommodation, and this is slightly dated. This I am talking about the pre-pandemic period. So not enough accommodation is available at the tourist destinations, especially at the new tourist destination which we are talking about. And the new millennial generation, which are just traveling a lot now, need authentic, bespoke and the real experience which they can call their own. They are not dependent on the earlier stories and all that. So these can provide at rural and remote areas. That is very important. The homestay, the entire landscape can be changed in the accommodation space. In India, we have about 4,000 classified hotels, about 1,400 by Government of India, rest by state government. In the Nidhi now we have about 50,000 units now, which are registered in the Nidhi portal. And the homestay can step up these accommodation inorganically without much investment. That is the core of the entire homestay story and where we should be focusing more. The common standard we have created in Ministry of Tourism with a separate category, and we have now a big group like Taj also coming into the homestay kind of segment, from a modest cottage to those kind of luxury homestays are also available now. As I mentioned, low investment, hardly any investment is required in homestay. It can empower local people. Then great drivers for local economic activity, eco-friendly and sustainable. Yesterday we talked about sustainability. Homestay is a great tool to take on the sustainability aspect of it because it doesn't really put a lot of carbon footprint on the entire tourism landscape. From the employment, as I mentioned, the employment multiplier, we are the estimated 46 million jobs needs to be created by 2025. It requires a lot of trained and professional workforce and an alternative livelihood in the rural areas. That is very important. And by sharing 1 or 2 rooms in their house, rural population can become entrepreneur in no time. Only thing is that they require a lot of skilling and lot of kind of coaching and mentoring in that space. Rural migration, which is happening, creating a lot of burden on the urban space, also gets mitigated through this homestay. So we are all stakeholders. Most of us are sitting here, central ministries, state governments, Panchayati Raj institutions, the most important because they are ultimately at the location of homestays. The industry, of course, and the NGOs are also can put in a lot of inputs there, and the local community. So in order to develop homestay, as mentioned by the last session, the digital technology, a cluster of homestay is a better way of organizing so that there are economies of scale in creating some infrastructure there. Marketing support is, as I mentioned, going on the online platform, it is creating a lot of synergy. Capacity building, the skilling is the most important part, which I will come to in my subsequent slides. Governance and institutional framework, which has to be provided by the state government and the central government and the local government thereon. Just to take one example of digital, we can't harp on the importance of digital, but just one survey I just want to highlight. 90% reported increase in outreach because of the digital intervention, 79% reported increase in revenue, 75 reported peak season occupancy have gone up from 26% to 50%, 20% revealed that their tariff increase in the range of 51 to 75%. Some ground level issue which we have been getting the feedback on the homestay, like tourism department and local administration taking some cumbersome, opaque, complex registration requirement. But I'm glad that many of the state tourism ministers and secretaries are here. So they are aware of these issues, and they are trying to mitigate whatever is possible within the rules and making new rules about it. NOC to multiple government agencies required, because a homestay owner is not a businessman as such. He just needs a simple kind of support, so that he can take all these approvals, everything at one go, at one single window kind of environment. And then some of the state governments also have to convert their homestay into a commercial establishment and pay commercial rates of utilities. That is also. And the pricing fixing of also, that is also an important issue. So all the state governments have come out. Meghalaya, I've just taken few. Meghalaya has come out, Tripura, Goa, many states, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, all they have come out with new policies where homestay has been specifically targeted to make life simple for them to do business. Now coming to the skilling part of it, we have a capacity building for a service provider where we provide a lot of hand support to these homestay people. Just to give a simple number, more than 1 lakh people have been trained in the overall skilling space. This includes homestay, which we take it as part of entrepreneurship program, which we have started recently in 2018-19. We give a skilling program of 150 hours, both theory and practical, and 8th class pass, that is the basic requirement for anybody to be trained under. This is free of cost. We take full funding requirement of the either state government agency or a central government agency can undertake this. So all the faculty is very important, because they have to really train these people in terms of attitudes and the different skills. For example, many of the homestay, they don't know how to keep the finances into revenue and the expenditure. So their expenditure goes on and the revenue side is generally not taken care of properly. And that creates a failure of a homestay scenario. market linkage, waste management, alternative energy use, organic food and local products. These are all important aspects which we try to highlight in these training programs. And at the end, we measure the outcome of the entire training program. What are the persons those have been trained, have learned, and this is where we take a lot of focus. Future, we have public-private partnership. We have been now we will be allowing private partners also to come and join us in training and skilling these people in the homestay. We are trying to get a market maker role also in homestay. The multiplier and the catalytic effect, we all know how to, this should not be a one-off, but, throughout the year we have to take. The information, education, communication strategy we have to put in place. We are trying on that. Community training is very important, that the PRI, the Panchayati Raj role comes into. With the quality certification, that there are certain categories of homestay, as we mentioned earlier. Digital platform, no need to elaboration. Then national awards at the local level and the state level and the national level. That is what we would be trying to do. That will encourage this particular space. Role of cooperatives is very important. That now the Ministry of Cooperation has also come in, and they are also very much into role of the primary cooperative at the village level, at the panchayat level. That is also being roped in that endeavor. So role of our central IHMs are there, state IHMs, Foodcraft Institutes are there. Indian Culinary Institute also making skilling in the homestay. IITTM, Indian Travel and Tourism Management. This is all bodies of Ministry of Tourism, state tourism corporations, and private entities, as I mentioned, public-private partnerships. All these are going to be helping us in this. Destination based, we are going to the destination for skilling all these people rather than people coming to us in a central location. So we want to disperse it, service at the doorstep, as our Prime Minister has been saying. So we are going to the destinations, we are skilling those local people as those destination itself. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope this would be useful for, and any guidance or any kind of help from the Ministry of Tourism is required. We are there to help you out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyan Vishan ji.
कमलवर्धन जी, होम स्टे का विषय पर सभी लोग ध्यान देना चाहिए. मिनिमम एक्सपेंडिचर, मैक्सिमम एम्प्लॉयमेंट इसमें होता है. मैक्सिमम एम्प्लॉयमेंट, दैट आल्सो रूरल एरिया. If they build they prepare a one room, one family depend होता है. और अलग अलग स्टेट्स का होम स्टे का पॉलिसी, जैसा अभी मैं जानभूषण से अनुरोध करता हूँ, सभी स्टेट्स का जो भी होम स्टेट्स का पॉलिसी है एक तैयार करके सभी स्टेट्स को सर्कुलेट करना चाहिए. अभी गोवा, रोहिन जी थोड़ा बताओ, होम स्टे का पॉलिसी नया है, इलेक्शन मैनिफेस्टो में लगाए थे आप लोग, नहीं बोले ना, क्या बात है?
होम स्टे हम लोग अभी कैटेगरी बनाया सर सेपरेटली. हम नॉर्मली ABCD कैटेगरी जैसा रहता है होटल के लिए, अभी है प्रेजेंटेशन.
नहीं कहते थोड़ा सभी लोग होम स्टे के विषय पर गवर्नमेंट का एक्सपेंडिचर कुछ नहीं रहते हैं. प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस, कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर्स, बैंक से लोन दिलाना, एंकरेजमेंट करना, थोड़ा ट्रेनिंग देना लोगों को, कैसा रिसीव करना, कैसे रखना, कैसा भोजन लगाना, थोड़ा ट्रेनिंग देना. होम स्टे बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करने वाला है भारत में, इसलिए थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए. हाँ, कंटिन्यू करें.
Sir, I request Honorable Minister of Tourism, Goa, to make a presentation.
A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Union Minister for Tourism, Culture and Development of Northeastern Region, Shri G. Kishan Reddy ji. Minister of State for Tourism, Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shripad Naik ji. Secretary, Minister of Tourism, Shri Arvind Singh ji. Other dignitaries on the dais. Secretaries of the Union Government, State Governments, my Minister friends from different states of India, Chairman, MDs of various corporations, officials from the Ministry of External Affairs, electronic media, press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here for this All India Tourism Conference. Yesterday we were able to watch the presentation of my colleague tourism ministers who presented their respective states in their own way very beautifully, which actually showcased how incredible India is. Today, I will be talking about the emerging importance of homestays in the Indian hospitality sector from the perspective of Goa. In addition to tourism, I also hold a ministerial portfolio for IT and will also touch upon what the state is doing to attract co-working tourists and the digital nomads, which seamlessly fits into the long duration of the homestay segment. In general, homestays are great contributors to multiple of the 17 UN WTO Sustainable Development Goals. Some of the most evident ones are goal number 1, no poverty. That's by bringing employment opportunity to local remote communities. Goal number 5, gender equality. An IMAI report showed that 18% of the homestays were owned by women, but irrespective of ownership, a majority of them were managed by women. Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth by providing a source of income. In fact, it is said that over 2,600 crores, as Mr. Gyan Bhushanji said, is the estimated total value of output from homestays in India. Goal number 10, reduced inequalities. That's by bringing economic opportunities and resources to the local ecosystem that is competing for footfalls with the big brands. Goal number 11, sustainable cities and communities by responsibly moving the footfalls from our overcrowded coast to the hinterland and building self-sustaining communities. More than 75% of the homestays recommend local services, that's transport, eateries, etc., which bring revenue to the catchment around the homestay. Goal number 17, partnership for the goals. That is needed by the central government, state governments, and stakeholders of the local ecosystem to make the homestay program economically beneficial to the homestay operator. The advantages of homestays have already been spoken by Mr. Gyan Bhushanji, which I wouldn't want to be repetitive, but definitely low investments, reducing overcrowding, great drivers for local economic activities, empowering local remote localities and developing eco-friendly sustainable tourism, some of them. We have the local community to an advantage. Why? That's because 75% of the homestay operators recommend local businesses. One question to everyone is, how many of you all in this room have been to Goa? Can we just have a hands up? Sir, आप भी आए गोवा? जो भी गोवा है हाथ ऊपर करने को बोल दिया. Whoever has come to Goa. Well, Goa is very interesting. Other than sun, sand, and sea, it's very interesting that we celebrate two independence.
You want to show your domination.
Goa celebrates two Independence Days. Once that is on 15th of August, and we celebrate the liberation of Goa, that's independence of 19th of December. We have roughly about 400 species of birds which have made Goa as their home. Goa has one of the highest waterfall, the third highest waterfall in India, standing at 310 meters. There are many more things that I can keep talking about. Hence, I would like you all to feel Goa in the true essence, which we will run through a small video before I go ahead with my presentation.
Goa, see more, be more.
Goa is a global tourism brand. We have a unique blend of experience to tourists, a mix of beaches, rivers, backwaters, river islands, heritage, old Portuguese mansions, forts, churches, temples, seafood, spice farms, museums, and a lot more. Today, Goa is a popular tourism destination. In the year 2019, the state witnessed about 8.1 million footfalls. There was about 7.51 million footfalls of domestic tourists and about 0.9 million footfalls of foreign tourists. The average length of stay in this whole sector is about 4 days for domestic tourists and 9 days for the foreign tourists. In the year 2022, the state attracted roughly about 2.9 million tourists, out of which majority were domestic tourists. While the major flow of foreign tourists is still limited due to macroeconomic factors and visa issuance challenges from the key FTA markets such as the UK, the state has still exhibited strong signs of recovery due to patronage from the domestic tourist. I can proudly boast about talking about the first of its kind, a unique tourism board, which is there in Goa. The board is chaired by the Honorable Minister of Chief Minister and co-chaired by me as a tourism minister, and is the apex body for development of tourism in the state. The Goa Tourism Board has an equal representation, that is 50% from the government and 50% from the private sector. That's a major tourism and hospitality related associations like Travel and Tourism Association of Goa, Goa Chamber, CII, and WTT CII, and the private industry subject matter experts as a part of the board. The board is supported by 4 empowered committees to deal with major aspects such as policy and regulations. This deals with development and reviews new policies, acts, and making them conducive for attracting private sector participation. Land and infrastructure, that deals with development of any new projects in the land owned by Goa Tourism and monitoring of the same, including land acquisition if required. New tourism services, that deals with introduction of new tourism services and their reviews and single window permissions to major and minor events in the state. The fourth is the Marketing and Public Relations Committee, which deals with event calendars, permission for participation in any events, organizing of festivals, marketing of the states, etc. When we look at Goa, this has been stereotyped for its offerings and restrictive branding. We are looking at rebranding Goa tourism and diversifying Goa's identity. Goa's image has been restricted to the sun, sand and sea, and the state has often been associated with its beautiful beaches only. Such restrictive branding comes with several counterproductive consequences too. As IT Minister, we want to add another S, that is software, and we are aggressively working towards building a co-working ecosystem for tourists and digital nomads alike. The intent is to improve and reinvent Goa's appeal and global image. The focus is shifting to serenity, tranquility, and diversity. The COVID-19 crisis makes it even more relevant as the pandemic has brought a massive behavioral change and shift among the tourists and the way they travel. The interest of tourists is gradually shifting towards immersive and experiential travel to less crowded tourist destinations, which is ideal for hinterland homestay markets. The state envisions diversifying the product offerings to showcase Goa beyond its beaches. The state believes in showcasing the less explored areas of Goa, such as the spiritual Goa, the healthy Goa, the wellness Goa, and eco and traditional Goa. Long-term branding and awareness campaigns are envisioned with emphasis on the local events and hinterland tourism for highlighting the rich natural and cultural heritage to the tourist. Very importantly, the state of Goa is undergoing a huge change. We are transforming and we look at the new Goa coming in with the expectation of the MOPA airport, which is supposed to be commissioned by October, which will open new opportunities for the state. The MOPA airport is expected to give a huge boost and growth in the tourism sector. We as a state, having an area of 3,702 square kilometers, would be having 2 operational airports with the opening of MOPA airport and the continued operations of Dabolim airport. The current Navy airport at Dabolim is limiting the state's tourism potential due to limited direct connectivity, lack of facilities like night parking, housing facility, limited standards for the aircrafts. Opening of the MOPA airport is expected to open up immense opportunities for the tourism sector. The influx of tourists is expected to double due to these operations. The airport is likely to handle 4.67 million tourists in its first year of operation, is likely to also attract about 80,000 foreign tourist arrivals, in addition to the tourists coming in the existing airport at Dabolim. Better connectivity from Mopa Airport to various parts of the states is being created. A dedicated corridor for movement of tourists is also being created to ensure access to all parts of the state within 45 to 60 minutes. With the new tourism master plan and policy which has come in tune, we were the first to come with the tourism master plan in 2016. 2020 saw tourism policy in place, and 2022 has seen a Goa tourism board in place. The whole thing has been moving in a line where we could talk about development of responsible tourism. As we talk about development of responsible tourism, it is very clear that the objective is to transform Goa into an innovative and responsible tourism destination while preserving its cultural and natural heritage, while improving the overall economic prosperity of its locals. Aligning with this year's World Tourism Day's theme, Rethinking Tourism, the state's focus is already on making tourism sector more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. The master plan focuses on 7 focus areas for enhancement of tourism in the state, with more interest in promoting less explored areas such as eco and nature-based tourism, wherein the state is developing model villages, development of hinterlands. We are having projects come out in extreme south at the Selauli Dam, in the north on the Diwar Island, and we are in the pursuit of developing much more ecotourism circuits. Second is the Goan waters. Who do not know the Goan waters? The state is developing these projects along the coastal belt and backwaters like model shacks, integrated beach management, jetty development, water taxis, etc. On lines of spiritual, wherein various temples, churches and other religious sites in the state will be augmented, including development planned at Bom Jesus Basilica complex under Prasad scheme. Adventure, wherein various tourism services are introduced. MICE, wherein a new convention center is coming up in the state and the existing facility in the state will be further ramped up. Leisure and entertainment, wherein the state is planning to come up with permanent venues for events, annual calendar, event calendars, promotion of local festivals, etc. Wellness, wherein the state is coming up with 2 wellness resorts at Farmagudi in the north and Anjune also in the north, apart from various other initiatives in the pipeline. A state-of-art wellness resort by a reputed private player is also coming at Salauli. Very importantly, we need to take care of the core tourism infrastructure, basic amenities and new tourism services. Upon the starting of operations at Mopa Airport, a surge in tourists is expected, which may have an impact on the existing infrastructure in the state. Hence, the focus has already been working on improvement of suitable tourism infrastructure and augmentation of its capacity in the next 5 years. Several major infrastructure projects, including development of convention center in Panjim, development of church complex at Old Goa, development of nature interpretation center at Selauli, development of Goa Hath in Panji, development of helipad in Goa have been undertaken. The state is also developing a tourism skill development academy at Ponda, Famagudi for upskilling and capacity building of tourism workforce such as guides, hospitality staff, drivers, etc. The state also partnered with the private sector for development of the Goa tourism development residencies in various parts of Goa, along with converting them into 4-star and above hotels along with various amenities. The state, through private sector participation, is also developing new services like the ropeway between Panji and Reshmagos, hotels, shopping complexes, etc. There are likely strain on the basic amenities which will be there. So we are already working on the current quality of basic amenities such as toilets, parking lots, which have been foreseen, which are being addressed via central government schemes like Swadesh Darshan and private sector participation undertaken for their operations and maintenance. The state has also developed basic tourism infrastructure for the convenience of tourists like parking lots, tourism information centers, toilets, Wi-Fi spots, gazebos, seating arrangements, signages, solar installations, etc. In the new tourism services, the state is pioneering introduction of several new tourism services like hot air balloon, scuba diving, white water rafting, e-bike tours, nautical tours, experiential tours, bungee jumping, etc. Several other new tourism services that will be launched would soon include skydiving, seaplanes, hop-on hop-off buses, amphibian buses, to name a few. In the accommodation options, before running it, I'll just run through a small video.
Finding a place to stay in Goa is as easy as it gets. From modest to magnificent, there's a place for everyone. Live in a cottage by the sea. Or experience the opulence of a 5, 4 or 3-star property. Imbibe Goa's rich history at a heritage hotel.
Come to Goa.
Find a convenient stay option at a serviced apartment or stay at a GTDC residency. To ensure a great vacation experience, book your stays only at hotels that are legally registered with Goa Tourism.
Come to Goa.
Let's.
We have several accommodation options as shown in the video. Goa consistently remains the top amongst the other states in the country in terms of average room rate. While COVID has had an impact on the occupancy rates across the sector, Goa has shown strong signs of recovery in this year with average occupancies for various categories hotels crossing 67.7%. The state currently has 4,245 hotels with 50,704 rooms and over 80,000 beds spread across 4 categories: A, B, C and D. A category is B, A category is 5-star, and so it goes on. The state also accounts for 4,000 plus Airbnb listings, which is approximately 17% of India's Airbnb listings. The state with highest in the country for average room rate at around 8,756 rupees is also in 4th in terms of branded rooms supply after Bangalore, Delhi and Mumbai. Upon start of operations at MOPA, the state is going to experience even high occupancies, which calls for increasing the supply of rooms in the state. In this regard, the state is also ramping up its other accommodation offerings like heritage hotels, like Fort Tiracol, budget stay room options offered by operators such as Oyo, luxury stays through multiple villas in the state, rural stays through homestays, and other innovative stays options like caravans. Tremendous investment opportunities are envisioned, specifically in the hospitality space. Homestays definitely is not new to Goa. In the old 60s, the Western tourists, which we would call the hippies, used to already had started coming on the Goan beaches. And at that point of time, we were just coming out of liberation and we were not having any tourism infrastructure. During the 70s and the 80s, between the 70s and 80s, there were more homestays and less hotels or any other accommodation units in the state. This is the time when government had invested in developing its residencies for ramping up accommodation facilities. During the 1990s, the private sector took interest in developing hotels in the state, and the proportion of homestays versus private hotels is at par during this period. During the 2000s, there were a lot of private hotels in the state, and the concept of homestays was substantially reduced. Due to the behavioral shift after COVID pandemic, there is a rise of concept of digital nomads, that are foreign or high-end domestic tourists with responsible behavior who can work from anywhere, who prefer to stay at scenic places offering a clean and hygienic environment with high-speed connectivity. The state tends to utilize this opportunity of reviving the glory of its homestays for attracting these digital nomads. This will also aid in making Goa a creative capital of the country, in addition to the plan, our ambitious plan of making Goa as a tourism capital of the country. When we come to the Goa's tourism homestay, we have products which have natural synergy with homestays. Homestays are ideal accommodation options that have inherent potential to promote the unique products of Goan hinterlands. Homestays open up opportunities for the tourists to experience the plethora of traditional festivals which we have in abundance, the Indo-Portuguese culture, unique architecture, and the rural side of Goa. The state is developing model villages, and homestays are an integral part of such experiences. The state is also promoting caravan tourism, and several caravan parks are planned as a part of this endeavor. I feel that the homestays will change the whole narrative of the state. They are post-COVID, with work from anywhere option being common. We have started with the option of hashtag Workations Goa, which is experiential accommodation options and other things which are the key focus of the state. The homestay concept is already popular among foreign and high-end domestic tourists, and the state intends to harness this opportunity. While attracting the right kind of clientele, development of homestays is also going to provide impetus to the local economy while creating job opportunities. In Goa, with respect to homestays, we have already introduced a additional category for homestay registration, in addition to the existing categories of A, B, C, D, which shows our commitment for development of this sector. Under ease of doing business, we have been, I think, the first to come with significant changes in the whole registration processes. A normal hotel, which would normally need about 25 documents to get its NOC right from the tourism department, the documents have been reduced to 3 only. And that also the documents can be submitted online and the permissions can be taken online. Similarly, the reduction in documentation procedure for homestay is something that which we have done. We only take an identification and the property ownership document which are sufficient for the registration. That also submitted online. The person who is undergoing or wanting to register his place for homestay gets himself documented. The state is coming out now with a new homestay policy which will provide a host of benefits for the locals. State is also going to aggressively market this homestay through its website, mobile application, and social media applications. We have a Goa mobile app which also will help us market these homestays. So we have this support which we are required from the Government of India in terms of the challenges that we face for its implementation, and that is where we will look for your intervention. Repetitive registrations are there from the central government which are followed by the state government. The center may consider state registered homestays in par with the homestays registered with the central government. The center shall assist, a request is that the center shall assist the state with capacity building and skill development of the homestay operators through workshops that highlight best practices from other performing states. Creation of a unified homestay database along with the other hotels for recognition of the homestays along with the states. Financial assistance for development and renovation of homestays. Another thing which we are looking for is e-visa, which is for the UK. Okay. E-visa opportunities, open skies, which we have discussed yesterday. One important part which I would like to pen down over here and make it is the marketing and promotion by flagship brand India Tourism. As the state has a resource and finance limitations, but together with the flagship brand, better return on investments can be achieved. We have projects around Kolwa in South Goa. If developed soon, we can have a homestay model developed around it. There are many more things on skill development, but I would like to cut short. I look forward, Goa may be a small state, but its people have the biggest heart. So we strongly believe in Atiti Devo Bhava, and we work tirelessly towards it. I look forward to welcoming all of you to Goa soon. Thank you.
Thank you for enlightening us on the policy initiatives that the government has taken of Goa. I'm sure it will give a new dimension to the already very rich tourism products that Goa has to offer. And as far as homestays are concerned, we are seeing a lot of development in homestays in the northeast, in other states. Last week I was in Jammu and Kashmir, and the state government officials, Sarmad and others, if they are there, can speak. We are seeing a movement in Jammu and Kashmir also because of the large influx of tourists in the last season. People are encouraging and going in for more and more homestays. So during the G20, I'm sure, sir, when we come to Goa, we'll be able to see some of these excellent homestays that you are developing. Thank you. That I leave for you to announce.
Tourism meeting, External Affairs Department, they organize it somewhere. He says we want only Goa tourism meeting.
On behalf of the minister, I would like to share, sir, that the G20 tourism ministers meeting will be in Goa in either June or July, depending on the weather, as you advise.
We'll be very privileged to host it, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So your international marketing is taken care for next 2 years. Thank you, sir. We have a last speaker of this session from Manipur, Honorable MLA from Manipur.
सबको प्रणाम। हम कोई भी कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाएगा तो शुरू में 1-2-3 मिनट हिंदी में बोलने लगा, क्योंकि हम लोग हिंदी ज़्यादा आता नहीं है, लेकिन हमारा भारत इंडिया को मजबूत करने के लिए हम लोग को हिंदी सीखना ज़रूरी है। हम लोग हिंदी बोलेगा, अब तो हंसने लगा लेकिन फिर भी हम कुछ मिनट हम मनाली गया था पहले, और शिमला भी, और अभी धर्मशाला में है। हमको इतना नेचुरल, गॉड गिफ्टेड नेचुरल ब्यूटी और गुड क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन, ये भगवान को माना ज़रूरी है, इतना अच्छा। और दूसरा है हिमाचल प्रदेश का, और उसका हॉस्पिटलिटी पब्लिक का बहुत एनकरेजिंग है। उसके लिए हिमाचल का जनता को हम धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ। और तीसरा कल श्री जयराम जी ठाकुर ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर ने बोला था उसके स्पीच में, रात को किधर में जाओ, एनी टाइम आप लोग हमारे स्टेट में घूमेगा, कोई भी डिस्टर्ब नहीं होगा, चैलेंज करके बताया। मतलब लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन बहुत अच्छा है। ये तीनों चीज़ तो ये टूरिस्ट के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो लास्ट में हमने ये अभी उसका नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ स्टेट टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर का छोटा सा रूम में ये मीटिंग चल रहा है, लेकिन ये मिनी इंडिया कॉन्फ्रेंस है, मिनी इंडिया। तो उसका जर्नल में और उसका टीवी चैनल में सब इंफॉर्मेशन निकल रहा है। सबसे फ़ायदा हिमाचल गवर्नमेंट और जनता को मिलेगा। उसके बाद टूरिस्ट ज़्यादा फिर आएंगे आपकी जगह में। और श्री रेस्पेक्टेड जी किशन रेड्डी जी, Honorable Union Minister, Tourism, Culture and Donor, Government of India. Shripad Naik, Minister of State, Tourism, Shipping and Waterway. Honorable Minister from different state, Assistant Secretary, Minister of Tourism, Commissioner, Secretary, Director, Chairman, or official, media friend, greeting to all. It is indeed my pleasure to be here today with you all for the National Conference at Dharamshala. Tourism forms a large part of service industry in India. Last couple of years has been a difficult period for the tourism sector globally due to pandemic. At outset, therefore, I thank the Minister of Tourism for organizing the National Conference to discuss the various issues and the revival strategy for the sector. Being a small state with topographical challenges, Manipur lacks opportunity of developing other industries. Therefore, developing tourism sector is critical for creating job and the livelihood opportunities for the people in the state. Manipur is blessed with a rich cultural heritage, art, tradition, and the natural beauty. Surrounded by blue hill with an oval-shaped valley at the center, Manipur has unique tourist attraction. To name a few, Manipur is the birthplace of modern polo. It is the place where the famous Ras Leela and the classical dance form was created. Loktak Lake in Manipur is the largest freshwater lake in northeast India. It has the only floating national park in the world. The famous Sangay tears and the Shiroi lilies are found only in the state. It was the Moirang in Manipur where the Indian flag was hoisted for the first time on Indian soil in 1944. In addition to its unique attraction, Manipur's strategic location as the land gateway of India to the ASEAN also present enormous opportunities for the tourism sector in the state. In this regard, good connectivity infrastructure is vital and the continuous efforts are being made to strengthen them. Integrated checkpost at More has been set up to facilitate custom clearance, immigration clearance, etc. Asian Highway 1 and 2 passing through the state continue to be improved. Imphal is being connected with the national rail network soon. Air connectivity has improved tremendously with the increased number of air service and the night landing facility. International flights from Imphal to Bangkok are in the pipeline. Helicopter service were introduced connecting Imphal with tourist destinations at More, Tamenglong, and the Barak River at Jiribam. Considering the proximity to the Asian countries and the shared preference and the tradition, there are tremendous potential for tourism sector in Manipur in other areas as well. Medical tourism for benefit of people from Myanmar is one such promising area. It could also cater to the spiritual tourism from Southeast Asia, connecting them onward to the major Buddhist site in the country. Tourism domestically promote deeper mutual understanding between the people of different states and the region of our diversity and vast country. It has a major role in furthering the objective under the flagship program like Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat. The rich culture and the historical heritage of Manipur provide the opportunity to the domestic tourists for the spiritual tourism circuit and the historical tour. INA headquarters at Moirang, where Indian National Army planted the Indian flag, is being developed to preserve and promote the historical site. There are two around the World War II site in Manipur, including War Cemetery and the only Japanese War Memorial in India. Spiritual circuit has been developed under Swadesh Darshan scheme, including important and popular places like Sri Govindji Temple in Imphal and the 15th century Vishnu Temple in Vishnupur district. For the adventurers and those looking for the outdoor activities, there are natural formed limestone cave and pristine green hill with fast flowing river for trekking, camping, biking, etc. Manipur state government continue to give priority and importance to develop adequate tourism infrastructure and the service in the state. To highlight trust area, action plan, and the strategy for the sector of Manipur Tourism Policy 2022 was published. Before I conclude, I take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Tourism for the continuous support extended in the state of Manipur over the year. The state look forward to the continued support and the participation of all stakeholders, including private investment, to help the consolidate local tourism infrastructure and build capacity in Manipur to transform tourism sector. Last but not least, The annual Manipur Sangai Festival would be held this year after a gap of 2 years. Between 21 to 30 November, it will showcase the rich tradition and the culture of Manipur to the world. The state government invites all to visit Manipur to take part in the upcoming Manipur Sangai Festival. लास्ट में हमने हमारा रेड्डी जी को अनुरोध है, ये हमारा स्टेट मणिपुर स्विट्जरलैंड से कम नहीं है, हम स्विट्जरलैंड भी गया, लेकिन नेचुरल ब्यूटी बहुत होने से भी हमारे इनकम रिसोर्स नहीं है, इसलिए उसको स्ट्रेंथन करना और इंडिया में वर्ल्ड में दिखाने के लिए फंड का कमी है, थोड़ा मदद दे दीजिए और थैंक यू, जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद।
और उसके बाद एक लास्ट में ये छोटा सा वीडियो आप लोग को हम दिखाना चाहते हैं।
Welcome to Manipur, the land with a perfect balance of nature and modern city life. Manipur has the world's only floating national park, the Kaipu Lamjao, which is home to the rare Sangai deer. The largest freshwater lake of northeast India, Loktak is the identity of Manipur. Scale the sure hill ranges of Ukru to see the blooming sure lily flowers. Or visit the heart of the city, to Kangna, the ancient capital of Manipur. Blessed with an incredible landscape for adventure, fall in love with the natural beauty of Manipur. The people of Manipur welcome you to meet its vibrant people and unique culture. Witness a land of unity and oneness. Get enchanted by the many dance forms like the Ras Leela, Hum Cholom, Tanka, and Amai Bijaroy. Listen to ancient folk songs passed down over many generations. Experience the solemn tranquility of the temples and churches of Manipur. Visit the women's only market dating back to the 15th century. Try the unique local food and the many dishes of Manipur. Participate in local festivals like Yaosheng, Haiku Hidomba, Kut Festival, and Gangnai. Or be a part of the state festivals like Sangai Festival, the Shore Festival in Ukru, which hosted international bands like Extreme and Nazareth, Barak Festival in Senapati, and the Orange Festival, which is celebrated in Bamingwon. Relive history of Manipur and the world by visiting these important landmarks of the past. See ancient stories come alive in paintings at the Arcasius Museum. Manipur is one of India's biggest contributors to the handicraft industry. The handloom industry here is famous around the world for fabrics like the Rani, Moirang, Wangkai and Leilumpi. The indigenous products of Manipur like the Longpi black pottery is unique and one of a kind. The modern game of polo has its origins in Manipur. Manipur, which is known internationally for sports, has many indigenous games like Yubilakti and Lukna Kanji. Manipur has some of the finest hotels and homestays in India, like the Sandra Resort, Hotel Imphal, the Classic Hotels, and the Eco Marine Homestay. Manipur, the jewel of India, awaits you.
धन्यवाद सर। मुझे विश्वास है कि होम स्टेज भी और मणिपुर में विकसित किए जाएंगे। आपको जानकर ये खुशी होगी कि माननीय मंत्री महोदय, जिनके पास पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों का भी विकास का मंत्रालय है, उन्होंने व्यू पॉइंट्स नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कई जगह सैंक्शन किए हैं, कुछ पर्यटन मंत्रालय के द्वारा, कुछ डोनर विभाग के द्वारा, और पर्यटन मंत्रालय के द्वारा पहले चरण में मणिपुर में 3 व्यू पॉइंट सैंक्शन हुए हैं। संकुमाई में जो नेशनल हाईवे 129A पे है, महादेवा गांव में जो 202 पे है, और फिंच कॉर्नर जो नेशनल हाईवे 202 पे है। तो मुझे विश्वास है कि इस क्षेत्र में भी पर्यटन को बढ़ावा मिलेगा और वहाँ भी होम स्टेज और बाकी अकोमोडेशंस को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Now we'll break for 10 minutes and we'll reassemble here by 12:10. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You can do this, yeah. Yes, मैं ये निकाल दूँ? ओके, ठीक है, यहाँ पर नोटेड कहाँ पर है मेरी वाली? वहाँ से दिखाई दे रही है आपकी, but the control just I will run it because there are hyperlinks. So what will happen? The slide will already be there for you. Okay. You will have to just control next. That is fine, but I also need to run a website. Hopefully, website. मुझे माउथ है लाइट पे हमारा आप मुझे माउस मंगाओ दें। हाँ यार, गुड आफ्टरनून। क्या हाल है? हाँ हाँ, क्या हाल है यार? मैं तो लगता है नौकरी में मेरी ज़िंदगी चली जाएगी, काम में लगे रहो 24 घंटे। ये आ गया पेशेंट का 9 हाँ नहीं, इट इज़ द सेम ब्राउज़र। ओपन अनदर ब्राउज़र, दिस इज अनदर ब्राउज़र ना, एच होगा ना। अब यहाँ पर आ जाते हैं। हाँ, एक लगा दीजिए। अब लगा दीजिए। वाली है ना। इसी में है ना, बैलेंस वाले में है ना, बैलेंस वाले दो वीडियो है ना, दो वीडियो है ना। फर्स्ट कौन से चलेगा सर? फर्स्ट कौन से चलेगा? नहीं नहीं नहीं, वहाँ हमें वहाँ से लाना पड़ेगा ना वीडियो वहाँ से लाना पड़ेगा ना। क्या सर? नहीं सर, वही देख रहे हैं सर, हाँ वही वीडियो मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ सर, क्या है वही तो पूछना सर। नहीं आया इसमें इमीडिएट वीडियो भी है, बुला जोर से डाल लेना। नहीं नहीं, वीडियो डाल दिया सर मैंने, इसमें इमीडिएट वीडियो भी है एक, और ये दो वीडियो तैयार होना अलग से, वो क्या करते हैं अभी चल रहे ना, वो अलग से तो भी आगे बताएगा ना। तो ये भी है, वो इमीडिएट ही होगा, ये इमीडिएट है, लेकिन दो और वीडियो दिया है वो अलग है, वो लंच नहीं दिलाने के लिए उसको छोड़ दो। अब कौन सी किसी में नहीं, ये तो वहाँ डिग्री वाला दे दिया मैंने, वहाँ वेस्ट बंगाल डिग्री तो शायद है, वेस्ट बंगाल पे डिग्री तो है। सीरियल नंबर नहीं लगाया क्या? लगा है सर, लगा है, कुछ फोल्डर है सर, इस ऊपर नीचे फोल्डर है। एक वीडियो इमीडिएट है, कंफर्म कर लीजिए।
Likewise. वही करना है, thank you. अच्छा कर्नाटक है इसमें हाँ हाँ yes लॉजिस के बारे में ओके
I request everyone to please take your respective seats immediately. आप सभी से अनुरोध कि कृपया जल्द से जल्द अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। समय को देखते हुए हमें प्रोग्राम का अगला सेशन शुरू करना है, तो आप सभी से अनुरोध कि कृपया जल्द से जल्द अपनी सीट्स पर बैठ जाएं।
Can I request all the dignitaries to take their seats, please?
We are going to proceed to our next session, so it's a request to everyone to please take their seats immediately.
We'll be starting the session on forest and Ayurveda, wellness and medical value tourism. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we commence the session number 7, Ayurveda, Wellness and Medical Value Tourism. And all of you know very well how important it is, perhaps in the entire world. India is the only country which has a separate department for itself. Ayush ministry is created here. And India is well known for its traditional knowledge, traditional medicinal systems, and very robust modern medical institutions here. We have received more than 600 lakh patients from different countries, from Africa, from USA, from Canada and Bangladesh. So now it's growing. It's one of the highly significant sectors emerging in India as far as tourism is concerned. So to give opening address, we have with us very eminent personality from Niti Aayog, Dr. Vinod Paulji. He is MD, PhD. Dr. Vinod Paulji has served on the faculty of the Department of Pediatrics in AIIMS, New Delhi, from 1985 to 2020, and he was head of the department for nearly a decade. And he is globally recognized medical scientist and a public health exponent. Government of India has appointed Dr. Paul as a member of Niti Aayog, and Dr. Paul is also part of the core team of the Union Government for COVID-19 pandemic response. He chairs the Empowered Group on Medical Infrastructure and COVID Management Plan, the National Task Force on COVID-19, as well as the National Expert Group on Vaccine Administration for COVID-19. So I request Dr. Paul to give his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Namaste. Good afternoon. Honorable Union Minister of Tourism, Culture and Donor, respected Shri G. Kishan Reddy ji, Honorable Ministers of State, Shri Ajay Bhatt ji, Shri Shripad Naik ji, Honorable Tourism Ministers of States of India, Secretary Shri Arvind Singh ji, distinguished officials of the Union Government, friends, we have heard several references since the start of this conference in regard to medical tourism, better known as medical value travel, term that you'll hear from us repeatedly now. Very honored to be here to share with you the emerging thoughts, policy enablement initiatives in regard to medical value tourism. It is India's destiny to emerge as a topmost destination for medical and wellness tourism in the world. It is the destiny. It is for us to achieve. What we need for sure is one, that belief that it can be done in a finite period of time. And the second, to be able to take specific enabling decisions and to take all the stakeholders together, governments, state government, union government, municipalities, local self-government, other ministries, but also the very important stakeholders who are in the room representing the travel industry and the medical health system industry. This conclave, I believe, could be the inflection point for medical value tourism in India. And for this to take forward, we are going to have a Jugalbandi. I'm going to first request Shri Love Agarwal ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to make his presentation on Heal in India. It will be followed then briefly by my presentation on the Ayush and wellness part of this very important mission. Over to you, Love. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. माननीय यूनियन मिनिस्टर फॉर टूरिज्म किशन रेड्डी सर, माननीय यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर टूरिज्म श्रीपद नायक सर, अजय भट्ट सर, माननीय टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर फ्रॉम ऑल स्टेट्स एंड सेक्रेटरी
I'm sorry I could not introduce him. He's Sri Love Agarwal, Senior IAS Officer, Additional Secretary and the Minister of Health and Family Welfare. You must have seen him. Entire COVID time he has been there on TV, updating entire country during the Corona. He's the COVID expert in giving updates and information every day. He was there on TV. As a senior IAS officer, and he has done a great job in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. I request Love Agarwal to speak.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for kind words, sir. So, माननीय Tourism Union Minister, sir, माननीय Tourism Minister of State, Ajay Bhatt, sir, Shripad Nayak, sir, माननीय Tourism Minister from all states, Secretary Tourism Arvind, sir, and all senior colleagues. जैसे कि पॉल सर ने कहा है, एक बहुत बड़ा इन्फ्लेक्शन पॉइंट है, और उस इन्फ्लेक्शन पॉइंट में कैसे टूरिज़्म मिनिस्ट्री और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ अगर हम कोलैबोरेट करें तो क्या कोई हम एक पैराडाइम शिफ्ट ला सकते हैं, और जो एक हमारी प्री डिफाइंड और प्री डिटर्मिन्ड डेस्टिनी जो हमारे सामने है, क्या हम उसको अचीव कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि हमारा देश फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड के रूप में विश्व में जाना जाता है, क्या इसी तरह से हम अपने देश को मेडिकल हब ऑफ द वर्ल्ड के रूप में स्थापित कर सकते हैं। यह उसके कंसर्न में हम आप लोगों के सामने सबमिट करना चाहेंगे। जैसे कि पॉल सर ने कहा है, मेडिकल टूरिज्म में एक जनरल टर्म यूज़ करते हैं जिसको कि टेक्निकली मेडिकल वैल्यू ट्रैवल कहा जाता है, जिसका फोकस होता है 3 एस्पेक्ट पर। एक होता है कि मॉडर्न मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट जो कि क्यूरेटिव पर्पसेस के लिए, जिसको द्वारा हम ट्रीटमेंट को पा सकें। दूसरा होता है कि ट्रेडिशनल मेडिकल इंटरवेंशन जैसे कि हमारे आयुष के थेरेप्यूटिक इंटरवेंशंस हैं। और तीसरा फोकस होता है वेलनेस और रिजुवनेशन के ऊपर, जिसमें कि हम स्पिरिचुअल और मेंटल वेलबींग की बात करते हैं। डियर कोलीग्स, जब हम इसकी बात करते हैं तो हम आपके सामने यह भी सबमिट करना चाहेंगे कि ओवरऑल विश्व में और देश के परिप्रेक्ष्य में मेडिकल टूरिज्म का क्या स्टेटस है। तो अगर आप देखेंगे 2020 में जहां वर्ल्ड में मेडिकल टूरिज्म की इकॉनमी अराउंड 3.9 लाख करोड़ थी, यह एक्सपेक्टेड है कि आने वाले 5-6 सालों के अंदर बढ़कर यह करीब 3 से 4 गुना बढ़ते हुए 15 लाख करोड़ के करीब पहुंच जाएगी। और इसी को अगर हम अपने देश के परिप्रेक्ष्य में भी देखें तो हम देखते हैं कि अगर हमारी 2020 में यह इकॉनमी 50,000 करोड़ के करीब थी, यह बढ़कर 2026 तक 1 लाख करोड़ तक पहुंचने की संभावना है। यहाँ एक स्पेसिफिक सबमिशन करना बहुत जरूरी है कि यह तो तब होगा जबकि मेडिकल टूरिज्म सेक्टर यानी कि हमारे देश के हॉस्पिटल अपने आप प्रयत्न करते हुए स्टेज तक आए और आगे स्टेज तक ले जाएंगे। और अगर सरकार, कंसर्न मिनिस्ट्रीज, कंसर्न स्टेक होल्डर इसको जुड़ जाएं और इसको आगे इसके ऊपर कार्य करें, तो हमें यह लगता है कि इस पर्टिकुलर लेवल से भी बहुत अधिक लेवल तक जाने की संभावना है। और हो सकता है कि 1 लाख करोड़ की इकॉनमी हम आने वाले 2 या 3 साल में ही पूरा कर पाएँ। इसी के साथ ही अगर हम देखें कि हमारी क्या ट्रेडिशनल स्ट्रेंथ है, क्या हमारे एडवांटेजेस हैं, जिसके कारण हम समझते हैं कि ये हमारी एक डेस्टिनी है जिसको हमें अचीव करना चाहिए। हम आप लोगों के सामने ही सबमिट करना चाहेंगे कि अगर आप देखें कि देश में ट्रेन मेडिकल प्रैक्टिशनर्स हमारे पास 13 लाख से अधिक डॉक्टर्स और स्पेशलिस्ट हैं, 8 लाख से अधिक हमारे पास आयुष स्पेशलिस्ट हैं। हमारे यहाँ के डॉक्टर्स काफ़ी हद तक फ्लुएंसी उनकी इंग्लिश में है। इसी तरीके से अगर हम देखें कि विश्व के क्या मानक हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट, तो हमारे पास जो कि वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड माना जाता है जॉइंट कमीशन इंटरनेशनल, उसके 40 अस्पताल हैं देश में। और जो हमारे देश का मानक है नेशनल बोर्ड फॉर एक्रेडिटेशन ऑफ हॉस्पिटल, उसके 1400 से अधिक हॉस्पिटल्स हैं। इसी के साथ ही नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में मैं आपको दिखाएंगे, हमारे देश में दूसरे देशों की तुलना में आधे या 1/3 से भी कम पैसे में ट्रीटमेंट उसी क्वालिटी का करना और पाना संभव है। साथ ही हमारी एक बहुत यूनिक ऑफरिंग है, जो कि हम अगर बताएं कि बाकी देशों में अगर मॉडर्न मेडिसिन की बात होती है, शायद संभव है कि हमारे ही देश में हम मॉडर्न मेडिसिन कपल्ड विद आयुष को इंटीग्रेट करते हुए इंटीग्रेटेड मेडिसिन की बात कर सकते हैं। इसी के साथ ही हम सबकी नॉलेज में है कि अगर आप यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में जाएं और आप अपना एक ऑपरेशन का ट्रीटमेंट का समय मांगे तो हो सकता है 1 साल बाद मिले, 2 साल बाद मिले। यानी कि ऐसे समय में अगर कोई क्रिटिकल सर्जरी हो तो पेशेंट कैन डाई बट ही मे नॉट इवन गेट ट्रीटमेंट टाइम। उसके अगर हम कंपैरिजन में देखें, हमारे देश में काफ़ी लिमिटेड वेटिंग टाइम है, जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पर ट्रीटमेंट संभव है। इसी के साथ ही एक स्थाई पर जब हमने मेडिकल टूरिज्म और मेडिकल इकॉनमी की बात की है, उससे भी एक मेजर कंपोनेंट है वेलनेस इकॉनमी, और जो कि विश्व में $7 ट्रिलियन की मानी जाती है, जिसके तहत भी हमें कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है, और जो हमारे मेडिकल वैल्यू टूरिज्म का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट रहेगा। विश्व में हम 10वें स्थान पर आते हैं मेडिकल टूरिज्म में। हम मेडिकल वेलनेस टूरिज्म में पूरे विश्व में 12वें स्थान पर पाए जाते हैं, और अगर हम एशिया पैसिफिक रीजन देखें तो हम 5वें स्थान पर हैं। यानी कि अगर हम एक लिमिटेड पुश और करें तो हम जो एक स्थान विश्व में नंबर 1 स्थान है उसको पाना भी हम कर सकते हैं। वो हमारे लिए एक बहुत ही ईजिली अचीवेबल टारगेट है, ये हम आपके सामने रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहेंगे। जैसे इससे पहले हमने आपसे सबमिट किया था कि हमारे देश में ट्रीटमेंट क्वालिटी मेंटेन करते हुए भी कितना अफोर्डेबल है, उसको एग्जाम्पल के रूप में अगर आप देखें तो जैसे हमने कंपैरिजन किया इंडिया, मलेशिया, सिंगापुर, थाईलैंड और यूएस, तो अगर आप देखें कि हार्ट वॉल रिप्लेसमेंट में यूएस की कॉस्ट की कंपैरिजन में हम 97% कम कॉस्ट में सेम क्वालिटी ट्रीटमेंट ऑफर करते हैं। इसी तरह से हार्ट बाईपास में 96% अफोर्डेबल विजा वी यूएस हम ट्रीटमेंट कर सकते हैं, 86% हम हिप रिप्लेसमेंट में। तो इसी तरीके से नॉट ओनली यूएस बट अगर आप देखें कि जो हमारे कॉम्पिटिटर कंट्रीज हैं जैसे कि मलेशिया, सिंगापुर, थाईलैंड, उन सब से भी हम कम पैसे में वही क्वालिटी मेंटेन करते हुए ट्रीटमेंट कर सकते हैं। यानी कि हमारी यहाँ पर कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज है जिसको कि हमें कैप्चर करना है। अगर हम देखें कि आज हमारे देश में मेडिकल टूरिज्म मुख्यतः किन किन प्रांतों में हो रहा है, तो टियर 1 डेस्टिनेशन में मुंबई, हैदराबाद, दिल्ली, कोलकाता, चेन्नई और बेंगलोर आते हैं, और साथ ही कुछ टियर 2 डेस्टिनेशन भी उभर कर आ रहे हैं, जिससे पता लगता है कि नॉट ओनली टियर 1 को हमें स्ट्रेंथन करना है, टियर 2 में भी हमें और कार्य करना है और इस नंबर को बढ़ाना है ताकि पूरे देश में ही मुख्यतः मिनिमम लार्जर सेट ऑफ लोकेशन में हम मेडिकल वैल्यू ट्रैवल से रिलेटेड फैसिलिटीज़ को उपलब्ध कर सकें। इसके संबंध में कुछ कार्य मंत्रालय में, हमारे मंत्रालय में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ में इन कोऑर्डिनेशन विद एवरीवन हुआ है, यह भी हम माननीय सारे टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर के सामने सबमिट करना चाहेंगे। हमारे मंत्रालय में 2 चिंतन शिविर किए गए जिसमें कि सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को बुलाकर उस पर विस्तृत चर्चा कर कैसे एक इसका डिटेल्ड एक्शन प्लान बने उसके ऊपर कार्य किया गया। फिर एक और चिंतन शिविर में माननीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जितने राज्य के थे उनके सामने हमने उनको ओरिएंट किया, उनके सामने उनको सबमिट किया कि क्या क्या हमारे सामने अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ को हम कैसे कैप्चर कर सकते हैं। इसी के साथ ही हमने विश्व में क्या हमारी लर्निंग्स हैं, किन प्रैक्टिसेस को अगर हम देश में लाएं तो हमारा मेडिकल वैल्यू ट्रैवल बढ़ सकता है, तो कुछ उदाहरण के रूप में हम आपके सामने सबमिट करना चाहेंगे। जैसे हमने देखा मलेशिया जो हमारी एक कॉम्पिटिंग कंट्री है, वहाँ पर एक मेडिकल वैल्यू ट्रैवल का एक इंटीग्रेटेड पोर्टल है। जापान में तो यहाँ तक फोकस है कि अस्पताल में अगर एक पर्टिकुलर नेशनलिटी का डॉक्टर पेशेंट आता है तो उस पर्टिकुलर नेशनलिटी के डॉक्टर से उसका ट्रीटमेंट कराते हैं, या कोई कंसेंट फॉर्म या पेपर वर्क होता है तो वह उसी की लैंग्वेज में कराया जाता है। टर्की में यहाँ तक कोशिश की जा रही है कि टर्किश एयरलाइन 20% डिस्काउंट देती है अगर आप मेडिकल टूरिज्म के लिए उसके देश में आ रहे हैं। यूएई ने तो यहाँ तक किया कि यूएई ने अपने एयरपोर्ट के आसपास स्पेसिफिक मेडी सिटीज़ बना दी हैं जहाँ पर कि मेडिकल वैल्यू ट्रैवल पर फोकस किया जा रहा है, जहाँ होटल से लेकर पूरा एक डेस्टिनेशन कंपोनेंट पर फोकस किया गया है जिसमें कि क्वालिटी ट्रीटमेंट मिल सकता है। सिंगापुर में उन्होंने फोकस किया कि अगर कोई एक पेशेंट आता है और वो क्रिटिकल केस में आ रहा है तो उसके साथ एक अटेंडेंट भी आता है, फैमिली भी आती है, तो उसका अकोमोडेशन कैसे हॉस्पिटल के पास हो और उसमें क्वालिटी कैसे हो। इसी तरह इजराइल ने वहाँ पर अफर्ट करते हुए यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स की इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से टाई अप किया ताकि यूएस के पेशेंट आकर बिन सीमलेस तरीके से इजराइल में अपना ट्रीटमेंट करा सकें। Dear colleagues, why we are submitting this is that these are best learnings which we need to incorporate in our country, in our state, so that हम इसको सेक्टर को और बढ़ावा दे सकें। इसी के साथ ही एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क बनाया गया जिसमें एक मेडिकल वैल्यू काउंसिल हमने देश में बनाई है, और उस मेडिकल वैल्यू काउंसिल के संबंध में अगर आप देखें जिसमें सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स मंत्रालय, चाहे हेल्थ है, टूरिज्म है, आयुष है, सिविल एविएशन है, फॉरेन अफेयर्स है, और प्राइवेट और गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर के जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनको हमने इंटीग्रेट करके एक प्रोसेस हम यहाँ पर कार्य कर रहे हैं। इसी के साथ ही हमने स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन पिछले 3-4 महीने में हर मंत्रालय और स्टेट्स के साथ की हैं, और किसी स्टेक होल्डर को क्या कार्य करना है उसके बारे में भी हमने वर्क को डिलिनेट करके उनसे डिस्कशन किया और उस पर कार्य कर रहे हैं। साथ ही जब हम कार्य करेंगे
तो पूरे विश्व में अगर हमें कार्य करना है तो हमने कुछ स्पेसिफिक टारगेट कंट्रीज़ को भी आइडेंटिफाई किया है। जैसे अगर आप देखें तो यूरोप, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, अफ्रीका, गल्फ कंट्रीज़ और लैटिन अमेरिकन कंट्रीज़ में हमारी कॉम्पिटिंग स्ट्रेंथ है। इन कंट्रीज़ को जब आइडेंटिफाई किया गया तो उसके पीछे पैरामीटर्स ये रहे कि क्या उन देशों के साथ हमारा कोई बायलैटरल एग्रीमेंट है, क्या वहाँ पर नीड है कि वहाँ पर मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज़ या तो कम है या उनको फिर भी अधिक नीड है जिसकी वजह से वे हमारे देश में आना चाहेंगे, हमारी एयर कनेक्टिविटी कैसी है, उनका ईज़ ऑफ मेडिकल वीज़ा कैसा है, क्या हमारे दोनों देशों के बीच में लैंग्वेज या कल्चरल सिनर्जीज़ हैं और आयुष का क्या स्कोप है, उसके ऊपर कार्य करते हुए हमें उन देशों के साथ हम इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं। इसी के साथ ही एक और मुख्य कार्य जो किया गया रहा है मंत्रालय में, हम उदाहरण के रूप में आपको दिखाना चाहेंगे कि हमने हर देश से हमारी क्या कॉम्पिटिंग स्ट्रेंथ है, क्या एडवांटेजेस हैं और किस चीज़ पर हमें फोकस करना चाहिए कि हम वहाँ पर मेडिकल वैल्यू ट्रैवल बढ़ा सकें और उस पर भी कार्य कर रहे हैं। डियर कोलीग्स, वी वुड लाइक टू सबमिट, इफ यू काइंडली सी द लास्ट कॉलम, लास्ट रो, अगर आप देखें गवर्नमेंट फंडिंग मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट अब्रॉड, यानी कि गल्फ की ये सारी कंट्रीज ऐसी हैं जहाँ की गवर्नमेंट अपने सिटीजन्स को बाहर जाने पर ट्रीटमेंट फंड करती है। और एक एनालिसिस में पाया गया है कि केवल गल्फ कंट्रीज का जो मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट बिल आता है इस सेक्टर का वह $30 बिलियन है। इससे पहले हमने सबमिट किया कि हम $6 बिलियन की इकॉनमी है और हम उसको डबल करना चाहते हैं। तो अगर हम देखें कि हम केवल गल्फ कंट्रीज पर ही टारगेट वे में काम करें तो यह टारगेट हम आने वाले 1 या 2 साल में अचीव कर सकते हैं। दूसरा मुख्य विषय जो हम आप सबके सामने सबमिट करना चाहेंगे, हमने यह भी देखा कि कौन सी स्टेट्स को इनिशियल वे में फोकस करना है। यहाँ हमारा सबमिशन सारे माननीय मंत्री साहब से यही रहेगा कि इन स्टेट्स के अलावा भी बाकी स्टेट में पोटेंशियल है तो ये फर्स्ट फोकस में रहेगा, लेकिन हमें सभी स्टेट्स में कार्य करना है, जिसमें हमने 12 स्टेट की 17 सिटीज़ को आइडेंटिफाई किया है, जो कि इस बेसिस पर किया गया कहाँ वहाँ पर क्वालिटी हॉस्पिटल्स अवेलेबल हैं, क्या वहाँ पर एयर कनेक्टिविटी की सुविधा है, क्या लैंग्वेज और कल्चर सिनर्जीज है, ताकि उसके बेसिस पर कार्य कर कर हम वहाँ पर एक स्पेसिफिक प्रमोशन स्ट्रैटेजी बनाकर कार्य कर सकें। इसी तरह से एयरपोर्ट्स पर क्या सुविधा है, चाहे हेल्थ कियोस्क हो, चाहे वहाँ पर लैंग्वेज इंटरप्रेटर्स हो, उसके ऊपर कार्य किया जा रहा है। एक ब्रांड ही नील इंडिया का प्रमोशन का कार्य किया जा रहा है। अब हम सबसे आपसे यही रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहेंगे कि इस कार्य को बहुत आगे बढ़ाना है। जैसे कि पॉल सर ने कहा है, इट इज़ इंडियाज़ डेस्टिनी एंड वी हैव टू बी कंबाइंड कोलैबोरेटिवली पार्ट ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर डेस्टिनी, और कोशिश करने की इस डेस्टिनी को हम कल जल्दी से जल्दी कैसे अचीव कर सकें। इसके लिए हम सबसे यही रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, जैसे हमने माननीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री, राज्य मंत्री से भी कहा था कि ज़रूरत है कि हर स्टेट में जैसे कि नेशनल लेवल पर एक MVT बोर्ड बनाया गया है, तो दोनों मंत्रालयों से मिलकर एक बोर्ड बनाया जाए। साथ ही जो क्वालिटी ऑफ हॉस्पिटल, क्वालिटी ऑफ गेस्ट हाउसेज, क्वालिटी ऑफ अकोमोडेशन आसपास, इन सब पर भी हमारा एक फोकस हो, जिसमें कि टूरिज्म मिनिस्ट्री हमें बहुत रिक्वायर्ड सहयोग दे सकती है। अगर आप देखें कि किसी भी देश को मेडिकल वैल्यू ट्रैवल में जब रैंकिंग की जाती है तो एक तो हॉस्पिटल्स की अवेलेबिलिटी, एक क्वालिटी ट्रीटमेंट और एक सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट होता है डेस्टिनेशन सेफ्टी एंड डेस्टिनेशन अट्रैक्टिवनेस। तो ये हमारा एक कंबाइंड एफर्ट है जिस पर हमें एक स्पेसिफिक एक्शन प्लान बनाने की आवश्यकता है। ज़रूरत है कि हम अपने यहाँ के होटल्स को, गेस्ट हाउसेस को, उन सबको और मेडिकल एसोसिएशन और टूर ऑपरेटर्स को इंटीग्रेट करें अलॉन्ग विद आवर हॉस्पिटल, ताकि हम इस कार्य को आगे ले जा सकें। इसके साथ ही हम किसी भी देश की या किसी भी स्टेट की बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को अपने लेवल पर समाहित कर कर उसको एक इंटीग्रेटेड वे में आगे ले जा सके, उस पर कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है। एक बहुत मुख्य अंश हम लोगों के सामने आया जब हमने सारे स्टेक होल्डर से बात की कि अगर हम पेशेंट जब देश में आता है, अगर हम उसको एक मैकेनिज्म ये ना बनाएं कि उसकी कोई ग्रीवेंस हो तो उसका समय पर रिड्रेसल ना हो, तो एक देश की इमेज इफेक्ट होती है, ब्रांड इंडिया इफेक्ट होती है। तो उसके लिए हम सभी स्टेट से ये भी रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि ज़रूरत है कि एक ग्रीवेंस रिड्रेसल मैकेनिज्म बने। डियर कोलीग्स, इसी तरीके से हमने मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज्म से, क्योंकि हम सर से, अरविंद सर से भी और कमल वर्धन सर से भी गाइडेंस लेते रहते हैं, एक प्लान ऑफ एक्शन बनाया है जिसमें कि हम वर्ल्ड वाइड प्रमोशन का कार्य करेंगे। अभी स्पेसिफिकली स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट है कि एक स्वॉट एनालिसिस करने की आवश्यकता है कि मेडिकल वैल्यू ट्रैवल को किया जाए, कैसे बढ़ाया जाए, और हर स्टेट का एक स्पेसिफिक एक्शन प्लान बने। इसी के साथ ही एक, जैसे कि हमने बताया, थाईलैंड, जापान में एक MVT पोर्टल है, तो उसी के अंतर्गत भी हमारे देश में भी पिछले 3-4 महीनों में एफर्ट करके एक पोर्टल बनाया गया है। इस पोर्टल के द्वारा हम पूरे विश्व के किसी भी पेशेंट को एक सिंगल विंडो अप्रोच से हम उसको देश के जो भी हमारे क्वालिटी हॉस्पिटल हैं, चाहे वो JCI एक्रेडिटेड हो, चाहे वो NABH एक्रेडिटेड हो, हॉस्पिटल को हम डिस्प्ले करेंगे, उन हॉस्पिटल के डॉक्टर्स को डिस्प्ले करेंगे, और उसके अंतर्गत अगर हम देखें तो हम आपको सबमिट करना चाहेंगे, ये वेब बेस्ड एप्लीकेशन बन चुकी है जो कि एंड टू एंड पेशेंट जर्नी को कैप्चर करेगी। और इसका सर अगर आपकी परमिशन हो 2-3 मिनट में एक लाइव डेमो भी दिखाना चाहेंगे। और साथ ही इसमें सर्च फंक्शनैलिटी है। मान लीजिए कि मैं अफगानिस्तान का पेशेंट हूँ, बांग्लादेश का पेशेंट हूँ या रशिया का पेशेंट हूँ, तो अगर मैं चाहता हूँ कि मुझे इस सिटी से लिंकेजेस ज़्यादा है, मुझे हैदराबाद आना है, तो आई जस्ट हैव टू सेलेक्ट कि मुझे हैदराबाद के हॉस्पिटल दिखाइए। अगर मैं कहता हूँ नहीं मुझे डॉक्टर त्रेहन को ही दिखाना है, तो डॉक्टर त्रेहन कहाँ कार्य करते हैं वह दिखाया जाएगा। अगर मैं कहूँ कि मुझे एक पर्टिकुलर प्रोसीजर कराना है, मुझे नी रिप्लेसमेंट कराना है, और कितने हॉस्पिटल और कौन से डॉक्टर ये सुविधा देते हैं और उनका क्या पैकेजेस है, वह प्रोसेस इसमें दिया गया है। साथ ही इसमें एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी को इनबिल्ट किया गया है, क्योंकि कोई भी डॉक्टर अगर किसी पेशेंट से इंटरेक्ट करेगा तो वो ट्रांसपेरेंट वे में अपना पैकेज बताएगा, उसके तहत उससे अधिक और ज़्यादा कम करने की आवश्यकता नहीं रहेगी। इसके साथ ही पोर्टल में एक देश की गवर्नमेंट दूसरे देश की गवर्नमेंट से इंटरेक्ट करेगी और वह देश की गवर्नमेंट अपने आए जो भेजे हुए पेशेंट उनको मॉनिटर कर सकती है। एक देश की गवर्नमेंट चाहती है, मान लीजिए यूए की गवर्नमेंट चाहती है कि मैं अपोलो हॉस्पिटल से टाई अप करूँ, तो वो अपोलो हॉस्पिटल को डायरेक्ट भेज सकती है और अपने पेशेंट मॉनिटर कर सकती है। किसी दूसरे देश का हॉस्पिटल हमारे देश के हॉस्पिटल से टाई अप करना चाहेगा, वह मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं। कोई पेशेंट किसी फैसिलिटेटर से बात करना चाहेगा जो टूर एजेंट्स के रूप में काम करते हैं और उनके द्वारा हॉस्पिटल से बात करना चाहेगा, या डायरेक्ट पेशेंट हॉस्पिटल से बात करना चाहेगा, वह भी संभव है। इसमें हम सभी स्टेट को एक डेडिकेटेड डैशबोर्ड देंगे। उसका एक उदाहरण के रूप में आपके सामने कभी भी रहेगा कि मेरी स्टेट में कितने पेशेंट आए, वह किस स्टेज में है, किस बीमारियों से संबंधित आए हैं, उनके द्वारा मेरे स्टेट को कितना रेवेन्यू मिला है, वह सारी फैसिलिटी भी इसमें अवेलेबल रहेगी। और साथ ही पेशेंट के टेस्टिमोनियल्स, जिसके द्वारा जो भी पेशेंट हैं वह रैंकिंग भी हॉस्पिटल की कर सकते हैं, अपने एक्सपीरियंस को भी शेयर कर सकते हैं, जो कि फर्दर हमारी फैसिलिटी को बढ़ाने में सहायता देगा। हमने इसमें टेलीमेडिसिन को इंटीग्रेट करने का कार्य कर रहे हैं, ऑलरेडी व्हाट्सएप को इंटीग्रेट कर दिया है, ताकि क्योंकि एसएमएस और फ़ोन के द्वारा हो सकता है कम्युनिकेशन कंटिन्यूड बेसिस पे दिक्कत रहे, और उसके तहत हम जब कार्य कर रहे हैं तो अभी तक 146 हॉस्पिटल इन बैकग्राउंड वी हैव वर्क विद द हॉस्पिटल जो NABH एक्रेडिटेड हॉस्पिटल है, यानी कि क्वालिटी हॉस्पिटल इसमें हमने अलाउ किए हैं। उसमें से 146 अस्पताल आयुष और मॉडर्न मेडिसिन दोनों के आ चुके हैं। 3,320 डॉक्टर्स इसमें ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं और 2,131 टाइप के प्रोसीजर इसके द्वारा हम ट्रीटमेंट ले सकते हैं। Dear colleagues, we would also like to show to you a demonstration of this portal, just a snapshot, क्योंकि समय का अभाव भी है, लेकिन अगर हम देखें तो यह पोर्टल लाइव है, जिसको कि हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि आने वाले समय में इसको लॉन्च किया जाएगा और आगे बढ़ेंगे इसमें। तो इसमें अगर आप देखें, जैसे मैंने कहा था कि अगर आप देखना चाहते हैं कि अपोलो हॉस्पिटल की कितनी ब्रांचेज हैं, तो आप अपोलो हॉस्पिटल की कोई भी ब्रांच पिक कर सकते हैं। अब उस हॉस्पिटल का पूरा जो आपको ट्रीटमेंट पता लगे, उस हॉस्पिटल के बारे में, उसमें क्या क्या स्पेशलाइजेशन हैं, कौन से डॉक्टर्स हैं, वो कितना पैकेज करते हैं, उनका क्या एक्सपीरियंस है, और हॉस्पिटल का क्या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, पेशेंट के क्या टेस्टिमोनियल्स हैं, आसपास के क्या गेस्ट हाउस हैं, वह सारी सुविधा आप इसमें देख पाएंगे। अगर इसके अलावा आप कहें कि मुझे हॉस्पिटल नहीं, एक पर्टिकुलर डॉक्टर से ही ट्रीटमेंट कराना है और क्या वह डॉक्टर अवेलेबल है, तो वह भी आप डिटेल यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं कि डॉक्टर नरेश त्रेहन कहाँ पर कार्य कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने कितने ऑपरेशन किए हैं, वे क्या ट्रीटमेंट ऑफर करते हैं, और उसके साथ ही वो अगर मेदांता में काम करते हैं तो मेदांता की क्या बैकग्राउंड है, मेदांता में कौन कौन से ट्रीटमेंट ऑफर किए जाता है, मेदांता में कौन से डॉक्टर्स हैं, उनका क्या एक्सपीरियंस है, और उसके तहत भी हम यहाँ पर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, गैलरीज और पेशेंट के टेस्टिमोनियल्स को देख सकते हैं। इसके साथ ही जैसे हमने कहा है कि हमारा फोकस इंटीग्रेटेड थेरेपी पर है, तो इंटीग्रेटेड थेरेपी के कंसर्न को चलते हुए हमने सारे ट्रीटमेंट को मॉडर्न ट्रीटमेंट और इसी के साथ ही ट्रेडिशनल ट्रीटमेंट के रूप में डिफरेंटली दिखाया है। जैसे कि अगर हम डर्मेटोलॉजी का ट्रेडिशनल ट्रीटमेंट देखें तो आप देख सकते हैं कि इसमें लोपना और रक्ष मोक्षना, इस टाइप के ट्रीटमेंट भी इसमें हाईलाइट किए गए हैं, जिसको कि हम सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। उदाहरण के रूप में जो हमारा पूरा फोकस है इस पोर्टल में इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोवाइड करना नहीं, इस पोर्टल के द्वारा हम एंड टू एंड पेशेंट को देश में आने के समय से लीड के रूप से लेके अंत तक पोस्ट डिस्चार्ज भी उसको मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं, उसका पोस्ट डिस्चार्ज ट्रीटमेंट क्या हुआ है भी मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं। तो इसके लिए पूरी पेशेंट जर्नी यहाँ पर हम इसमें मैप करेंगे। जैसे कि अगर आप देखें, पेशेंट अगर देश में आएगा तो वह पहले तो ये समझेगा कि मुझे क्या ट्रीटमेंट चाहिए, मुझे उसके बाद मेडिकल फैसिलिटेटर से कनेक्ट कर सकता है, इसी के द्वारा अपनी मेडिकल हिस्ट्री ऑफिस इस पोर्टल के द्वारा शेयर कर सकता है, उसके बाद अपना अपॉइंटमेंट फिक्स कर सकता है, देश में आने के बाद अपना वीज़ा फाइनलाइजेशन कोऑर्डिनेट कर सकता है, इंडिया आने के बाद उसका ट्रीटमेंट की पूरी जर्नी मॉनिटर की जाएगी, और जब वो लौट जाएगा तब पोस्ट ऑपरेटिव ट्रीटमेंट भी मॉनिटर किया जाएगा। उदाहरण के रूप में अगर मैं आपसे सबमिट करना चाहूँ तो अगर मान लीजिए हम इसमें से पर्टिकुलर पोस्ट टाइप ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट में से अगर हम ये कहते हैं कि अगर मुझे मैं नी रिप्लेसमेंट सर्जरी कराना चाहता हूँ, तो आप देखेंगे देश में नी रिप्लेसमेंट सर्जरी करने वाले सारे डॉक्टर्स की डिटेल उसमें देश दुनिया का कोई भी पेशेंट इसको ऑनलाइन देख सकता है। एक और सबमिशन करना चाहेंगे, यह पोर्टल मल्टीलिंगुअल बन रहा है, जिस देश में होगा बेस्ड ऑन द IP एड्रेस ऑफ दैट कंट्री, उस देश के लोग इसको पोर्टल को उसी लैंग्वेज में देखेंगे। वह कार्य भी हम कर रहे हैं। अगर इसमें हमने ये भी फैसिलिटी दी है कि एक पर्टिकुलर पेशेंट कहता है मुझे प्राइस रेंज डिफाइन करना है, मैं इसी प्राइस रेंज में काम कर सकता हूँ, मुझे बेंगलोर या चेन्नई ही आना है, तो वह पर्टिकुलर डॉक्टर सेलेक्ट हो जाएंगे। मुझे उसके बाद एक्सपीरियंस के बेसिस पे डॉक्टर को सेलेक्ट करना है, वह सेलेक्ट हो जाएंगे। मुझे कितनी सर्जरी डॉक्टर ने की उसके बेसिस पे सेलेक्ट करना, वह हो जाएगा। अब उसके बाद वो पेशेंट बिल्कुल ट्रांसपेरेंट पद्धति से, उसने ये पेशेंट डॉक्टर को सेलेक्ट नहीं कर पाया, लेकिन 3 डॉक्टर को उसने शॉर्ट लिस्ट किया, तो यहाँ से वह 3 डॉक्टर को क्वेरी भेज सकता है और अपनी मेडिकल रिपोर्ट शेयर कर सकता है, मल्टी लैंग्वेज में शेयर कर सकता है। और इसको शेयर करने के बाद डॉक्टर रिस्पॉन्ड करेंगे, और डॉक्टर के रिस्पॉन्ड करने के बाद वह डॉक्टर उससे व्हाट्सएप के द्वारा चैट करेगा, उसको मेडिकल वीज़ा भेजेगा और साथ में उससे रिलेटेड कार्य होगा। जैसे कि अगर मैं फैसिलिटेटर का एक आपको डैशबोर्ड दिखाना चाहूँगा, तो फैसिलिटेटर के पास जैसे ही एक डैशबोर्ड आया हॉस्पिटल के फैसिलिटेटर के पास, तो पूरे पेशेंट की जर्नी यहाँ से मॉनिटर की जा सकती है। अगर पेशेंट देश में आया तो वह, अगर वो नर्स पेशेंट इंडिया में आया तो जो डॉक्टर है या हॉस्पिटल है वह अपडेट करेगा कि क्या उसने पिकअप रिक्वेस्ट किया था, क्या पेशेंट देश में आ चुका है, क्या पेशेंट अभी हॉस्पिटल में पहुंच चुका है, उसका IPD चल रहा है, OPD चल रहा है, या वह डिस्चार्ज हो गया है। और उसके साथ ही इसमें पूरा एक प्रॉपर तरीके से ग्रीवेंस रिड्रेसल मैकेनिज्म इनबिल्ट किया गया है। पेशेंट को किसी भी स्टेज में कोई भी अगर दुविधा होती है, कोई भी चीटिंग का संभावना होती है, वह इसके द्वारा रेज कर सकता है, जिसको कि पोर्टल का एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर मॉनिटर करेगा, स्टेट के सहयोग से, हॉस्पिटल के सहयोग से उसका जवाब दिया जाएगा और एक ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोसेस देश में बिल्ड किया जाएगा, जिसके द्वारा हम ये चाहते हैं कि पूरे दुनिया एक सिंगल विंडो अप्रोच से देश में ट्रांसपेरेंट तरीके से आ सके और एक सीमलेस ट्रीटमेंट देश में पा सके। Dear colleagues, I would request my senior colleague Paul sir to take over from here, but we would only submit to you that this is a great opportunity for the country। और अगर हम लोग कलेक्टिवली मिलकर काम करें, अभी तक इस सेक्टर में काफ़ी सक्सेस हॉस्पिटल्स ने अपने एफर्ट से ली है। अब जरूरी है कि सरकार के तरफ से हम सब लोग जुड़ के इस स्पीड को दुगना तिगुना और उससे भी अधिक करें, ताकि देश का रेवेन्यू अर्निंग हो। जैसे इससे पहले भी बात हुई है कि नॉट ओनली रेवेन्यू अर्निंग, मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट, ऑल्सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ the job which we can create and the branding of India we can do across the world, we can all achieve through all collective collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Love.
Thank you so much.
Presentation very briefly on the aspect of Ayush and wellness, very briefly, but that needs to be emphasized. Love has already set the stage for this comprehensive effort, and in this effort, the dimension of Ayush and wellness is very much reflected, but here are some important messages that you may like to keep in mind. As you know, the focus, as we said, people will come for specific treatments of modern medicine, surgeries and so on, but they'll also come for seeking specifically Ayush related treatment. So that's one dimension that we have to pick up. And on the right, extreme right, is that people do come here for tourism, combined with wellness, rejuvenation, mental and spiritual well-being. And we can create a connect between all the 3 of these bubbles as we move along. Ayush is truly India's jewel. In April this year, WHO Collaborating Center for Traditional Medicine was set up, which we believe will be a big fillip for the Ayush sector globally. And the WHO Director General said that through Ayush sector, India will go to the whole world and the entire world will come to India. So the possibilities are opening up, and I'm very happy to also state here that the events related to this particular launch, the Honorable Prime Minister announced Ayush Visa, specifically Ayush Visa as one pathway, and the work is going on in this regard. Ayurveda, Ayush comprises Ayurveda professionals, 4.5 lakh, yoga, about 80,000, naturopathy, 3,000, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, and Sovarikpa, which is the Tibetan medicine, and is in Dharamshala where it is being used. So Ayush has multiple dimensions, and therefore there are multiple clients, so to say, for this system. Over 140 Ayush hospitals are already systematically accredited by the NABH, which is National Accrediting Agency, and you may like to see how much of that presence is there in your states, and encourage these states to get this get this accreditation, which helps further. You saw from Love Agarwalji's presentation, 40 traditional medicine hospitals, 33 private, 7 government have already been identified for the first phase of MBT initiative, to which Love has made a presentation. And this is a list of those hospitals. Many more should come. Already, therefore, you can see that as we move forward with MBT initiative in our country, Ayush and wellness is well connected. We need to attract new high-value patients from OECD countries in particular, but also we need to reach out to new geographies and brand India as a destination of traditional medicine and wellness, as well as high-end modern therapies. Of the 61 target countries that you saw in the slide shown by Love, there are some which are shaded light pink, this one. These are the ones where we believe high-value clients can come for Ayush-related work, because there's already visibility there, and it's a reach already out there which can be harnessed further. The Ayush Ministry has launched a scheme, and we will request you to kindly make use of this particular scheme. It's called Champion Service Sector Scheme, which is specifically aimed to enhance medical tourism in the field of Ayush. And what it does is that for a facility of Ayush, 10-bedded, 50-bedded or daycare centers, there is a provision for interest subsidy to the tune of 8.5 crore. Please make use of this scheme. We'll be happy to connect you to the Ministry of Ayush to harness this particular scheme, and do suggest if there are possibilities of crafting other schemes which will give stimulus to this initiative. National Medical and Wellness Tourism Board has also been established. As has been stated, the wellness, I'm now coming very briefly to the wellness part. Ayush is specific system, well organized, legal, science and art of our traditional medicine, but the wellness one, wellness economy itself is a huge potential, and the two can be connected. India currently ranks at 12th position. You can see very powerful nations, very, are all higher than us. The wellness is all over, not only in middle income countries, but also in the richest of the countries, and we have to compete with them. And as has been stated, and you can see right here, it is a $7 trillion projection for the year 2025 in this sector, and this is among the highest growing sector in the world. We need to capitalize on this, capture this opportunity. Global wellness economy will grow at 10% annually. 7.3% rate for global economy by IMF is one estimate. Wellness economy is a $7 trillion economy, and Ayush, India's traditional system of medicine, is currently estimated at USD 6.7 billion already. There are opportunities, and there are leadership being awaited. Now, when you look at the Ayush sector, Ayush treatments happen in clinics, hospitals, practices, and centers of excellence. Mix of public and private both, systematic. But when you look at wellness, rejuvenation, spiritual well-being, mental well-being, then there are clinics, there are spas, hotels. Suddenly it's not just hospitals, hotels, resorts, home care, home stay, for example. And huge role here is for the private sector. But then Ayush and wellness is technically everywhere, because there are mid-sized cities, smaller towns where Ayush and wellness can be practiced, can be energized, can be given impetus. So Ayush and wellness is value travel is not only for international tourists. Very importantly, domestic tourism in this sector is also waiting to be harnessed. Our own domestic sector. So it's international, but also domestic, and therefore its expanse is much bigger than the modern medicine tourism, medical tourism that we just now heard about. So it's all over in all star, 5-star, 4-star, 3-star hotels, and mid-sized towns and large towns and cities. Here are a few asks from the states in this regard. Please build a strong partnership with stakeholders. You may call it State Ayush and Wellness Forum, a thinking organization connected to the state board that has been suggested for MBT in general. State tourism departments, please display the details of Ayush, yoga, meditation and wellness centers on your official websites. That's what Kerala has done. Show them as part of the repertoire of the choices tourists have. Encourage Ayush service providers to get NABH accreditation. Develop SOPs and guidelines for wellness facilities and providers. What should be the standards of these diverse wellness providers? Start facilitation centers and help desks in this regard. Make use of the service sector scheme, the champion service sector scheme that I refer to, and also embrace best practices of other states, particularly I would say Kerala, which has shown great advancement in this area. Kerala, this is an official website, pictures from the official website of Kerala Tourism Department, which generously shows the private enterprise in the space of Ayush and wellness. You have opportunities to link Ayush and wellness, medical value tourism in specific areas. Siddha, for example, in Tamil Nadu. Sawarikpa in Himalayan region. You may promote wellness tourism in tourist hotspots, the obvious tourist hotspots. You may also link it to religious tourism that we talked about. And you may also like to showcase Ayurveda and yoga related historical sites of our nation. Essentially, we need to establish, expand Ayush wellness economy and ecosystem in every tourist destination, not just big, but also the mid-size and the small size. That is the potential that exists for this very rich tradition and legacy. Our aspiration will be and should be to be in top 10 nations list for wellness economy by 2025. We are at 12. We have a chance to move it below, at or below 10 in the next 2 to 3 years and move to the top 5 positions in 2030. We also would like to take a challenge of creating 50 Ayush Medicities by the year 2030. Ultimately, our vision is to make India a destination for holistic well-being, position India as the #1 medical and wellness tourism destination globally. We are all your partners, Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Tourism, and of course, Niti Aayog. And all of us are here together to take this huge potential, to take forward, to achieve the huge potential that this sector has. With these words, my deep gratitude. And before I conclude, sir, in your presence, Honorable Sir, Union Minister of Tourism, sir, particularly want to congratulate you for your suggestion on youth tourism clubs. I think it's fantastic, sir. That Jan Bhagidari is important. We'll be very happy to work with you, sir. Secondly, a point that has probably not been very outrightly focused here is that in the medium to long term, tourism development of our nation would also depend on systematic, sustainable urban development. Because, many of our tourist destinations are already under huge pressure. So I like to just make this point for record that urban development, urban spaces are very critical for optimum gains in tourism sector. And here I just want to mention that at Niti Aayog, this aspect of systematic, structured, sustainable urban development of future has been a focus, and we'll be happy to assist you in that regard. Thank you very much. Honored to be here. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, your insights, and also what our colleague Love has mentioned about medical value tourism, on which the Health Ministry and the Niti Aayog have been working together, will surely inspire the states to do more in this regard. I would like to just share with all the participants that this conference has been organized in very close collaboration with the Niti Aayog, and the CEO Niti Aayog and his team and Dr. Paul, all of gave us the guidance on how to organize and the details of this two-day conference. Unfortunately, the CEO, Mr. Dr. Parmeshwaran Iyer, could not attend. So our thanks to him in absentia, but thank you to Dr. Paul for coming and being with us all these days and delivering this very inspiring lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Honorable Minister for Tourism, Maharashtra, Sri Mangal Prabhat Lodaji.
Thanks for this opportunity. I will, Mr. Satalikarji, can you run our presentation, PPT? We'll start with the small PPT presentation. I won't take much of time. Yes. So actually the detail has already been discussed, and it has been we all have been well informed about the two senior people. So I have not much to add to it, but still whatever we have prepared, we will present it. Ayurveda, wellness and medical value, it's basically three things: what is the objective, what is the mission, and what is the vision. Vision is make the most preferred destination in wellness, medical tourism, as Mr. Paul has already said. And the second is about this wellness and medical value travel basics. So this is basically two major part: disease prevention and disease treatment. And there are sub-part. I won't go in the detail. So we are trying to give the copy, hand over copy to all of you, so you can, I don't want to waste your time. That is the reason I am hurrying it up. Current wellness and medical tourism scenario, it has been already been told in detail, and so I don't have much to add in it. What is wellness? So again, I would like to say that the present government under the leaders of Honorable Narendra Bhai Modi ji added the old values of the Indian medical facilities and the Indian medical systems in the overall medical facilities of the country. So we are today this subject is on that only, Ayush and all connected subject. Next is on the specialties being covered under wellness centers. So it's we all know, but detox, doctor consultation, Panchkarma treatment, Kishan Sutra, Ayurvedic medicine, yoga and medication. About yoga, we all know, and we are proud of it, that Honorable Prime Minister ji has, not only in our country, it is all over the world. One yoga is not only it is exercise, but it's a medical exercise, and it is the whole world has accepted it. So in Ayurveda, that's a part of it. We have in Maharashtra, we have lot of old wellness centers and institutes, as well as the modern medical. We have very big medical tourism in Maharashtra. Very big number. People are coming from all over the world. So we have just mentioned some centers. We have wellness resorts also. We have just mentioned it. Emerging need for Ayurveda wellness and medical value travel. So there is a need to transform conventional medical tourism to Ayurveda wellness and medical value travel by setting up a unique ecosystem. It aims to provide accredited and affordable wellness and medical services for the holistic well-being of the mind, body and soul. Providing holistic end-to-end services and after-care assistance along with treatment, retreat, regeneration, recovery and rehabilitation with the help of various wellness programs. So it is there. About some medical tourism of our state, Maharashtra. So we have given some detail. So we have the 4 international airports, 2 major ports, 53 minor ports. We have 20,000 specialist doctors, committed nurses, and it's the full detail is there. So we have 65 Ayurveda colleges in Maharashtra. I think probably one of the biggest number in the India. So we have all the infrastructure, and one problem which we all are facing is as the need is improving, we don't have that much support staff to manage. So I have this skills department also with me, and I will request the Honorable Minister Sir to look into it, that whatever is the skill department has the programs for this medical support team, Ayurveda, Ayush, all that. Can there be little more improvement in that and emphasis on that? So we plan to have special courses for that and to give 1,000 support staff every year. Now, our strength, India's strength is, it is the birthplace of yoga, Ayurveda and meditation. Yes, we are honored, we are very proud about it. We have comparatively very cheaper accommodation and retreats. Reasonable accommodation, I won't use the word cheaper accommodation, it's reasonable rates we are providing. We have ample human resources available, doctors, wellness experts, yes, we need to improve it, but we have the ample. We have hub of spiritual centers, temples, ashrams, vipassana centers, where it's automatically there is atmosphere for this kind of treatment. And what is the areas where we need to improve? That is lack of focused and target-oriented marketing and promoted activities. Today, what Mr. Agrawal has shown, that app, that it may help it. The industry is not very much organized, so it needs a central intervention and guidance to organize it. Yes, we have to improve on some cases about international standards, what they expect from us and what we have. In some places we have all the international standards, but in some places we need to improve. Punctuality, then brand development. We don't have a national brand development about it. So I will request Honorable Minister Sir to think about it. Post-COVID health trip and lifestyle created demand for wellness. International demand is increased like anything, and it's a pre-medical thinking is also people are going for to improve their immunity, all that. Emerging interest in yoga and Ayurveda, scope to make preferred destination for well-being. Startup can contribute in a big way if we can. It's a new subject, comparatively new subject. So if we can target some startups, and as Honorable Minister was saying in between that we can have some small meeting, so where he was thinking of calling some startup also, that can add in it. What are the threats? One is that the experts are, sometimes they are migrating to the developed countries for the better facilities, better remuneration. So that is, in all the medical field, we have that here also. And focused efforts by developed countries to set up wellness industry. Now all over the world they are developing it, so we need to be more cautious about it. Way forward, last slide. State and national wellness and medical value travel strategy and policy framework. Build institutional and regulatory framework for the industry. There are small institutes everywhere, so it need to be little more regulated. Concentrated and focused efforts for marketing and promoting the segments. It needs international marketing efforts. Create robust ecosystem by providing support to the stakeholders. This is one. We will be requesting Honorable Minister Sir to allow us to present one video, but before we start the video, I would like to have some small 2-3 points. Like the Honorable Minister said that you should tell about what your state has done, particularly if something new. So we have finalized 12 policy papers like agro-tour policy, carbon policy, etc. 6 has already been declared, 6 will be declared in 1 month's time. Secondly, instead of utilizing whatever budget we have spread over many places, what we have done this year is that we have pointed and decided to improve 5 forts, 5 temples, like we have Ashtabhinayaka and all that, and 5 natural sports like sanctuaries, water bodies every year. So every year we will be developing 15 places. So by 5 years we will be developing around 75 places. And sir, we have done one more thing, that we have made our calendar for next 2 years. Every 1 month we have one big festival somewhere, either agro festival or religious festival or fort connected festival. And we are declaring it for next 2 years. Once it is settled, we may declare it for further. Sir, with your due permission, some thoughts to share. Can we have all the states are having their own marketing systems. We are participating in the world over symposiums and trademarks and all that. But can like Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat, can the central tourism ministry can have some central marketing for the whole Bharat, so we all will be benefited out of it. It's up to just to a thought to hand over to you, sir. Secondly, that some guidelines like the central government is helping the states for Swadesh Darshan and Prasad, and what I have discussed with some experts, so they were suggesting that it's very good that they are supporting you and the states are benefiting. But is there any need to add some conditions, like we will run the pollution-free vehicle, garbage disposal, all that? So this big support you are giving is appreciated, and we have some responsibility with it. A small suggestion, sir, that's up to states only, but since you are the head of us, like we have forts in Raigad, but the warfares and the swords which were used in Raigad war and afterwards are stored in a museum at Mumbai. So can there be a something like that? When we go to the fort, there are small centers, so connected items are stored there only. Sir, I will also request that we all have the festivals, trade banks or all that, but when I was going through all these things, we have understood that very important stakeholders are participating here, which they normally don't do in all of our states. Sir, if central government, the tourism ministry can, under your leadership, take some steps that at least 2-3 big events of every state is being supported by the central, not financially, but stakeholders are told to participate. We have been, like, you are guiding something, so we are guided that how to involve them and how to take it forward. It will be a very big thing, sir. And one thing I have written before, but you have already, sir, think about it, that can we have the national, like this national conference, can we have a big travel tourism mart or one event every year in every state? Sir, it's already there, you are thinking about it, but sir, our last point was just a suggestion. There was a small appearance that in Mr. Pal's presentation that about helpline. Can the central tourism ministry can have one central helpline in around 1,000 important tourist places? That helpline number is there. So like whenever we fly, there is a message that you can, if you have any complaint, you lodge it there. In train also we have the message. So wherever one feeling about the security, about some suggestions, it comes to you, and then if the state is connected, it is sent to the state, so there will be a security more feeling, and we will become little more responsible. Sir, I would like to congratulate you, Honorable Reddy sir, about this big event you have this time done in Hyderabad, about this Amrit Mahotsav of the Hyderabad, sir, and आपका कॉपी करके सर हमने भी वो मराठवाड़ा में किया, पर सर वो आपका प्रोग्राम बहुत अच्छा हुआ, और ये भी जो आपने यहाँ पर भी आज ये प्रोग्राम किया है सर, ये आपकी थॉट है कि आपने यहाँ पर इस जगह पर धर्मशाला में आके किया है, जो कि ये इसमें बताता है कि आपके मन में लॉन्ग रन में क्या है, भारत के कोने कोने में टूरिज्म में जाना चाहिए. I will, my 8 minutes are coming to an end, so I will close myself, but my presentation. But before there's just 30 seconds, one small video. Mr. Savlikar.
You name it, we have it. Yours truly, Maharashtra Unlimited.
Thank you,
sir. Dhanyavad, sir. Next speaker is Dr. Madhivendan, Honorable Minister for Tourism from Tamil Nadu.
Honorable Union Minister, Honorable Union Minister of State, Honorable Ministers, State Ministers, distinguished delegates, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant noon to one and all. So yesterday it was about spiritual and culture tourism from Tamil Nadu. So today it's about medical tourism, which is an untouched subject, but which is an important and essential and a growing sector. It is very fortunate that in Tamil Nadu Tourism Department, me, the Minister, as well as the Principal Secretary are doctors. And so we have special interest and extra keen in this sector, the medical tourism. And medical tourism, as per definition, is the people travel from one country, the patients travel from one country to another for a cost-effective treatment. Even though it is termed tourism, this is a sensitive part of a tourism because you have many legality and ethical issues involved in this. In India, it is a growing medical hub. Not only in modern medicine, we have great infrastructure, cutting-edge technologies, and not only in modern medicine, we have our native medicines, the Ayurveda, Unani, Yoga, Naturopathy. And when it comes to Tamil Nadu, we have our traditional medicine, the Siddha. So this sector is very important and it is a growing sector and which needs to be concentrated. And nowadays, the people, when it comes to wellness tourism, as soon as they book a hotel in the room, their first thing is they book a slot for the spa. And you don't get it because the spa has become so famous and the wellness tourism is very much growing. And that was a wonderful presentation by Mr. La Agarwal, who's our additional secretary, which is a need for another single window system. And that will be a great application. So now we have a presentation from our principal secretary about the medical and wellness tourism. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, dignitaries on and off the dais, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Dr. Lava Agarwal actually made a very comprehensive presentation, so I would not like to repeat most of the points that he has already covered. But suffice it to say that I will contextualize it to the context of Tamil Nadu and make a few points. In one of the slides that was shown in the Government of India, Tamil Nadu is perhaps the only state which has 3 identified destinations, Chennai, Coimbatore and Vellore, perhaps the highest in the whole country, to be chosen for medical destinations in the country. It perhaps is quite a good testimony to the kind of facilities and capabilities that the state has. It is estimated that about 40% of medical tourists of India end up visiting Tamil Nadu at some point of time. We have a combination of medical tourism, which is one of our biggest strengths, and also wellness tourism. In fact, it is estimated that revenue earned by hospitals in Chennai alone in 2019-20 is about 1,000 crores. And Tamil Nadu ranks second in the Niti Aayog Health Index. Tamil Nadu has been a dramatically progressive state with many firsts to its credit. South Asia's first proton beam therapy was started in Apollo Hospitals, Chennai. The first hospital in entire South Asia to perform pediatric liver transplants is the Rela Institute at Chennai. The first reconstructive surgery for leprosy in the world was done in CMC Vellore. The first in Asia abdominal wall transplant again was done in Apollo Hospitals. The largest pediatric heart and lung transplant hospital in entire Asia is based out of MGM Healthcare in Chennai. The first T-replete haploid identical bone marrow transplant in India was again done by Miyot Hospitals. Suffice it to say that our pedigree is quite good. Why is TN the ideal choice for medical and wellness tourism? As I mentioned in my previous slide, some of the most important cutting-edge technologies are available in Tamil Nadu, and with that we have some of the best-in-class professionals leading in this particular sector in this particular state. It has a huge cost advantage even as compared to other cities in India. The hospitality of Tamil Nadu has been traditional, welcoming. It has a rich cultural heritage which can add to the value of medical value travel. Lot of institutions in Tamil Nadu actually have international memberships of various professional associations. Chennai is also wonderfully well connected with international connectivity, and it also has a lot of destinations for rejuvenation. The major source markets for Tamil Nadu are the following. Most of them come from the Middle East. Some of them do come from the United Kingdom, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh. A new emerging market that has actually been recently seen is Africa. medical treatment, I have broadly mentioned this. Just want to reiterate that we have about 7 JCI accredited hospitals, which is currently less. The state government would like to see more hospitals get this accreditation because it is more internationally accepted. We have expert specialties and doctors in more than 28 specialties. It is a powerhouse for medical manpower and allied medical manpower. We did a cost comparison. In fact, Dr. Love Agarwal actually made this in his presentation. But to just say, the cost comparisons in USD, most of the procedures from heart bypass to hip replacement to dental implants to gastric bypass, across the board, we are as compared to even neighboring states like Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Turkey and South Korea, we are way, way, way less and very, very competitive without compromising in any way on the standard of care that we offer in the hospitals. Some of the most renowned hospitals in Tamil Nadu are as under Apollo Group, Gem Hospital, Miyot Hospital and all that. In one of the most important hospitals is the Madras Medical College. Suffice it to say that the Madras Medical College has a hoary history. It was one of the first medical colleges. In fact, Calcutta and MMC were started way back in 1835 and they were the first medical colleges to be started in the whole of India. Another credit is that the first women to get into the medical college was in 1875. Why is it unique? Because at that point in time, the entire Europe medical colleges were closed to women and there was only one other college in the United States of America that admitted women. It was such a dramatically progressive institution. In 1878, 4 women doctors passed out of MMC. Today, in the same tradition, we have all these wonderful super specialty institutions offering world-class care with the latest protocols of treatment to be followed anywhere in the world, including robotic surgeries, all housed in Tamil Nadu. Some of the specialties offered are cardiology, neurology, oncology, orthopedics, pulmonology, pediatrics, and so on and so forth. This is to just give you a broad overview of the state and its medical institutions. It has a well-established network of hospitals. Registered private hospitals are about 4,500. Government health centers are more than 10,000. And Tamil Nadu has one of the best public health systems in the country. The Apollo group of hospitals, you will be surprised, has a very famous reputation for cardiology and cardiothoracic surgery. They have a record 1,52,000 cardiac and cardiothoracic surgeries. They have done kidney transplants, 1,80,000 plus neurosurgeries. It is indeed a veritable powerhouse for medical talent and medical procedures. Miyot Hospital is a specialty hospital. They are perhaps the world's largest knee and joint replacement surgeries are done in this hospital in terms of numbers and in terms of variety. They also are famous for interventional cardiology, orthopedics and trauma. The state has a separate directorate of Indian medicine and it has established many institutions across various faculties like Ayurveda and a record 19 yoga and naturopathy medical colleges. We have Siddha 10 and we also are in the process of establishing a separate university for Siddha. Some of the wellness centers and resorts. We also have a very strong presence in spirituality and wellness in terms of Ramanashramam Tiruvannamalai, Matri Mandir in Villupuram and Arivu Tirukoil in Aliyar, Kangayam. So these are some of the pictures of these facilities. Tiruvannamalai is very famous. A lot of people from Europe come here every year. Auroville also is very famous for yoga, meditation and sound healing. Arivu Tirukoil is a yoga retreat center in the Western Ghats. We are very happy to work with the Government of India to make this entire thing possible. And towards the end, we actually would like to show a small video.
you so much, Chandramohan. We have the last presentation for this session, Principal Secretary, West Bengal. After this presentation, we'll break for lunch, and lunch ke samay pe Honorable Minister for Tourism has directed us that Honorable Minister MOS Sri Ajay Bhattji, accompanied by the DG, will meet individual ministers separately on a discussion on the schemes of the MOT. So third floor में जहाँ Honorable Minister की press conference हुआ था इसी building में, वहाँ हम मिलेंगे during lunch. Lunch भी वहीं है. So हरियाणा, मध्य प्रदेश, उड़ीसा, तमिलनाडु, उत्तर प्रदेश and महाराष्ट्र ये discuss करेंगे on प्रसाद दर्शन and other under Sri Ajay Bhatt साहब, और under Honorable MOS Sri Sripad Naik साहब और Additional Secretary राकेश कुमार वर्मा जी लीड करेंगे. अरुणाचल प्रदेश, असम, मिजोरम, पंजाब एंड गोवा इसी हॉल में है. थैंक यू. So I request Principal Secretary West Bengal to make his presentation.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Minister for Tourism, Government of India, Honorable Secretary Tourism, Government of India, Honorable Ministers, senior officers and dignitaries from various states and organizations. When we talk about medical tourism in the state of West Bengal, there are certain things which come to our mind. First of all, West Bengal is very strategically located to deserve and to attract tourists to the state of West Bengal, something which is already happening actually. We share our borders with Bhutan, Nepal and Bangladesh, and we also from the neighboring states and again from the Southeast Asian countries also we have patients coming to West Bengal, and again from various South Asian countries and the Middle East countries also. We have a strong air connectivity. Again, when it comes to quality medical infrastructures, again there are very recognized big brands in Calcutta and West Bengal. Again, there are NABH, NABL and JCI accredited hospitals available in the state of West Bengal. Definitely the concentration definitely is more in Calcutta. Recently the New York Magazine actually selected one public healthcare facility, SSKM hospital, to be the best healthcare service provider in the country. And again, when it comes to doctor-patient ratio, West Bengal fares slightly better than the national average. The certain big brands which are already there, like Amri, Apollo, Gleneagles, Fortis Hospitals, Rabindranath Tagore International Institutes of Cardiac Sciences, PLS Hospitals, Tata Medical Center. There are many such hospitals actually in the states. I can keep on naming them. But again, what we are talking about here is the kind of services they offer, the specialized services, the tie-up with various international bodies and national institutions for offering medical educations and specialized treatment, the number of beds that are available in the state in these hospitals. Again, I think Lag Bagrawal's sir's presentation and Secretary Tamil Nadu presentation also we saw the various cost comparisons. So here also when you talk about India definitely offers very competitive prices when it comes to treatment of various ailments and diseases. So in India itself, if we compare with various cities, again Calcutta offers very competitive prices, the rates are much cheaper, even the waiting time for various treatments and surgeries are much less here. Again, the state government's budget has also over the years has been rising from what we were in 2011 to now. It's almost more than 16,000 crore. We have 26 medical colleges as of now. 6 new medical colleges have recently come up with more than 4,000 MBBS seats. We have around already 7,500 health and wellness center already functional in the state. which will be around 10,000 towards the end of this year. We have 10 BSc nursing colleges and around 100 nursing training schools, which offers nursing education to the aspiring students. Then again, when it comes to eye treatment, again, these are certain brands, but we have many more brands and many more hospitals which offer these services. Recently, the government of West Bengal had a tie-up with Tata Medical Hospital, Mumbai, with whom we are on a spoke and hub model. We are setting up 2 hubs, one in Siliguri, North Bengal Medical College and Hospitals, the other one in SSKM in Calcutta. Under this, we will be having 4 spokes at Sagadatta Medical Colleges, again Badman Medical Colleges, Murshidabad Medical Colleges and Calcutta Medical Colleges. So works are already on. We hope by end of this year, these hospitals are supposed to be functional. When it comes to Ayurveda and Ayush treatment, we definitely have some institutions in the private sector and the government sector, but definitely we have to do much. We have to do a lot of groundwork when it comes to, when we compare ourselves with Kerala and Tamil Nadu. COVID, we all know that when the pandemic happened, it was something, a very challenging time. So COVID actually might have been very bad for the tourism sector, and again for the entire world economy as a whole. But to the health sector, it definitely it came as a boon, at least in terms of when it comes to upgradation of infrastructures. So where we were only 3,000, we had only 3,281 beds for treatment of contagious diseases. On 1st April 2020, 3,281, and CCUSDO was only 387, which is now at 5,235, and these beds have gone up to almost more than 32,000. So again, thanks to MOSW and Dr. Pal and Agarwal sir, we have all been coordinating accordingly, thanks to the different funding and everything which came up, and we accordingly ensured that we actually have much more stronger infrastructure in place now. Again, talking about health tourism or medical tourism, obviously the MICE tourism definitely comes to mind where different conferences happen. So not only for health tourism, but definitely for different other sectoral MICE tourism which might happen in the state. So we have all this definitely strong infrastructure when it comes to encouragement and promotion of MICE tourism in the state. So we in Calcutta, Siliguri, or even in different districts, we have convention centers. Again, overall, we have around 35,000, more than 35,000 rooms in the state in different hotels, and in 5 to 7-star hotel itself, we have more than 5,000 rooms available. We already have a state medical tourism board in the state functional. It happened just before COVID. So in the interim, we had this pandemic, and now we will ensure that state medical tourism board starts functioning to its full capacity. Again, these are various other things which are already happening in the state. West Bengal is one of the few states which has all the necessary elements when it comes to promotion of tourism. We have hills, we have forests, we have beaches, oceans, we have Sundarbans. We have all the necessary geographical features to ensure for which we attract more and more tourists. We are already at number 5 when it comes to domestic tourists arrival, where we are at number 6 when it comes to foreign tourist arrivals. Sir, we'll just show one small video, AV. Thank you, sir. A small AV, sir. AV. लगाया नहीं? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we'll move for food, and along with food, you have food for thought also. There is lunch will be accompanied by there is a talk on agri-tourism by Sri Panduranga Bhagavan Rao Tavare, who is an expert on agri-tourism. Thank you so much. I request all of you to join for lunch. So we'll reassemble here by 2:30.
कमल कि वो विज्ञान भवन फंक्शन का कौन देख रहा है? अशोक इवेंट्स यही लोग हैं यहाँ वाले? दिल गो बैक एंड डू कार्ड वार्ड हो जाएगा।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Where's your team? Nothing ready?
अमृतसर से लूँगा। अच्छा हाँ मिलते हैं सर। एक नज़ारा ये भी देखिए, इंडिया को इनक्रेडिबल बनाए रखने वाला। मैंने तो इसमें से मेघालय का नहीं, उनका हुआ नहीं है। अच्छा बस वो कॉपी के लिए। सारा डाल दो। इसमें मैच मत करो, इसको अलग से रखो। अच्छा नहीं, दिस इज गोइंग टू गो। वो पेन ड्राइव वो वाला ये हुआ नहीं है, उसको देना है ना सारे वीडियो। Can you see the Panduranga has started talking?
Plunge into the world of Kiran's journey. Discover the enchanted paradise of Ghana. At the edge of the mighty Himalayas lies the tropical wonder of the Northeast. The realm of the one-horned lion. Come, write your story in the captivating reserves of Kaziranga. Experience the wonder that is India. sites and centuries of civilization entwined. Each moment spent here feels truly divine. Wish you were here when the rising sun unveiled glorious sights. An endless beauty revealed its might. Where each step, each turn, each moment promises to excite. Where every journey, every road, every breath leads to the light. How I wish. In the midst of the garden rails, crowned the mighty Bengal tigers, driven by the largest plains on land, lose yourself in the blues and greens of the southern safari. Peria National Park.
What does luxury mean to you?
Luxury. In India, I discovered that true luxury isn't something we buy off a shelf. True luxury is a feeling that you are the Maharani of your world. And it can be all designed around you. All the beauty is yours. All the music is yours. India showed me that luxury doesn't follow designers and brands. True luxury follows its own heart.
Incredible India.
People ask me what culinary school I went to. My answer is India.
But this presentation only he has to
I learned that you don't add masala just to the food.
You don't need to touch it. Oh, sure.
You add it to everything you do. I learned that flavor is more than a taste. It's a sight, it's a sound, it's a science. In India, I found the secret masala spices that make all the difference. The joy with which you cook, the love with which you serve.
Reincarnation. India showed us what it's really about.
Sure.
A little pain is good. Reminds us we are alive.
India. It's so alive, so soulful. Ayurveda had to be born here.
Ayurveda is literally the science of life.
Life flows through the air here, healing the body, reawakening the spirit, keeping a culture that's centuries old, forever young. Ayurveda showed us you don't have to wait for reincarnation. You can be reborn in this life.
I was going to shut down my family bookstore, but the Indian rhinoceros saved it.
Let them do all the
That's a rare bird. In my travels in Kaziranga, I saw the jungle growing again, and I heard the story of the rhino.
50 years ago, there were only 400 rhinos. But now, there are more than 2,400.
India showed me what can happen if you don't give up. Indian rhino can make a comeback in this day and age. So can my bookstore.
Racing has taken me all over the world. But when I put on the helmet, I am still in India. India, where I found yoga and the champion inside me.
If your mind is racing, how can you slow down? Breathe.
I have breathed in India's magic. I have felt its warmth. I have breathed out the noise. The Himalayas, the Ganges. I have breathed in their calm. Yoga has taught me the truth about life and motorcycles. That the more still you are, the further you can go.
Mizoram, a paradise for everyone. Is this not what your heart truly desires? A bliss of nature, serenity, and adventure. A land of rolling hills, rivers, and lakes. Flow like the river and soar among the clouds. This is my land, my home, Mizoram.
आपका है क्या? अच्छा, वही सोच रहा था किसका है?
उत्तराखंड का बात करना है, डिजिटल उत्तराखंड, सेक्रेटरी उत्तराखंड के ऊपर बात करते हैं। दोनों ड्राइवर नहीं गए नहीं यार ये कॉपी कर रहा हूँ वो देनी है ना एमए ऑफिसर्स को दे
Are you looking for an adventure in the East? Mizoram is an exceptional display of nature. It is such an astonishing sight to behold. For a unique and mind-blowing experience, explore the magnificent beauty of Zampai. That is the only way to truly understand the magic of its beauty. See it, explore it, experience it. This is Zampai, mystical Mizoram, a true paradise for travelers.
I am not in Delhi, I am in a conference in Dharamshala. Can you please speak with my assistant director, Jisha Ashok? I will no other person. I'll share your number with her. She will call you back. What's your name?
From majestic mountains to musical shores, my journey continues to take me. Surrounded by misty green forests, I now reach God's own country, and here lies Kuwar, where the Mayor River flows into the Arabian Sea. The region boasts of golden beaches and sparkling backwaters that make it perfect. The welcoming fisherman community is always ready for them. The tall coconut palm trees make it a paradise for a nature lover and photographer like me. Soulful to explore, the natural beauty of these villages leaves me rejuvenated and hungry for more.
India eagerly waits to share her unexplored secrets with you. The old world charm of her villages, the inspiring stories of its people, culture and landmarks leave travelers like me in awe. My ideal of a holiday is to get away from the maddening crowd and experience the uniqueness of a country. During my journey within India, I came across a quiet and unspoiled treasure, Nagpur, a village in Himachal Pradesh. The shimmering blues and greens of the picturesque Nagpur Lake are complemented perfectly by beautiful houses decorated and colorful flags that surround it.
वो environment and forest वाले
But that's not the only thing about Nagpur that makes you want to explore more. The Nagpur Monastery
और साई इसमें तो प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं वीडियोस तो नहीं है बाकी स्टेट्स के
amidst the towering Himalayas. As I walk down the street and pass by blue-black framed windows and doors, each lane seems to have its own story to tell.
So the presentation is with us. We're just loading it from Drive to here. The presentation is already.
The ever-evolving stories of the Nagpur locals make me want to keep coming back for more. At each turn, I come across someone who makes me feel right at home. I make my way from the tall brown mountains of Nagpur to the vast golden deserts of Kimsar. A village in Rajasthan is the perfect combination of rustic and regal. Here, you can experience royalty in a village. The melange of the royal history of the Kimsar fort is a showcase of centuries of craftsmanship. I know I'm creating memories that will stay with me forever as I make my way through the intricately decorated forts and high sand dunes. Donned in colorful attires and ornaments, the tunes of folk musicians even make the desert blossom. My journey to self-discovery is hidden in India and her villages.
इसके अलावा तो और कुछ नहीं कॉपी कर सकते ना। कर्नाटका का भी लेना है, ये कर्नाटका का ही है।
In the glorious land of Gujarat lives the pride of Asia. In the flora-covered vastness live the untold stories of the jungle. Prepare yourself for the safari of a lifetime, for the unmatched beauty of Sasangi.
मैं हिमाचल हूँ, प्रकृति मेरा अंचल, ऊंची पर्वत श्रृंखलाएं मेरा ताज, सुंदर झरने मेरे घुंघरू, स्थानीय संस्कृति मेरा गौरव। पहली मुलाकात में ही अनजान लोगों के दिलों में उतर जाता हूँ। मैं देवभूमि हिमाचल कहलाता हूँ। मनमोहक नज़ारों के साथ यहाँ रोपवे जैसे अभिनव परिवहन समाधान है। अनदेखे गंतव्यों पर भ्रमण का भी अनोखा एहसास है। यूं ही नहीं, मुझे देखने के अनेक कारण हैं। खूबसूरत वादियों, शांत वातावरण और ताज़ी हवा का यहाँ वास है। यहाँ हर मोड़ पर कुछ नया, कुछ खास है। गांव की संस्कृति और सादगी दिलों में राज कर जाती है। स्थानीय उत्सव और प्राकृतिक सुंदरता प्रकृति से बातें करने के लिए उकसाती है। हर आगंतुक का स्वागत मेरे लिए सर्वोपरि है। मेहमान नवाजी के मेरे भी शाही अंदाज है। हिमाचल विविध अनुभवों का अनूठा पर्यटक स्थल। बिताए यहाँ सुकून के कुछ पल।
बस वीडियो चलेंगे, फिर 50 चलेंगे, फिर ठहरने में चलेंगे। बिग स्क्रीन कर दो।
It is every person's dream to be mesmerized by the beauty of the Taj Mahal.
When you come here, you discover instant comfort is right for India.
For me as a designer, I'm inspired by its timelessness.
As a writer, I know that my chapter of India has only just begun.
Food and travel are my passions.
Here I am, playing on the world-class golf courses of India. Feel what I feel.
India has a power, a magic about it that draws me back here each time. I can't wait to go back and discover more.
This is my 8th time here, and it won't be my last.
They are travelers, not citizens of just one nation, who find ways to make home in places that invite them in. And India is not just incredible, India is acquirable. It won't just accept you, pulling you in with open arms, allowing your passions to find peace. India is a personal voyage, an endless profusion of everything for everyone. It may not have all that you singularly want, but it'll give you the one thing that makes you richer.
India has made me believe in myself.
Everywhere you go will have a secret to share with you. Anyone could give you a memory to take back forever. You'll never
Rupesh.
feel what someone else felt, and you will never see what someone else saw. There is no one India for everyone. There are billions of Indias, and you will find yours. Discover an India that is truly all yours.
Manoj Kumar from Karnataka. 97 batch. I am making a Karnataka. Sir, I'm in tourism, sir. I have an individual license, sir. Yes, joint tourism, sir. The joint demo. इसमें भी आएगा नॉट आपके पास जब स्टार्ट होगा आप एक बार वर्किंग सेट कर सकते हैं ठीक है सर का ही है ना हाँ सर मैं एक बार सर का भी चेक करता हूँ चलिए वीडियो सब दिखाना सर अभी आपको वहाँ पे हाँ दिखाना एक बार चेक करता हूँ JLR case study.
JLR, of course. It's a unique one. You're only working in Madhya Pradesh, not thoda sa. JLR is very good.
जरा गौर से देखिए, ये है इनक्रेडिबल इंडियंस और इन्हीं से है इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया। In Central Asia's largest reserve, experience diversity. Enter the home of the Barasingha. Plunge into the world of Kipling's Jungle Book. Discover the enchanted paradise of Ghana. At the edge of the mighty Himalayas lies the tropical wonder of the Northeast, the realm of the one-horned lion. Come, write your story in the captivating reserves of Kaziranga. Experience the wonder that is the sunrise bears its soul. At marvels of nature, enjoy the morning stroll.
where everyday chaos
थोड़ा
thrives with
वीडियो
endless
चाहिए
serenity.
स्लाइड्स ऑप्शन वीडियो चाहिए no वीडियो चूज द
The grandeur of dynasties makes way for charming simplicity.
लास्ट वीडियो चाहिए
When breathtaking sights and centuries of civilization entwine. Each moment spent here feels truly divine. Wish you were here when the rising sun unveiled glorious sights. An endless beauty revealed its might. Where each step, each turn, each moment promises to excite. Where every journey, every road, every breath leads to the light. Oh, how I wish we were here.
In the midst of the garden hills, proud the mighty Bengal tigers, driven by the largest pens on land. Lose yourself in the blues and greens of the southern safari, Periyar National Park.
What does luxury mean to you? Luxury. In India, I discovered that true luxury isn't something you buy off a shelf. True luxury is a feeling that you are the Maharani of your world. And it can be all designed around you. All the beauty is yours. All the music is yours. India showed me that luxury doesn't follow designers and brands. True luxury follows its own heart.
Incredible India.
People ask me what culinary school I went to. My answer is India. I learned that you don't add masala just to the food. You add it to everything you do. I learned that flavor is more than a taste. It's a sight, it's a sound, it's a science. In India, I found the secret masala spices that make all the difference. The joy with which you cook, the love with which you serve.
Incredible India.
Reincarnation. India showed us what it's really about.
A little pain is good. Reminds us we are alive.
India, it's so alive, so soulful. Ayurveda had to be born here.
Ayurveda is literally the science of life. Take a sip.
Life flows through the air here, healing the body, reawakening the spirit, keeping a culture that's centuries old, forever young. Ayurveda showed us you don't have to wait for reincarnation. You can be reborn in this life.
I was going to shut down my family bookstore, but the Indian rhinoceros saved it.
That's a rare bird.
In my travels, In Kaziranga, I saw the jungle growing again. And I heard the story of the rhino.
50 years ago, there were only 400 rhinos. But now, there are more than 2,400.
India showed me what can happen if you don't give up. And if the Indian rhino can make a comeback in this day and age, so can my bookstore.
Racing has taken me all over the world. But when I put on the helmet, I am still in India. India, where I found yoga and the champion inside me.
If your mind is racing, how can you slow down, breathe?
I have breathed in India's magic. I have felt its warmth. I have breathed out the noise. The Himalayas, the Ganges. I have breathed in their calm. Yoga has taught me the truth about life and motorcycles. That the more still you are, the further you can go.
Mizoram, a paradise for everyone. Is this not what your heart truly desires? A bliss of nature, serenity, and adventure. A land of rolling hills, rivers, and lakes. Flow like the river and soar among the clouds. This is my land, my home, Mizoram.
Are you looking for an adventure in the East? Mizoram is an exceptional display of nature. It is such an astonishing sight to behold. For a unique and mind-blowing experience, explore the magnificent beauty of Champai. That is the only way to truly understand the magic of its beauty. See it, explore it, experience it. This is Champai, mystical Mizoram, a true paradise for travelers.
GB है
सारी सारी प्रेजेंटेशन इसको अपन वो PDF बना सकते हैं
हो सकता है
As I travel across the remotest parts of India, I believe that there is something about every place. A story in each corner that keeps you yearning for more just gets stronger. It's easy to form a connection with people here, each more welcoming than the other. The people I came across while traveling through these villages inspired and pushed me towards another dream. Meghalaya, in the northeast of India, is home to God's own garden, Malana. Picturesque houses, spotless streets, sustainable ways, living with nature is the only way. Each place I visit leaves a mark on me. Mangalam inspired me to be the best version of myself.
India eagerly waits to share her unexplored secrets with you. The old world charm of her villages, the inspiring stories of its people, culture and landmarks leave travelers like me in awe. My idea of a holiday is to get away from the maddening crowd and experience the uniqueness of a country. During my journey within India, I came across a quiet and unspoiled treasure. Nako, a village in Himachal Pradesh. The shimmering blues and greens of the picturesque Nako Lake are complemented perfectly by beautiful houses decorated and colorful flags that surround it. But that's not the only thing about Nako that makes you want to explore more. The Nako Monastery, with walls adorned with beautiful artwork, stands proud amidst the towering As I walk down the streets and pass by blue-black framed windows and doors, each lane seems to have its own story to tell. The ever-evolving stories of the Nako locals make me want to keep coming back for more. At each turn, I come across someone who makes me feel right at home. I make my way from the tall brown mountains of Nako to the vast golden deserts of Kimsar. A village in Rajasthan is the perfect combination of rustic and rich. Here, you can experience royalty in a village. The melange of the royal history of the Kimsar fort is a showcase of centuries of craftsmanship. I know I'm creating memories that will stay with me forever as I make my way through the intricately decorated forts and high sand dunes. Donned in colorful attires and ornaments, the tunes of folk musicians even make the desert blossom. My journey to self-discovery is hidden in India and her villages.
सर फिल्म टूरिज्म बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है
the flower-covered fastness live the untold stories of the jungle. Prepare yourself for the safari of a lifetime, for the unmatched beauty of Sasangi. मैं हिमाचल हूँ, प्रकृति मेरा आंचल, ऊंची पर्वत श्रृंखलाएं मेरा ताज, सुंदर झरने मेरे गुरु, स्थानीय संस्कृति मेरा गौरव। पहली मुलाकात में ही अनजान लोगों के दिलों में उतर जाता हूँ। मैं देवभूमि हिमाचल कहलाता हूँ। मनमोहक नज़ारों के साथ यहाँ रोपवे जैसे अभिनव परिवहन समाधान है। अनदेखे गंतव्यों पर भ्रमण का भी अनोखा एहसास है। यूं ही नहीं, मुझे देखने के अनेक कारण हैं। खूबसूरत वादियों, शांत वातावरण और ताज़ी हवा का यहाँ वास है। यहाँ हर मोड़ पर कुछ नया, कुछ खास है। गांव की संस्कृति और सादगी दिलों में राज कर जाती है। स्थानीय उत्सव और प्राकृतिक सुंदरता प्रकृति से बातें करने के लिए उकसाती है। हर आगंतुक का स्वागत मेरे लिए सर्वोपरि है। मेहमान नवाजी के मेरे भी शाही अंदाज है।
Mystical Mizoram, a paradise for everyone. Is this not what your heart truly desires? A bliss of nature, serenity, and adventure. A land of rolling hills, rivers, and lakes. Flow like the river and soar among the clouds. This is my land, my home, Mizoram.
भी आर्टिस्ट हैं, शायरी वगैरह भी करते हैं, सब कुछ करते हैं।
Good afternoon, everybody. So, I once again welcome to you for this Forest and Wildlife Tourism session number 8. This is our last session. In this session, we have Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, and Uttarakhand making their presentations. To give an overall picture at the national level, I request Mr. Rohit Tiwari, Inspector General of Forest, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to address the gathering. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Honorable Union Minister for Tourism, Honorable Minister of States for Tourism, Honorable Minister of States of Tourism from the states, Secretary Tourism Government of India, and senior officers of the state government. On behalf of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, I thank the Ministry of Tourism for giving us this opportunity to talk about forest and wildlife tourism, which we refer to as ecotourism in the ministry. And this is an area that's very important to us because it's very closely linked to the conservation of wildlife and biodiversity. So I'll give a brief overview of the work that's being done in the ministry to promote ecotourism. By ecotourism, we generally mean nature-based tourism, which implies travel to natural areas or wildlife areas where people go to enjoy wildlife and nature. But ecotourism goes beyond just nature tourism. It's responsible travel to natural areas that conserves the environment and improves the well-being of the local people. That it's a commonly accepted definition of ecotourism. It allows people to directly experience nature and creates awareness among them. People come to know about natural areas in our country, international tourists and national tourists, and it provides livelihood opportunities to local communities, which is a very important component of ecotourism. And it's also a very important tool for biodiversity conservation with the PA managers. It not only generates revenue for protected areas, it also allows them to muster support for conservation among the local people and also tourists who visit these areas. India offers great opportunity to expand ecotourism. We have, although we have just about 2.4% of the land area of the country under forests and wildlife areas, we have around 7 to 8% of the species found in the world. We have 4 biodiversity hotspots in the country out of 36. They're in the Himalayas, Western Ghats, Indo-Burma region, and Sundaland, which includes the Nicobar Islands. It's one of the 17 mega biodiverse countries in the world, and we have a 7,500 kilometer coastline, and along which we have 25 marine protected areas also. We have a large network of protected areas in the country. Protected areas include national parks, sanctuaries, community reserves, and conservation reserves. We have at the moment more than 980 protected areas in the country, which cover more than 5.2% of the country's land area, and this number is increasing. And we also have 52 tiger reserves in the country, areas which exclusively focus on conservation of tigers. And many of these protected areas are visited by a large number of people. Most of these are tiger reserves or national parks which are well known, such as Corbett Tiger Reserve, Kanha Tiger Reserve, and other areas which people like to visit, where they can sight animals. And each of these areas, there are also other areas like Marine National Park, for example, which provide a different kind of experience. So each of these areas gives the visitor a distinct experience, and in many of these areas, efforts are being made by the PA managers to promote ecotourism. In order to promote ecotourism, because community involvement is essential if you want to promote ecotourism, because it can't be done without people's participation. It's being done. The PA managers are making ecotourism plans under the management plans of the sanctuary. Each sanctuary or national park has a management plan which prescribes the management practices that need to be followed. And those plans include a component of activities that promote community participation. There is also emphasis on making use of the traditional knowledge of the people and promoting the local arts and crafts and cultural heritage of the people so that they can be shown to the tourists who visit these areas. Partnerships have to be established with all stakeholders, for example, NGOs, other government departments, those who are interested in conservation experts. All those partnerships are necessary if you want to promote ecotourism. But because the primary objective of these areas is conservation of wildlife, ecotourism is possible only because animals are found in these areas and they have to be conserved. We have to make sure that their numbers do not decline. They have sufficient prey base, their habitat is not disturbed. So in order to make sure that the habitat is not disturbed and the animals can find enough food to live in those areas, it's essential to promote tourism in such a way that it doesn't have much impact on the habitat, not much detrimental effect on the habitat. So it's important to find the carrying capacity of such areas. How many tourists can it support? We also try to measure how many wild animals an area can support. Similarly, it's also important to think in terms of a tourism carrying capacity, and it is being done. Around each protected area, we have a zone called ecotourism zone, which sometimes includes forest areas, but sometimes it's just revenue areas. It's a kind of buffer which has to be maintained around the protected area so as to ensure that the activities that are taking place immediately outside the protected area do not harm wild animals and their habitat. So, but ecotourism can still be developed in these areas, and because these areas are not under the forest department's jurisdiction, other departments have to be involved, and a policy has to be framed for management of these areas. A management plan is usually made for management of these areas, and tourism plan is also a part of such a management plan. Some previous speakers talked about homestays. Homestays is a very important ecotourism activity that can be taken up in eco-sensitive zones, although not inside protected areas. In eco-sensitive zones and other fringe areas of protected areas, homestays can certainly be promoted, and it's being done in many PAs. Because it's essential to ensure that the ecological integrity of such areas is not disturbed. Guidelines have been issued by the National Tiger Conservation Authority which lay the regulatory norms for management of these areas. These guidelines were issued in 2012, and they say that no new infrastructure should be set up within with the core of or critical tiger habitat of a tiger reserve, which is an area inside a tiger reserve which is considered inviolate, where people are not supposed to enter, and it's meant to be managed exclusively for wildlife. And there are certain other recommendations also in the National Tiger Conservation Guidelines, which are mainly regulatory in nature, which aim to ensure that tourism does not harm the There is a local advisory committee for each tiger reserve, And the tourism plan is to be a part of the tiger conservation plan, which has to be prepared for each tiger reserve under the provisions of the Wildlife Protection Act. And all tourism activities can only take place in a certain zone, which is called ecotourism zone, and it's mentioned in the management plan. And as I mentioned earlier, estimation of carrying capacity is important. You have to decide how many tourist vehicles can be allowed in a park without having a harmful effect on the animals. But after these guidelines, we came up with more comprehensive guidelines, not just for tiger reserves, but for all protected areas. In 2021 October, we released these guidelines, which classify the recommended actions under goals, objectives, guiding principles, and implementation strategies. Of course, these guidelines have to be implemented by the state forest departments, because the ministry makes the policy, but these policies have to be implemented by the state forest departments who control the protected areas. So these guidelines aim to promote a better understanding of nature and wildlife conservation, and at the same time generate income and opportunities for local people in an ecologically, culturally, and financially sustainable manner. That's the stated goal of these guidelines. And the objectives are to promote low impact nature ecotourism. That's very important. We have used this phrase several times in the guidelines, because it's important to allow only those activities which do not cause any irreversible change to the ecosystem. Awareness of biodiversity, traditional ecological knowledge, and the importance of the wilderness. These are important objectives. These have to be promoted. Engagement of local communities is essential in nature tourism. And partnerships, as I mentioned earlier, they have to be established between local stakeholders in order to mobilize resources. It's not always possible for PA establishment to have enough resources to carry out all these activities. You need some sources of revenue, and different states have different strategies. Some states have they have funds where they receive money received from diversion of forest land. For example, when a project comes up and some part of the diverted forest land, some compensation has to be paid, and part of it goes towards management of wildlife areas. And benefits that accrue from ecotourism activities, they have to be equitably shared, not just with tourism operators and those who are involved in management of PS, but also with the local communities. So these are some of the guiding principles where we talk about ecotourism plan, an ecotourism zone which needs to be established in each PA, community participation, development of ecotourism sites. Ecotourism sites have to be decided in consultation with the stakeholders, local people, and other government departments. And because some of the ecotourism areas lie outside forest areas, they are cross-cutting themes that need to be addressed by different government departments. So those have to be addressed. For example, pollution. If an area is polluted, ecotourism will not develop in that area. So the State Pollution Control Board has to be involved, and similarly other departments also. And because most of these areas have low industrial development, it's important to train people, promote entrepreneurship in these areas, and also because many of these activities are seasonal in nature and ecotourism sites are fragmented. So it's not possible to carry on this activity throughout the year in a sustainable manner. So these are some of the points that have been mentioned in our guidelines. An implementation strategy has also been outlined in our guidelines. So, which essentially talk about the same things, but these are actions to be taken about by the state forest departments. So this was about the eco-development guidelines that have been issued by the ministry to the states, and many of these activities need to be carried out in consultation with other departments, and there are some questions. We sometimes get requests for clarifications at points. We'll be happy to provide any clarifications that you might want to, any questions that you might want to ask.
Any questions, please? Thank you so much, Tiwari ji. Any questions? Madam, Honorable Minister from Madhya Pradesh would like to ask a question.
मैं आपसे निवेदन करना चाहती हूँ कि वन ग्रामों में जो पट्टे दिए जा रहे हैं उससे वन की बहुत क्षति होती है, तो मेरी प्रार्थना इतनी ही है कि क्या वन वासियों को दिए हुए पट्टों को आधार कार्ड से हम जोड़ दें, तो जो वो अतिरिक्त अतिक्रमण करते और बढ़ाते वन को नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं वो नियंत्रित होगा।
मैडम, वन ग्रामों को जो पट्टे दिए जाते हैं वो फॉरेस्ट राइट्स एक्ट 2006 में उसके प्रोविजंस हैं, उसके हिसाब से दिए जाते हैं। उसकी एक कमेटी होती है और वो उन केसेस को एग्जामिन करती है। उसमें दिया हुआ है कि क्या प्रोसीजर होनी चाहिए, उसको देने के लिए क्या क्या डॉक्यूमेंट्स को उनको एग्जामिन करना है। उसमें वन विभाग का भी एक अधिकारी होता है, लेकिन बाकी ब्लॉक लेवल के होते हैं और एक कमेटी उसको देखती है। उसके बाद
जी, मैं ये निवेदन कर रही हूँ कि पट्टे तो उन्हें देना है, पर उन पट्टों को हम आधार कार्ड से लिंक कर दें। किसी के पास तो 100 बीघा ज़मीन उनने ले ली और किसी के पास एक पट्टा भी नहीं है, तो न्याय भी हो जाएगा और वनवासी और वन अधिकारियों का जो संघर्ष है वो भी समाप्त होगा।
मैडम, इसको हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ट्राइबल अफेयर्स के साथ इस बारे में विषय में बात कर सकते हैं।
आप भी एक चिट्ठी लिखिए इन डिटेल, मुझे भी कापी भेज दीजिए, मैं बात
जी, मैंने जनजातीय आयोग के अध्यक्ष जी को भी लिखी और मिनिस्ट्री को भी लिखी। मैं आपको
कापी मुझे भेज दीजिए।
जी जरूर।
तो अगर कोई प्रश्न ना हो तो फिर
फॉरेस्ट एंड वाइल्ड लाइफ, okay, thank you very much.
1 minute. Yes. Just on the subject of ecotourism, as we are trying to promote ecotourism, we would like to understand if the center has any agency or people nominated from their side to understand the activities that we would like to take under ecotourism in the state. The challenges that we face are, once we identify a particular area for ecotourism, we do not know, we come across various departments like forest who will come with their own clauses, things which will not allow us to implement, although we have the best of the ideas in the location which can create a new ecosystem. So in this endeavor to take ecotourism in the right direction, is there something that can help us sort out कि ये हम लोग यहाँ कर रहे हैं तो permissible है कि नहीं है, तो whether one point we can get these clearances, otherwise states normally have problems where we face in terms of forest, या river side, seaside है तो CRZ, this type of problems we face. So is there something which we can find as a solution?
If ecotourism activities are to be taken up inside a protected area, then it's, there are only certain activities that are allowed inside a PA, and those are the activities that are allowed in the Wildlife Protection Act. Only a limited number of activities can be taken up. But outside the PAs, it's possible. In the eco-sensitive zones, which is a kind of buffer around a protected area, there is an eco-sensitive zone notification which is issued by the ministry, which which defines what kind of activities can be taken up, which activities are regulated, which are prohibited, and which activities are allowed. So, of course, you have to follow that. But other than the eco-sensitive zone, outside eco-sensitive zone, anything can be done. Even inside eco-sensitive zone, you can take up activities which are allowed in the eco-sensitive zone. And
the question of Honorable Minister was that suppose they don't have knowledge or the capacity within the tourism department, so they take up projects that run into trouble later on. So to help in that capacity building, can the central government or some institute, like say the FRI, do some kind of a fair workshop or a training program in association with?
Yes, we are thinking of organizing such workshops.
So or have an agency nominated from the center, whom we can have as a one point to have our thoughts right and clearances from that particular point as we put our proposal or the idea ahead to create this ecosystem under
normally
ecotourism.
there is a body called Standing Committee of the National Board for Wildlife, where proposals come for development projects and also for other projects, for example, ecotourism project.
No, I think Secretary has taken the point exactly. I think he has understood what I was saying. We need to get that thin line issue sorted.
Yes, I completely agree. We need to organize
because
workshops.
a forest may have their own problems, wildlife has their own problems, CRZ has their own problems. So by that time we have lost a project. To get our permissions right only we lose a lot of time. So जो investor आता है, तब तक he goes somewhere else.
हाँ सर, इसमें there is a board called State Board for Wildlife in each state, which is headed by the Chief Minister of the state. And any more questions?
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Tiwari ji. Next, I request Honorable Minister for Tourism, Madhya Pradesh, to make her presentation.
मैं आप सबको प्रणाम करती हूँ। अगम नगाधिराज हिमालय की पावन गोद में आपने बैठक आहूत कर हम सबको उपकृत किया, हम आपके आभारी हैं। कल से आज तक पूरे भारत के सभी प्रदेशों का सुंदर प्रस्तुतिकरण देखा, मन अभिभूत है। पूर्व दिशा में उगता सूरज पश्चिम में अस्ताचल को जाता हुआ अपना असीम सौरभ जिस देश के कण कण पर नित्य प्रति निछावर करता हो, जिसके जर्रे जर्रे से यही आवाज़ आती है, भारत जैसी भूमि विश्व में कहीं नहीं है, कहीं नहीं है, कहीं नहीं है। आप और हम सब बहुत सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि हमको मातृभूमि के रूप में ये मिली है। हमारा संपूर्ण भारत ही देवभूमि है। परमात्मा ने इसे अपने हाथों से सजाया। 75,000 प्रकार के फल फूल वनस्पति से आच्छादित है हमारा ये देश। 45,000 प्रकार के जीव जंतु इसका संतुलन बनाते हैं। हमारा संतुलन बनाते हैं। हमारे वेदों ने, पावन वेदों ने हमें शिक्षा दी। हम इसे ज़मीन का टुकड़ा नहीं मानते, हम इसे जीता जागता राष्ट्र पुरुष मानते हैं। हिमालय इसका मस्तक है, गौरी शंकर शिखा है, पंजाब और बंगाल विशाल कंधे हैं, विंध्याचल कटी है, नर्मदा करधनी है, पूर्वी और पश्चिमी घाट इसके विशाल जंघाएं हैं, कन्याकुमारी चरण है, सागर इसके सतत चरण पखारता है, चांद सूरज इसकी नित्य आरती उतारते हैं। आइए आज़ादी के इस अमृत वर्ष में हम प्रण करें कि इसका कण कण शंकर और बूंद बूंद गंगा जल है। हम जिएंगे तो इसके लिए और मरेंगे तो इसके लिए। मैं उषा बाबू से ठाकुर भारत के हृदय प्रदेश मध्य प्रदेश से आती हूँ। आप सबको आमंत्रित करती हूँ कि ज़रूर आइए मध्य प्रदेश। हमारे पास 2 ज्योतिर्लिंग, 5 शक्तिपीठ, विश्व की सबसे पुरानी नदी माँ नर्मदा हैं। हमारा मध्य प्रदेश सर्वाधिक वनाच्छादित प्रदेश है और यही वजह है कि हमारे यहाँ 12 राष्ट्रीय उद्यान हैं, उसमें से 6 टाइगर रिजर्व हैं। मुकुंदपुर रीवा की जो हमारी सफारी है वो सफ़ेद शेरों के लिए मशहूर है, जो विश्व में कहीं और नहीं है। प्रकृति और परमात्मा की असीम कृपा देखिए कि पूरे एशिया में चीतों के लिए सर्वाधिक अनुकूल वातावरण यदि कहीं मिला तो वो हमारे शिवपुर के कूनो राष्ट्रीय उद्यान में मिला। और हमारे राष्ट्रनायक नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने उनके जन्म दिवस पर ये अद्भुत उपहार मध्य प्रदेश को दिया। हमारे पास 24 जीव अभयारण्य हैं। हमारे पास सर्वाधिक बाघ, तेंदुए, घड़ियाल, गिद्ध हैं जो पर्यटकों को आकर्षित करते हैं। वन्य प्राणी पर्यटन विकास के लिए हम बहुत ही संवेदनशीलता और चिंता के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। पर्यावरण संरक्षण, जिम्मेदार पर्यटन, सतत पर्यटन, रोजगारोन्मुखी पर्यटन, सामुदायिक सहभागिता, पर्यटन प्रोत्साहन गतिविधियां, नवाचार और आपके आदेशों का माननीय मंत्री जी हम अक्षरशः पालन करते हैं। होम स्टे, रूरल स्टे, एग्रो स्टे को भी हम बहुत ही चिंता के साथ सजा और संवार रहे हैं। हमने तरल और ठोस अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन के लिए बेंगलोर की साहस संस्था के साथ अनुबंध किया है। हम पूरी तैयारी है हमारी कि हम इन होम स्टों को सौर ऊर्जा से प्रकाशित कर रहे हैं। कार्बन फुटप्रिंट कम हो इसलिए हम ई रिक्शा संचालन करने को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। हमने हमारे सभी राष्ट्रीय उद्यानों का मास्टर प्लान उनकी भौगोलिक स्थिति के मुताबिक बना लिया है और इको सेंसिटिव जोन का नोटिफिकेशन भी हमने पर्यावरण एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय से करा लिया है। वर्तमान अधोसंरचना उसमें सम्मिलित है। अब हम जो भी करेंगे बस इतना ही करेंगे कि पर्यावरण को अक्षुण्ण बनाए रखते हुए हम सारी गतिविधियों को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। हमने वन नियम 2015 मनोरंजन एवं वन्य प्राणी अनुभव का ध्यान रखते हुए बहुत सारी गतिविधियाँ हमने बफर में सफ़र, हॉट बैलून सफारी, नाइट सफारी, कैंपिंग, साइकिलिंग, नेचर वॉक, इन सब को बढ़ावा दिया है। इन सब की वजह से रोजगारों में बढ़ोतरी हुई और जीडीपी में अभी हमारा हिस्सा 6.4% है। हम इसको और बढ़ाने का प्रयास करेंगे। कोविड-19 की विभीषिका को पूरे विश्व ने देखा, सबका दिल दहल गया था। तब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आध्यात्मिक पर्यटन के लिए प्रेरित किया। पूरे विश्व को ये बात समझ में आई कि आत्मबल की कमी ने जितने लोग बीमारी से नहीं मरे उतने अधिक भय से इस दुनिया से विदा हो गए। हम वेलनेस एवं माइंडफुल पर्यटन के लिए भी कार्य कर रहे हैं। हमारे पास 47 प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं निगम, पर्यटन निगम के पास। हम वहाँ पर पंचकर्म और वैदिक सेंटर की स्थापना किए हुए हैं। इसके लिए हमने केरल के रमैया ग्रुप के साथ अनुबंध किया हुआ है। आपने जो निर्देश दिया, हम अपने 52 जिलों में पर्यटन क्लब बनाएंगे और बच्चों को जिले की विशिष्टता से परिचित कराते हुए उन्हें इसका प्रचारक बनाएंगे। एक विषय जो शायद आपको विषयांतर लगे, पर मुझे लगता है कि हम हर कार्य आज़ादी 75 के लिए कर रहे हैं, तो मैं प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि आप अंडमान निकोबार को राष्ट्रीय तीर्थ की घोषणा करें ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ी हमारे पुरखों के बलिदान को वहाँ जाकर के समझ सके। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। हमारे सावरकर जी और हमारे सभी बलिदानियों ने वहाँ बहुत लंबा समय बिताया। हम आभारी सावरकर के जो गदर शब्द को काट दिया, स्वातंत्र समर के माथे से टीका कलंक का मिटा दिया। आओ हम सब मिलकर उन सब का गौरव गान करें, उन वीर शहीदों के खाते ये पूरा हिंदुस्तान करें। मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ मणिपुर के करण जी को, असम के जयंता माला जी को, उन्होंने राष्ट्रभाषा का मान रखा। आप सबको प्रणाम। अब मध्य प्रदेश की यात्रा मेरे प्रबंधक विश्वनाथन जी आपको दिखाएंगे।
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Union Minister, delegates on the dais, off the dais. Most of the points have been covered by ma'am. Sir, my English. For the benefit of all, we have 24 wildlife sanctuaries, out of which 12 national parks and 6 tiger reserves are there. If you can see the map, apart from the western part, Madhya Pradesh has been blessed with a lot of wildlife and forest cover throughout. And the highest forest cover area, 77,493 square kilometers is in Madhya Pradesh. We are the tiger state, and out of 12,000 leopards in the country, 3,421 are in Madhya Pradesh. And we have also done a lot of work in bird conservation as well as in vulture conservation that is visible in Panna National Park. In Madhya Pradesh, we work on 3 guiding principles: how to ensure that, number 1, more number of visitors, tourists come to Madhya Pradesh. Number 2, how to ensure that the duration of stay is higher in Madhya Pradesh, be it 2 day, 3 day, how to ensure the elongation. And number 3, how to ensure that the willingness to spend additional rupee is increased. With these guiding principles, we initiate a lot of activities, and in wildlife tourism, 30 villages have been selected which have been adopted for cleanliness, so that whenever any person goes to any wildlife area, they can go and stay in a homestay or a agro stay, and there they can ensure that the hygiene is being taken care of. And it is with great pleasure I can say that the International Council for Responsible Tourism, the first time apart from London, they have come out and they have organized the award ceremony in Madhya Pradesh. And also regarding footprint and pug mark audit also, we have played an important role. Also, as ma'am also mentioned, in zonal tourism conservation plan has been incorporated into the overall plan, so that both wildlife conservation as well as tourism go hand in hand. I will also come to the numbers. With the initiative of wildlife tourism that has been made, in 2014, totally 6 lakh wildlife tourists came to Madhya Pradesh, and the figure right now is at 16 lakhs. And because of COVID, we are seeing a decline in it. But with the entry of a number of gates, as well as in number of tourist locations, and with the addition of cheetah in Kunapalpur, we are expecting that the number of tourist visitors will increase. So, hot air balloon safari in Bandhavgarh, we have also added buffer zone mein cycle and other initiatives. And the last but not the least, we would like to mention that we find that during June, July, August, September, the entire wildlife tourist, because national parks are closed, they come to an end. So in that time, we ensure that in the buffer zone, tourists are allowed, and there is a lot of wildlife sighting also that happens in the buffer area. So those activities have been promoted, and we have found that a lot of people who have visited were able to sight, even tigers are also were sighted during the buffer zone. So this activity during the lean season have provided an alternative income to the local population, because of which activities have improved. The hotels which were shut earlier have been opened. So with this, thank you one and all. We'll show a small promotional video of Madhya Pradesh.
When I open my eyes to a day of glee, nature's abode is where I want to be. Enchanted by its scenic charms, I desire to bask in its blissful arms. When the going gets tough and triumph upholds, I wish to rejoice my victories amidst the brave and the bold. The adventure then unveils, and to the courageous roars and soaring hopes, I bow down and hail. For the times when the spirit is at peace, I seek the divine, and uncertainty I seize. Purity. passion and pleasure. The feelings that reside within are all I want to treasure. Beauty, adventure, peace and culture are my inner call.
थोड़ा कल्पना कीजिए ओनली इमेजिनेशन फिर बोलते समझ गए तो आर्ट नहीं समझे तो मॉडर्न आर्ट आप तो घूम रहे भेड़ा
I am the heart and I desire it all. मध्य प्रदेश, सब कुछ जो दिल चाहे.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I request the Managing Director of Jungle Lodges from Karnataka to make the presentation?
Thank you, sir. At the outset, I thank DG for having given me this wonderful opportunity to showcase Karnataka's ecotourism case study. Actually, as Honorable Minister has been telling since the beginning of this conference, that there should be something to take away. And the case study which I am going to present before you all is such takeaway initiative which Karnataka has done and has been doing successfully even today. Can I have the first video, please? Just a glimpse of what Karnataka is. I am proud to say that I am representing this particular organization called Jungle Lodges and Resorts. It is an ecotourism initiative of Government of Karnataka. We are 3 partners in this. Karnataka State Tourism Development Corporation, which is having almost 35% shareholders, and Government of Karnataka with 34.5%, and then Forest Department is 30%. This is a very key to mention because I am specifically mentioning because if you make these 3 partners, then the ecotourism becomes very simple in the state. Because 3 are the people who are regulating. One is the tourism department and the government, and another forest department. So I think this is the success story starts from here. So we have our objective is ecotourism, wildlife tourism, and of course the adventure tourism. And of late we have added trekking and also the camping and whitewater rafting, other things. And as far as the jungle is concerned, we have 24 properties located from the extreme north of Karnataka to the south, and mostly they are located in the Western Ghats, and we also have in the Eastern Plains. Most of the times our camps are very simple structures like this, temporary structures, and this is close to Bangalore city and a 1.5 hours journey from Bangalore. Has a beautiful dining hall and a conference room so that people can also have the small meetings and get-togethers. By the side of the Kaveri river, we have the Kaveri nature camp, very simple structures again. And then I have another camp just by the side of the Kaveri river called Bhimeshwari Nature and Adventure Camp. Kegudi is another wilderness camp which is located in the tourism zone of Tiger Reserve. That's the BRT Tiger Reserve. It's another fantastic camp in the midst of the forest and then having a hill station like ambience. We have Bandipur Safari, mainly for the tigers and then the large mammals. And then the safari is on the road going to Ooty. And Kabini is our star property. We started with only one property, that was this property. It was the hunting lodge of Maharajas of Mysore. This property alone gives me almost 30 crore rupees in a year. This is having only 40 rooms. And then here the rooms are luxurious rooms. I charge almost like 17,000 rupees per person per day, but I run full, almost 101% occupancy sometimes. Usually what happens, the government agencies, our properties are taken with the private people. Here is a classic case where private people are given to the government. This property was not running under profit, it was running at loss. I have taken over this property and then not only making profit for myself, I am also giving part of the profit to the person who has given to me. This is his property and we have developed it, and we have each camp has a different theme. As I was telling, this is Dubar Elephant Camp. This is mainly for the elephants. People can have, with the families, come and then have an interaction with the elephants. And this has a unique architecture of Coorg. And then we have another tiger reserve called Bhadra Tiger Reserve. And by the side of the water body, we have a resort. This is outside the tiger reserve. It's in the Water Resource Department land. And this another Sharavati is a balancing reservoir by the side of the water body again. It's a beautiful location, close to the Jog Falls. And then I have one beach property that's called Beach Resort. That's the Devbag Beach Resort. And now, as of now, we are developing some more beach resorts because earlier we had some problem with the CRZ norms. Now 2019 notification has come and then there is little relaxation in the rules and regulations, and hence we are going ahead with the development of 93 beaches in Karnataka. Now we also have the 2 blue flag beaches. These are some of the cottages. As you see, my signature structures are very simple, aesthetic, and then doesn't have anything, but inside it provides at least 3-star and above luxury. I have some activities like river rafting. This is another one area where people keep coming. I have only 4 rooms and 1 dormitory. I am not having any intention to increase the number of rooms because this is only for the people who come for bird watching. And they come only to see the birds, and then I have the endemic Malabar trogon to the all kinds of birds. So people come here and spend time, just relax whole day, 2 days. This niche crowd, it doesn't give me a lot of profit, but it is certainly not under loss. And I have one more property in extreme, that in the drier part, that is Eastern Ghats, the Hampi Heritage and Wilderness Resort. It is one day we take these people for the sloth bears. Second day we take them for the heritage, which is UNESCO heritage site. Another property I have in the extreme north, which is bordering Andhra Pradesh and also the Maharashtra. And a lot of my clients are from the Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. This is a black buck resort. We do show the black bucks there, and this is doing good business now. And second day when the tourists stay here, we take them for the heritage, that is Bidar Fort and other things. This is a recently acquired property which is run by the horticulture department, not making any profit. Now they have handed over to Jungle Ocean Resorts. As I said, Jungle Ocean Resorts is a brand. The moment the name changes from horticulture to Jungle Ocean Resorts, I have been making profit ever since I have taken this property. It's almost like 8 months now. I already made 2 crore profit out of that. There was the selling, when I said 17,000 rupees per person per day, there was always a comment from the government and also the political representatives that you are only for the rich. Then I said, okay, we have the budget camps now. We just charge 2,500 rupees inclusive of all the packages. And these are some of the finest locations located in the sanctuary areas. Most of them are tented accommodations. It's close to the Mukambika temple as well as it's in the wildlife sanctuary. Sita Nadi is another beautiful camp located by the side of the river. And this Kudremukh National Park is for the Shola forest people who are interested in trekking. This is the best camp, and it runs full. And I have Gopinath Mystery Tale. I hope most of you know the priest Srinivas who was killed or beheaded by the Veerappan. Just to commemorate him and his presence there, and we have developed a memorial, and then we are taking people to that particular space to show the valor and sacrifice of the forest officials, police officials, and then the people. So this particular camp caters to the requirement of both this is the wildlife as well as the showcasing the valor and sacrifice of the forest department and then police. These are some of the activities which we indulge in. Safari is our main, and then bird watching. Lot of our naturalists. My core strength is our naturalist. I have some of the finest naturalists in the sanctuary, I mean in our resort, and then they make your day. When I say they make your day, really you will go with a lot of knowledge and then also memories. Lot of interaction with the elephants, and I have this coracle ride in most of the places where I have the water body. As I said, we do take people on a nature walk, and then the interpretation done by our nature guides is just amazing. And then trekking is another important activity which we indulge in. We have almost identified some 27 trek routes in and around Bengaluru, and then a lot of people do indulge in trekking. Of course, these are some of the adventure activities which people come and then also engage themselves. My social media presence is also quite amazing, and then we are there on the Facebook, we are there on the Twitter and Instagram. We also have one blog of ourselves, JLR Explore. This is having some of the finest articles on natural history of Karnataka, written by most of the people who stayed in our properties and have written, and there's fantastic stories. This is another value of Jenga Lodges and Resorts. Out of 851, almost 820 people are local people, either the tribes or the local village people, none from outside. That's another core strength what I have. Never in the history of Jenga Lodges has been in the loss except the last year. That was also notional loss because my deposits were, interest on my deposit was not taken as an income, and hence I ended up in loss. Otherwise, we are making good business. And this year, of course, has been quite fantastic. For the first 3 months itself, I made 30 crores, and then this year I want to cross 100 crores. So my company should be 100 crores by the end of this year. That's our challenge. And then here, when I'm telling this thing, two things. Another thing takeaway from Karnataka is that apart from this, creating an institution. Why this institution is required? Because the ecotourism policy of Karnataka, means Government of India says, temporary structures in forest area done by a government agency is not a non-forest activity. So that's the reason why we need a government agency to take up, because locations wise, forest department only can have such fantastic locations, and that is possible through the revised guidelines and the recently clarified guidelines. That's the reason we should have some institution like this to start ecotourism activities in and around forest areas and then protected areas. Second thing, there is a water resources department in our state which is having all the water bodies. Now, under the chairmanship of Chief Secretary of Karnataka, ACS Water Resources, ACS Forest Department, and then the Secretary Tourism. Only 3 people under chairmanship of CS. All the water bodies of Karnataka are handled to Tourism Department at one stroke with one proceedings, one GO. Now all the water bodies are either with me or KSTDC. So I don't have to go to anybody to take permission. I just can start water sports activities right away with simple notification and tender document. That's the reason why Karnataka has always been forward looking, and then we have been getting a lot of support from both Forest Department and also Tourism Department. That's the reason why we are here today. Thank you so much for the opportunity, sir. I have a small video, another 2 minutes. I'll showcase and then stop it. Please.
This is wild Karnataka.
This
Thank you.
every second of this movie is shot by the boys who have worked with us and staying in jungles and resorts and only in tourism zone, not in the core or anything. Thank you so much.
Just stay there.
Sir.
I need you to talk on something because I happened to go to Bangalore and see the presentation and also visit one of their sites. So, sir, you had mentioned about best practices. This is a best practice. In wildlife tourism in the country, this is one of the best practices that we have seen done by a state government. And the inspiration for this was that when a former chief minister of Karnataka went to Nepal,
Yes,
he
sir.
saw the
Gundurao,
work-
sir. Yes, sir.
he saw the working of tiger tops in Nepal and tried to recreate that, and the state agencies have over the years and decades improved on it, and it has become a highly profitable organization. So, this is a very good example. Also, a question that I asked them then was, are they working in other states? And they are. So, suppose other states want your kind of help. Will you be willing to?
We do. We do extend all
Please
kinds
explain.
of possibilities. Presently we are working with Tripura. Tripura, sir.
So, sir, any state that wants any assistance, their expertise is
Anyway,
state of
your
the art
neighbor, sir.
and top class.
I'm anyway your neighbor only, sir.
And it's a government agency that has done phenomenally well. It is a best practice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now I request Sri Atal Srivastavaji, who is the chairman, Chhattisgarh Tourism Board, to make his presentation.
हेलो, स्टेट टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर्स की राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन के 3 दिवसीय राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन के अंतिम दिवस के अंतिम सेशन के अंतिम वक्ता के रूप में मैं माननीय श्रद्धेय श्री जी किशन रेड्डी, मिनिस्टर ऑफ टूरिज्म एंड कल्चर, भारत सरकार का, और सभी मंचस्थ अतिथियों का, सभी प्रदेश के आए हुए मिनिस्टर्स और ऑफिशियल्स का स्वागत करता हूं। छत्तीसगढ़ न्यूली बॉर्न स्टेट है, वो लैंडलॉक स्टेट है, 7 राज्यों से घिरा हुआ है। हमारे यहाँ 44% फॉरेस्ट है और उस फॉरेस्ट पे 34% ट्राइबल्स रहते हैं। हमारे यहाँ मिनरल्स, कोयला, आयरन ओर्स, बॉक्साइट्स, लाइम स्टोन्स बहुत तादाद पे हैं। हमारे यहाँ करीब 7 से 8 बड़ी नदियाँ हैं, जिसमें महानदी, शिवनाथ जैसी नदियाँ हैं। 9 बड़े मीडियम क्लास के बांध बंधे हुए हैं। हमारे पास 3 नेशनल पार्क्स हैं, 3 टाइगर रिजर्व्स हैं, 11 वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज़ हैं, 2 एलिफेंट रिजर्व्स हैं और 1 क्रोकोडाइल रिजर्व है। हमारा छत्तीसगढ़ टूरिज़्म के बारे में कहा जाता है कि वो इसलिए डेवलप नहीं हुआ क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ के बारे में जब भी बात करो तो लोग पूछते हैं कि रायपुर के एयरपोर्ट से उतरेंगे और नेक्सलाइट दिखेंगे क्या। पर मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि 3.5 साल लगभग होने को जा रहे हैं। नेक्सलाइट गतिविधियाँ लगभग 70% कम हो चुकी हैं और वो पर्टिकुलर 32 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में से केवल 7 या 8 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के दूरस्थ इलाकों में नेक्सलाइट प्रॉब्लम होती है। पर हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के यहाँ शुरू से ये प्रॉब्लम था, जो अब धीरे धीरे ख़त्म हो रहा है। हम लोग ने अभी एक बहुत बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया है, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने, राम वन गमन पथ। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि भगवान राम का ननिहाल कौशल प्रदेश था, माता कौशल्या वहाँ पैदा हुई थी। चंद्रखुरी एक जगह है जहाँ पर एक बहुत ऐतिहासिक मंदिर है, जिसमें मंदिर पर एक मूर्ति लगी हुई है, एक माँ अपने छोटे से बच्चे को गोद पर लेके खिला रही है। वो कौशल्या माता का मंदिर है, उनके गोद में भगवान राम है। और 14 साल के वनवास में ये ग्रंथ बताते हैं कि 14 साल के वनवास में 10 साल भगवान राम छत्तीसगढ़ के वनांचलों से होते हुए, जो कोरिया का सीतामढ़ी इलाका है हमारा नॉर्थ छत्तीसगढ़, वहाँ से होते हुए सीधे साउथ बस्तर के सुकमा इलाके के रामाराम से निकलते हुए वहाँ की तरफ, श्रीलंका की तरफ बढ़े थे। तो उन जितनी भी जगह 2260 किलोमीटर की जगह की 9 जगहों को भी हमने चिन्हांकित किया है, जिनको हम अभी विकास के 1st और 2nd फेज़ कंप्लीट हो चुके हैं, 3rd फेज़ का काम चल रहा है, जिसमें आपने सबने शिवरी नारायण का नाम सुना होगा, जहाँ माता सबरी के जूठे बेर भगवान राम ने खाए थे। उस ऐतिहासिक जगह को हम बहुत अच्छी तरीके से टूरिस्ट स्पॉट के रूप में डेवलप कर रहे हैं और ये हमारी महत्वाकांक्षी योजना है, जिसको आने वाले समय में, अभी तो केवल 9 स्पॉट्स लिए हुए, आने वाले समय में और जगह को चिन्हित किया जाएगा। हमारे पास समुद्र तो नहीं है गोवा जैसा, पर समुद्र के जैसा बहुत बड़े बड़े डैम हैं। हसदेव बांगो डैम, जिसका एरिया 1200 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर का है, 40 किलोमीटर बाय 30 किलोमीटर्स का एरिया है। हम वहाँ पर वाटर टूरिज़्म डेवलप करना चाह रहे हैं, उसमें अभी हमने काम शुरू किया है। अभी फॉरेस्ट के बैठे हुए थे, हमारे यहाँ सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है कि जैसे ही हम पानी से निकलते हैं तो फॉरेस्ट आ जाता है। फॉरेस्ट के क्लियरेंस टूरिज़्म के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नहीं मिल पाते। कुछ परसेंटेज अलाउ करना चाहिए कि टूरिज्म पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से कुछ एक्टिविटीज़ डेवलप करने के लिए, टूरिस्ट के रहने के लिए, क्योंकि हम लोग हमेशा फॉरेस्ट एक्ट में फंसते हैं। हमारे पास डैम है, डैम का जैसी टैलेंट आता है फॉरेस्ट शुरू हो जाता है, तो हम वहाँ कोई भी एक्टिविटीज़ नहीं कर पाते हैं। इसलिए अभी कुछ रिलैक्सेशन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से मिला हुआ है, फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट से। मैं चाहता हूँ कि वो थोड़ा रिलैक्सेशन हमारे जैसे स्टेट के लिए जहाँ 44% फॉरेस्ट है उस जगह पर होना चाहिए। सतरंगा करके हसदेव बंगो डैम में जगह है जहाँ हम अभी मिनी क्रूज़ का ऑर्डर हमने किया है, वहाँ हम क्रूज़ टूरिज़्म को स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। और अभी चूँकि हमारे यहाँ 34% ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन है, 2 साल पहले हमारे प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी ने राष्ट्रीय आदिवासी नृत्य महोत्सव का आयोजन किया था, जिसमें 24 राज्य के आदिवासी नृत्यक दल और 8 देशों के आदिवासी नृत्यक दल यहाँ आए थे। वो हर साल हमारे राज्योत्सव 1, 2, 3 तारीख को होता है। मैं आप सबको भी उसमें आमंत्रित करता हूँ, क्योंकि हमारी पहचान हमारे ट्राइबल कल्चर से है। छत्तीसगढ़ को धान का कटोरा कहा जाता है। हमारे यहाँ कहीं कहीं 3 फसल, कहीं 2 फसल धान की होती है, और उसके साथ साथ सब्जियों की खेती होती है, साथ में आम, अमरूद, सीताफल, जामुन जैसी चीज़ होती है। अभी हमने एक नई चीज़ शुरू की है जो 27 तारीख से हम लोग करेंगे कि एग्रो टूरिज़्म। सभी पुराने लोगों के पास, जिनके पास 10, 15, 20 एकड़ की ज़मीन होती थी, उनका अच्छा घर होता था, वो सब शहर आ गए हैं अपने फार्म हाउस के रूप में छोड़कर। हम उनको रजिस्टर्ड कर रहे हैं और एग्रो टूरिज़्म में, क्योंकि शहर में रहने वाले बहुत सारे लोगों की इच्छा होती है कि उनका एक फार्म हाउस हो, तो हम एग्रो टूरिज़्म हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से 5 लोगों को सेलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। सर ने आज बात की थी कि हम युवा क्लब बनाएं। हमारे यहाँ सभी पंचायतों में युवा मितान मतलब छत्तीसगढ़ी में दोस्त होता है, युवा मितान क्लब का गठन हर पंचायत में किया गया, जिसमें 21 सदस्य होंगे, जिसमें 5 महिला रहना जरूरी है। अभी उनका काम स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटीज़, जो हमारे पारंपरिक खेल हैं उनको बढ़ाना और पारंपरिक जो संस्कृति है उसको बढ़ाने के लिए। पर इस टूरिज़्म कॉन्क्लेव से मैं उसमें टूरिज़्म को भी जोड़ना चाहूँगा, ताकि आने वाले समय में वो जो 21 लड़के हैं 40 साल के कम, वो टूरिज़्म को बढ़ावा देने का काम करें। हमारे यहाँ अभी होम स्टे पे ज़्यादा काम नहीं हुआ है, पर मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में हम होम स्टे पर भी काम करेंगे। मैं आप सबको फिर से छत्तीसगढ़ के में आने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय छत्तीसगढ़।
We have a short video to show. Kindly play it. It will give a kaleidoscopic view of the initiative, tourism initiative that have taken around the wildlife reserves. Kindly play it. as our tagline says, that Chhattisgarh is full of surprises. So I exhort you all, the august audience, to kindly come to our state and explore the unexplored. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have the last speaker in this session. Later we have a stakeholders remarks. So I request Mr. Ravi Shankar, Additional CEO of Uttarakhand Tourism Board.
Honorable Union Minister, sir, and honorable ministers from various states, respected seniors, colleagues, and friends from media. As this is the last presentation, I would like to quickly give a short glimpse about the homestays in Uttarakhand. We follow the philosophy of Atiti Deva Bhava and Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is the mission that has been given to us by Honorable Prime Minister, and we are fully complying with that. So, in the entire tourism sector, usually we talk about the tourists, who is the most important stakeholder. But apart from the tourists, who is the guest, we need to focus on the host community and the destination as well. So this particular concept is driving us ahead with this homestay concept. So in our state, we are trying to give a kind of glimpse of the soul of Uttarakhand, the roots of Uttarakhand. Whoever comes here, they can have a feel of the entire state, the tradition and culture of the state. So for that, we have been motivating the local community to come out and have a kind of enterprising attitude to tap this tourism potential. So I won't discuss a lot about the various aspects involved in that. I would quickly talk about 3 success stories. This is a village in Pithodgarh at Nabi village. This is in the border of India with Tibet and Nepal. In this particular village, there is a homestay that has been developed, and all the Kailash Manasarovar Yatris do visit this particular village. Along their Yatra route, they are made to stay in various lodges and guest houses. But in the entire segment, they appreciate this particular stay where they get to know about the local cuisine, local culture, tradition, everything. So this is one thing which is very important for us, because being a border village, this is strategically important, because this is very helpful in stopping the outward migration from the border villages. And this is one of the missions that has been given to us by Honorable Minister, to ensure that all the border villages, the livelihood opportunities have to be created there, and tourists have to be encouraged, attracted to visit such places. The other success story is about a village at Uttarkashi, Saud village, where around 85 families are there. Among them, 60 families have started this homestays, and it's a flourishing business in that particular village. This success story is the most important one. This is not just about a single homestay owner. It is about a community-owned, holistic rural tourism model. This particular model started way back in 2004. Actually, it started as an offshoot of joint forest management. In Uttarakhand, we have one panchayats where the community manages the forest jointly. To manage their particular forests, they started this particular model where every one of them started a kind of homestay way back in 2004. In this model, what they have done is, they have trained all the families in that particular village. It's a very small village. In various aspects, they have trained for trekking, bird watching, and other aspects that are attractive to the tourists. So in that they have prepared a roster where any tourist who books a homestay will get to stay in that according to that roster only. If the tourist books a particular homestay, the first, the one in the topmost list in the roster will get an opportunity to have the rooms booked there. And if a particular person is staying in that particular homestay, the other services provided by the other services like bird watching and trekking are provided by other people of the community. So everyone gets a share of the pie, everyone gets the business, and among the total business, they put 2% of their total income into the common pool. That particular income is used for creating common resources. Presently, they have used this amount for putting up a chowkidar, for protecting the forests. Apart from that, they have put up some protection works, plantation drives, and many other things that are common to the village. In the last year, the total turnover in that particular village was around 50 lakhs. There are 20 families that are doing it. So 50 lakhs is a good enough amount. From that, they have managed their common resources also. They have been undertaking many innovative initiatives like Butterfly Festival, Bird Watching Festival, and there are many student exchange programs. Even from foreign countries, people visit there, and there are many participative exercises undertaken there. This is what we wish to promote in Uttarakhand, because it is not just about a single homestay, it is about the collective ownership of the entire concept. An entire village, an entire community is taking this forward. So based on this line, we are trying to develop many other homestays. This is one upcoming homestay in Kotdwar. In this particular village, right from early morning till late night, there are many activities proposed. In the night, stargazing is done. In the early morning, people are taken to agriculture farms. They have an experience of agriculture, milking a cow, going around the village, trekking, bird watching, everything is incorporated in that particular package. So we believe that this is going to shape our local economy in a very good manner. As of now, total 4,200 homestay registrations have happened there. This is the policy that we have created in our state. So we provide capital subsidy up to 50% in the hills and interest subsidy of around 50% in the hills. SGST is exempted for the first 3 years, and we have simplified many aspects which are required for starting a homestay. In fact, based on the direction that has been given by Honorable Minister today morning, we would be eager to learn from other states as well. So this is our policy. We will be happy enough to share this policy with all of you. So regarding the skill development, we have engaged our Institute of Hotel Management to provide the capacity building on various aspects like soft skills, the cooking skills, and other aspects with regard to managing a homestay. So we have been promoting their homestays through various medium. In fact, we have tied up with Make My Trip also. Various categorizations have been done in our homestays. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. With this, we come to the end of 8 long sessions that we held in the last 2 days. We might have missed a few states because of the paucity of time, but certainly we have covered many areas, and we have wonderful presentations, very enriched points mentioned in all the presentations, and wonderful videos. So we will start now the stakeholders' remarks. We'll have to end by 4:30. We'll break for coffee at 4:30 and again reassemble at 4:45. Mr. Amitabh Kant, he's addressing us on G20, and after that we'll have a valedictory function. Yeah, if any other state is left and if they want to really make a presentation, we can take it up immediately after the address of Mr. Amitabh Kant. So I request now stakeholders to come and speak 5 minutes each. Kindly restrict yourselves to 5 minutes because we need to break again, get back within 10 minutes. So I request Mr. Amresh Tiwari, Vice Chairman, India Convention Promotion Bureau. 5 minutes, please.
नमस्कार परम आदरणीय श्री कृष्ण जी रेड्डी जी, मिस्टर नायक जी, आदरणीय मंत्रीगण एवं समस्त वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, मंगलवार की इस मंगल वेला में मुझे अवसर प्रदान करने के लिए इंडिया कन्वेंशन प्रमोशन ब्यूरो तथा समस्त माइस इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से मैं आपको धन्यवाद प्रदान करता हूं। यद्यपि माइस को प्रत्यक्ष रूप से सम्मिलित नहीं किया गया, लेकिन परोक्ष रूप से ही सही अवसर देने के लिए धन्यवाद। MICE stands for Meeting, Incentives, Conferences and Events, both commercial and social. It is very important part of the Indian tourism, travel and hospitality industry and has the potential to generate numbers job all of our Indian states. Pre-COVID, the global MICE industry was estimated to be upwards of $800 billion or 57 lakh crores in rupee terms. India's share then was estimated to be just around or less than 1%, that is approximately 50,000 crores, 48,000 to be precise. MICE sector is believed to have the strongest in the direct correlation to the GDP more than any other tourism sector. Each 100 rupees spent on MICE in India could have an indirect impact of another 160 rupees. Just in MICE sector, pre-COVID economic output globally was estimated to be above 1 trillion or more than 78 lakh crores. Thus, together between all our states and the center, we must double our MICE share to 2.5% by 2030 of the world. We must target more than 1 lakh crore direct economic and 1.6 lakh crore indirect benefit to all our stakeholders in all states. To do that, we must focus on taking India's rank in the Global International Congress Association ranking to the top 10 in the world, from 28 where we were pre-COVID. That is only possible together if a lot of more cities come in the top 100 in MICE infrastructure and services. Pre-COVID, we had one city, that is Delhi, in the top 100 rank. Our goal must be to be having minimum 10 Indian cities in the top 100. To that, we must together between central and state governments benchmark our MICE infrastructure of our Indian cities to the top global MICE cities. For that, we need to recognize MICE tourism as a distinct business and industry segment, because MICE is a business event and have direct economic impact. Based upon our years of recommendation, the government has already created a sub-brand of Incredible India, that is Meet in India. Thank you, sir, for doing this. Meet in India to the main brand Incredible India. We must market between all states and center, focus campaign around the Incredible MICE sub-brand. Dedicated market development assistance to MICE operators for targeted global markets. Additionally, together between all states and center, we must target global congress, convention and conferences and social events not just for private sector, but also for the government and multilateral sectors. ICA done a study where 1,073 international conferences has not done their event in last 15 years in India or Asia, and they are due. And that these are the 800 and 1,000 plus conferences. We can bring them back to India. Together between all states and center, we must create a joint global MICE bidding fund with a corpus of 5,000 crore to enable our MICE enterprises and MICE entrepreneurs undertake technical economic bid for events which have a bid cycle of 2 to 4 years at least. Each of our states need to create city convention bureau, state convention bureau, in each of our main cities and state, which will work with the ICPB as their hub to carry out a global bidding activities. Formal skilling fund for developing MICE talent and graduates. State Convention Bureau with affiliation and coordination with India Convention Promotion Bureau. Site inspection, farm trip support, especially curated for MICE industry, need to be organized. We need to more and more Indian companies undertake their MICE activities in our Indian states. However, that is only possible if we enable IGST for our hotels, which will complete the end-to-end GST chain cycle. As of now is CGST and SGST, so they cannot take the credit back. So this will get the GST set up for companies undertaking MICE events in states other than their state of registration. We request all states to ask their representative in the GST Council to do so. Of the special tourism zones being planned by Tourism Ministry, we look forward to a mega tourism zone which should be fully integrated world-class MICE city, and I urge the group of state governments to bid for the same collectively to Ministry of Tourism. As part of G20 initiative, ICPB along with the Ministry of Tourism is conducting iMICE, that is Incredible MICE, in 2023 in April, a global MICE event where thousands of stakeholders coming all over the world. I'll urge all state and G20 nations which is participating, supported by ministry. We will shortly be reaching out to all of you for this mega event to be held in 2023, and I request all states to participate fully and showcase their MICE potentials. Indian tourism has globally unique cultural phenomena. Between all states collaboratively and center, we must ensure that Indian MICE has the unique advantage of being bundled with the natural and cultural assets of India. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, Amresh. Thank you. Can I request Mr. Vaibhav Kala, President, Adventure Tour Operators Association of India.
Thank you, Shira. Manya Mantrigan, all dignitaries on and off the dais, thank you for your time. Very happy to present for the adventure travel industry in the country. We are facing several challenges, and collectively the solutions must come from all of us. I will restrict myself to flagging two main and key points. It's fairly clear that all states agree that the outdoors, the natural heritage, the adventure travel in their states is unique, and it needs to be promoted, and it's one of the key growth areas, not only because a large part of the tourism dollar is retained in the areas where this activity is being conducted. However, the Adventure Travel Development Index has fallen 10 points in the last 3 years. We are at number 96. So if we want to be in the top 10, then we must implement global standards forthwith. In the last 10 years, there's been a massive mushrooming of the activity in all states across India. It's no longer the domain of North India. It's happening in Central India, in South India, in Northeast India. Rising fatalities have hit the news, and there are all kinds of operations, some registered, some not. Access control is really the need of the hour. And this is all happening on our collective watch. So I think we're all responsible, all states and union territories of India must take this into cognizance. This has caused a major dip in our international reputation as a destination for adventure travel. There are trekkers missing, there are kayakers dying in Meghalaya, in Kerala, people going missing in Tamil Nadu, in forest fires in Karnataka. So it's pan-India. Yeah? The challenges are really, I'll point out the two. There's a great massification of our natural heritage. Everybody, every citizen in this country has an equal right to enjoy India's great natural heritage. It cannot be massified. It cannot be unregulated to masses that go and leave it not in the way that it is found. We need a uniform nationwide access control regime. Nepal has shown the way with their TIMS card. It is very, very effective. The government makes a lot of revenue, and people are safer. Highly specialized activities are being conducted by operations that are not regulated, guides that are not registered, and this again is again lack of standards. Coming back to, if we want to be globally number 5, we need to be having global standards. We need a high response time for rescue centers, for checkposts that is nearly non-existent across India. My second big point is need for a unified single regulatory system. Now, if I may, states like Uttarakhand, Himachal, Andhra, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal, Maharashtra, Kerala, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Haryana, Jharkhand are working on their own rules and own guidelines and regulatory systems. As if this wasn't enough, there are at least 6 ministries working on their own guidelines. Now, working in isolation is not going to help the ultimate goal. One India, one set of rules, one registration, one set of guidelines. That is really the need of the hour. If you're river rafting in the Siang, on the Subansari, on the Kamla, on the Lidar in Kashmir, or the Kaveri, the rules have to be the same. Different states do not need different sets of guidelines, and certainly 6 ministries don't need their own sets of guidelines. What are we doing at the ATOE? We've already prepared a set of guidelines that match global standards. These have been adopted by the Ministry of Tourism. Since all of you are here, my plea to you on behalf of the adventure travel industry is adopt these guidelines. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. It is there. We are there to help you. There's risk assessment inbuilt. There's regulation. There's tips on accident reporting, etc. So that really is the need of the hour. We are working on the National Board of Adventure Tourism. We're working on a model regulatory framework. Thank you, sirs, for that. That's the end of a 30-year effort to get this going. We are very, very grateful. And yeah, so these are the 2 I'd like to flag. समय के आदर रखते हुए आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much. Great inputs to have a regulatory mechanism. Next is Rai Achal Krishna, Member Managing Committee, Travel Agents Federation of India.
Respected and distinguished delegates, greetings from Team Taffy. I am humbled by the presence of who's who in the travel trade. My heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for the opportunity to address this August gathering. My name is Rai Achal Krishna. I'm part of the National Core Committee of Travel Agents Federation of India, in short, TAFI. It is one of the leading associations with 1,500 plus members. Most of our members are IATA accredited, hence reliable and potent extension for brand India image. TAFI has a central committee of 13 chapters spread across India, all seamlessly connected with the members. Additionally, there are 10 odd committees which are focusing on different facets of tourism. I head the social outreach and am part of the tourism board committee. This team is led under the dynamic leadership of Sri Ajay Prakash, one of the most outspoken and knowledgeable leaders in the travel trade. Issues and bottlenecks have been highlighted so many times that I would not like to repeat any of them. I would just like to make 2 points as far as the issues that we are facing. The airlines not giving commissions to travel agents is an issue which has been taken up by Team Taffy with the Honorable Minister of Aviation. A non-implemented order of DGCA has been shared with him. I urge the Honorable Minister of Tourism to facilitate the same through his strong relation with the Aviation Minister. It would mean 18% GST input of the total commission that we get to the government and income tax benefits, basically a 23% additional earning for the government. Similarly, most OTAs that are operating out of India are working from tax havens. They are avoiding tax regimes, and they have an edge over the Indian travel agents in terms of the cost that they offer. We are not able to match them. We are not asking for reduction in tax at our end, but have a serious thought on how we can, as a government regulatory body, we can take some additional tax from these OTAs so that they don't take money out of India. Most of the OTAs are now earned by companies which are based in Dubai or China. This needs a serious look into. I have just two suggestions. Even as I speak, 450 odd members of TAFI are in Malaysia, sponsored by Malaysian government. It is on average a 6-day event. There is complete synergy between the government of Malaysia, the Malaysian Airlines, the travel agents of Malaysia, embassies and tourism councils of 8 regions of Malaysia, all responding under Malaysian tourism head. We need to think in this line and have showcasing events within India. Various travel exhibitions are not able to fully project what India truly is.
थोड़ा ये बना के मुझे देना हो मलेशिया का
जी जी
क्या पॉलिसी है
हाँ
मुझे देना हो
जी As the Honorable Tourism Minister pointed out specifically about social media, and I'm handling social media for TAFI, so I will like my rest of my speech to center only on that point. Please note, while as State Tourism Board, Travel Association, travel agent, tour operators, airline, railway, hoteliers, etc., all are working to get part of the travel pie, the effort to build brand India are mostly individual and hence diluted. It is my humble opinion to promote this colossus that is brand India to its true potential. We need to work together and have a think tank which guides us on a roadmap to do so together. TAFI at 1 year back had 1,500 followers on social handle. In 1 year, with my single concentrated effort, we reached 25,000 people. Please allow us to leverage this to promote the states. Stage 1, please ensure that each state has a social media handler. Every state should have one person we can reach out to. Every state, every state should have a social media handler whom we can reach out to. This list can be shared with me. I will educate them on how to get a bigger footprint. I am taking an individual responsibility for this. Please get in touch with me. Please ask that person to get in touch with me. Every tweet, every Insta, every Facebook things that you do, you tag us and leave the rest to us. This alone will give you a 10x additional footprint. Other associations will automatically come in that we also want to join this process. But that list is required, sir. Yes, I want every state, to have a social media handler whose list is shared with us, the contact number, the email, and the social handles, the details of their social handles. I will follow it on my association, other association will follow it. Every tweet, every Instagram, every message that you will get will be reposted on these. You cannot imagine the kind of larger footprint you will get on this. Stage 2, you made such wonderful presentations. वो बोलते थे ठाकुर ये हाथ मुझे दे दो, यार ये आप लोग presentations मेरे को दे दो. I will make sure it goes everywhere. Please use these presentations not just for this forum. Make them your message from the state. Let it reach out to people. Coming to state website. Ready, sir? So many states, so many websites. Which traveler can truly go into each website? It is not practically possible. Every state is making humongous effort to make sites. But are they really able to go to people? How many people coming to India will go to 25, 26 websites? My suggestion, we use technology here, sir. Every state is managing its own website, but it all comes under one umbrella. I could, that one site will say Uttarakhand, it'll say Mizoram.
आप वेबसाइट छोड़ दो, मैं बताऊंगा. दूसरा बताइए. वेबसाइट मेरा तैयार है, मैं बताऊंगा एक्शन प्लान.
Okay.
फूड सर, हम लोग ने खाने के बारे में बहुत कम बात की. द काइंड ऑफ पोटेंशियल वी हैव ऑन फूड, इस पे लोगों के ब्लॉग्स हों, इस पे रेसिपीज आए वेबसाइट्स पे, इस पे खाने की फोटोज जाए, कहाँ पे क्या खाना अच्छा मिलता है, फूड की ट्रेल कैसी है.
हेल्थ कॉन्शियस हो, आप क्या करते हो?
हाँ जी,
हेल्थ कॉन्शियस हो जाए, कम करे.
नहीं सर, फूड इज अ ब्रांड एंड पोटेंशियल विच इज नॉट बीन यूटिलाइज. आई रिक्वेस्ट, या in 2 or 3 videos, yes, but it has not been promoted as a brand, sir. आखिर में सर, मेरे को अगर ये लिस्ट मिल जाए तो मैं एक शुरुआत करने को तैयार हूँ आप लोग के सपोर्ट के साथ. आगे वी विल गेट मल्टीप्लिकेशन. थैंक यू सो मच.
Mr. Ajay Singh, President Tours Guides Federation of India, TGFI. Ajay Singh ji.
मैं अजय सिंह टूरिस्ट गाइड फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूं. मैं इस देवभूमि में पधारे समस्त देवदूतों एवं माताओं का हार्दिक अभिनंदन एवं प्रणाम करता हूं. माननीय मंत्री महोदय, आपके अध्यक्षता में जो ये मीटिंग, जो ये कॉन्फ्रेंस यहाँ हो रहा है, इसको यज्ञ कहा जाए, महायज्ञ कहा जाए, वो ज़्यादा बढ़िया होगा, बशर्ते कि हम इसको सम्मेलन बोलें. सभी लोगों को एक अम्ब्रेला के नीचे लाने का जो ये महाकार्य है, यह अति ही उत्साहवर्धक कार्य है. हम लोग अपने जो हमारे मेंबर्स हैं, वो सभी लोगों को वर्तमान समय में हम लोग पर्यटन विकास के लिए एक दिशा निर्देश जारी किए हुए हैं, और उस दिशा निर्देश के अंतर्गत सभी लोगों को, सभी मेंबर्स को ये सुनिश्चित किया गया है कि आप अपना सोशल मीडिया हैंडल डालिए, फेसबुक बनाइए, उस पे अपने अपने रीजन्स के फोटोग्राफ्स डालिए. ये बहुत ही टूरिज्म प्रमोशन का कार्य करेगा. हमारा फेडरेशन अभी भारत सरकार पर्यटन मंत्रालय के साथ मिलके जो युवा टूरिज्म क्लब कार्यक्रम है उसको गति दे रहा है. हम लोगों ने वाराणसी को मॉडल के रूप में चुना, और पर्यटन मंत्रालय के जो अधिकारी लोग हैं उनके साथ मिलके वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने 31 स्कूल्स को अब तक चुना, और उसके 85,000 जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको युवा क्लब से विदिन 35 डेज हम लोगों ने जोड़ दिया. हर स्टेट के जो पर्यटन मंत्री हैं, हम आपसे ये कहना चाहते हैं कि आप भी अपने यहाँ युवा टूरिज्म क्लब को दिशा दें. इसमें यदि ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो टूरिस्ट गाइड फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया आपको मदद करेगा. जिस प्रकार हम वाराणसी रीजन में हर स्कूल को गोद लिए हैं, एक गाइड एक स्कूल, और हर सैटरडे को वो गाइड वहाँ पे जाएगा और पर्यटन से संबंधित विषयों पे क्लास लेगा. यदि हम परिवर्तन चाहते हैं तो हमें रूट लेवल से परिवर्तन को दिशा देनी होगी. जब तक हमारा जो नया जनरेशन है उनको हम सही दिशा निर्देश नहीं दे पाएंगे, तब तक हम अगले जनरेशन को पर्यटन संवर्धन में उपयोग में नहीं ला सकते. हमको रूट लेवल से जो काम करना है हम वहाँ से काम कर रहे हैं. साथ ही मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ कि हमें जो टूरिज्म फ्रेंडली एटमॉस्फेयर है उसको डेवलप करना पड़ेगा. हमारा फेडरेशन वन मंत्रालय के साथ मिलके उनके साथ भी काम कर रहा है. हम रूरल एरियाज में जो फॉरेस्ट के नज़दीकी गांव हैं या नदी के नज़दीकी गांव हैं, वहाँ के बच्चों को शिक्षित कर रहे हैं कि कैसे हम वन्य जीवों को सुरक्षा प्रदान कर सकते हैं. या हम किस तरह से सफाई व्यवस्था को कायम कर सकते हैं। इस चीज़ को आप यदि चाहें तो हमारा फेडरेशन हर राज्य में आपको सहयोग दे सकता है, लोगों को फ्री ट्रेनिंग हम दे सकते हैं, उसके लिए हम किसी तरह का कोई पैसा नहीं चार्ज करते। हमारे एक अनुरोध है कि वर्तमान समय में जो डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म बूम किया है, जो देखो अपना देश वेबिनार सीरीज चल रहे हैं, पर्यटन मंत्रालय की टीम उसमें दिन रात मेहनत कर रही है। हम लोगों ने 150 वेबिनार्स कंप्लीट कर लिया और ये वेबिनार टूरिज्म में काफ़ी फ्रूटफुल साबित हो रहे हैं। लोग इस वेबिनार्स को देख रहे हैं, पर्यटक देख रहे हैं और वर्तमान स्थिति ये है, शायद यह इतिहास में पहली बार हुआ हो जब लद्दाख में ट्रैवल एजेंट्स एसोसिएशन ने अपने तरफ से नोटिस जारी किया, वी आर फुली बुक टिल जुलाई। सेम चीज उत्तराखंड में हुआ। तो इस तरह की स्थितियां बन रही है। देखो अपना देश प्रोग्राम काफ़ी प्रसिद्ध हो रहा है। पर्यटन मंत्रालय की टीम टूरिस्ट गाइड फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया स्पीकर्स दे रही है और इनके अधिकारी दिन रात उस पर काम कर रहे हैं। हम आप सभी स्टेट्स गवर्नमेंट को अनुरोध करना चाहते हैं, आप यदि हमारा सहयोग चाहें, हम आपको स्पीकर्स देंगे, आपके डेस्टिनेशंस को पूरे विश्व पटल पे ले आएंगे। अंत में पर्यटन मंत्रालय से अनुरोध, हमारे जो टूरिस्ट आते हैं सबसे ज़्यादा समय हमारे साथ बिताते हैं, लेकिन एक कॉमन क्वेश्चन हम लोगों को सुनने में आ रहा है कि हमारे देश में तुम्हारे ऑफिस नहीं हैं, हमारे देश में तुम्हारे ऑफिस थे वो बंद हो गए। कृपया इस पे पुनर्विचार करें और अपने अधिकारियों को निश्चित जिम्मेदारी देके उन स्थान पे पुनः भेजने का प्रयत्न करें। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। Can I request Mr. Kulvinder Singh Kohli, Member, Managing Committee, Travel Agents Association of India, Thai.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Respected Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of India, thank you very much. Actually, all the speakers have already taken my complete data, so I may not even speak for 2 minutes, for that matter. But at the very outset, sir, I would like to compliment you, Mr. Reddy, Mr. Arvind Singh, Mr. Nair, that you guys have done a wonderful job. When I say wonderful job, because getting everyone is like getting the whole of Europe under one roof. Every state has its own dimensions. Every state has its own vision. Every state has everything what they can give to a tourist. And if we can club that, what you have done today, I think it is a one step ahead towards, they say, the country is moving as one. When our PM unfolded the flag on 15th August, and he said, everyone, ghar ghar mein tiranga, there was a meaning behind it, which I personally feel, I could be wrong, that was not only the symbol what he was unfolding, it was saying that we are one. And if we can be one, we can defy any other person and do what we want as a travel industry. I'll come back to my points of concern to the Travel Agents Association of India. Mrs. Jyoti Myal, the president of TAI, was supposed to be here, but unluckily she could not. I'm sorry for that, and I've already regretted to you, sir, yesterday evening. Travel Agents Association of India was incorporated in 1951. We are talking about 71 years back, and 4 years later, we will be celebrating our 75th birthday. It continues most effectively with quality growth and ability to support industry growth. TAI is India's premier, nodal, largest and oldest travel and tourism association. I'm not putting any association down. We are all together in it. TAI's membership of about 2,700 plus members, Indian companies involved actively with tourism, brings to its members constant guidance from our 20 regional units, which is unique to TAI and its development of leadership. TAI is actively associated with airlines and IATA. It works closely with the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. We actively participate in the tourism meetings convened by the government and the states tourist boards of India. TAI has signed over 25 MOUs, sir, with tourism boards of international countries abroad. TAI offers a big support to help these tourism authorities and destination products to organize roadshows across India in order to educate the travel agency and tour operator staff to learn about their product and support the sales. So most of the points have been covered, so I will be only talking about a few points which have not been covered. I'm not going to take much time, sir. Very in brief, accreditation, registration with MOT. So we have a problem. There are some rules and regulations which our members may not be able to follow. So our request to you is, sir, that all our members, our active members, are IATA members. And since IATA is already an accredited body, international body, so on the basis of those credentials, if some sort of a, not a shortcut, but some sort of a vision can be given to their memberships, it will be appreciated. And TAI along with MOT can go to every region of ours where we have our chapters and do the enrollment right there. Accreditation to MOT will make a substantial difference to the quality of service, because then they become answerable to the government also. Once they are answerable to government, it's like answerable to the police. I would put it in that sense. So they will be a bit scared and they will follow the SOPs. Sir, we have a problem with the GST. I'd like to request you, sir, through you, because a few of the points are concerning Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Aviation. Unluckily, sir, you are sitting in front of me. Can I route it through you? Thank you, sir. So GST, so we are in a reseller model towards GST. A GST concept is collection of a tax called K3, with the airline charge of 12% on the basic fare. Now that K3 is a substantial amount as far as the client is concerned. Now what happens, sir, that they follow their own modus operandi when to deposit. Whenever they do deposit, they reflect on the portal. But that reflection comes after 3 months, 4 months, 2 months, depending upon how they are proceeding with their working. Our clients at times say that we need a tax invoice. They do not pay us for our ticket because they say that, what about my 12%? He says, no airline, I'm dealing with the travel agency. So if this GST can be routed through the travel agency, let them take the input credit and let them pass it on to the client, so that our payments don't get stuck there. Sir, commission to travel agents, my colleague has already spoken about it. I will add on 2 points to that, sir. That they are taking 100% of the cost to their country. Sorry, selling price to their country. Whereas out of that, they are supposed to be giving us commission of say 5%, supposed to. They have not. Now instead of taking 95, they are taking 100. They are very happy. Number one. Number two, sir, which organization, which agreement talks about one-sided affair? Why should I sell? Well, I'm in the business, so I will sell. But the point is, why should I sell if there's no emolument given to me? Staff salary is to be given, staff takes salary. There are people, who are taking 12% commissions on various products they're selling. No mention of any specific one. Why should I not be given at least 2, 3, 4? Sir, Air India is the only airline and we give due credit to them. They have come to our saving. They give us 3% commission, sir. And they are our national carrier. What about the others? Why not? So that's one point I'd like to talk about. Sir, insurance charges, what happens is, sir, that we give upfront bank guarantees to the airlines, which has a cost. Banks don't give you bank guarantees. They want 100% collateral. So our investment is blocked there. Then our investment is blocked to the person we sell to. Most of them are on credit basis. Another 2 months of the. Are we financiers? Are we financing the airlines by giving them deposits, or the LCC carriers, which they take upfront money? Sir, during COVID times when the tickets came for refund, airlines did not pay me back my refund money for 8 months, 9 months. Which client stopped? Client did not make me the payment because they are my corporate accounts. They say, Mr. Kohli, I'm so sorry. Why? So we have given upfront money. They should have refunded. No. Air India came to our assurance. We went through the ministry also, but nothing. They took, sir, airlines took one year. What about defaults, sir? What about defaults? Now, they want bank guarantees. We want a deposit from the airlines in case they go bust. If they go bust like Kingfisher, like Jet Airways, like many other local carriers, our monies are gone because they have not defended us. We need assurance from them if the government can come into this aspect. Sir, airport passes is another thing which we are talking about. Sir, no, give me 2 minutes, sir. Just 2 minutes. I've just used 3 minutes, sir. I know it, sir. Sir, I'm talking from myself now. This is not an association. No, sir. There's no association talk, sir. I'm just talking about what I feel. Swachh Bharat. Sir, in Swachh Bharat, cleanliness plays a very major role. I have seen all your videos. Sir, they are all photocopied. They are made by professionals. Sir, what about the filth? What about the garbage lying next to these monuments? What about the garbage which is lying next to our religious places? What about the garbage lying next to our hospitals? Sir, we need every state to look into it, because what we present to a foreigner, he will see this picture and come, and here he'll find all sort of rubbish. Sir, it sends a very bad name. Sir, lastly, sir, when the PM talk about he spoke about being together. He spoke about Akhand Bharat. I will go one step ahead and say Buland Bharat, because Miss Usha Thakur was here. She's Minister of Madhya Pradesh. The way she summed up the complete India, that is one. And we are proud to be Buland. I'm not talking from any personal that why should I do it and why we are talking about. And point is, Buland we are. Sir, out of the 2000 previous years, 1500 years, India was the #1 country of the world, Indian region. We can come back to that, sir. When one small somewhat small words which are very, very close to me is, कर बुलंद अपने को इतना, खुदा बंदे से नहीं, इंडियन से पूछे तेरी रजा क्या है. जय हिंद.
Thank you. We have the last stakeholder in a startup company from Hyderabad, Mr. Nitin Navandhar, CEO, IM Avatar Technologies. Kindly be precise, please.
Sure. Good evening, Honorable Ministers, Director General, Secretary, and dignitaries, Government of India, Honorable State Tourism Ministers and team, media partners, ladies and gentlemen. आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार. मैं नितिन नावंदर, co-founder and CEO, IM Avatar Technologies Private Limited. I think I would really like to start. मैं अपना आभार प्रकट करना चाहता हूँ for this wonderful opportunity which we have got and a platform. I think today the startup companies are finally thriving with such big platforms being given to us. Without taking much time, I would like to present our concept to you all. Can we have the video, please? Presenting IM Avatar. थैंक यू सो मच। इसको अगर मैं सारांश में बताना चाहूँ तो कल्पना कीजिए, पहले जब मेक माई ट्रिप यात्रा ने इंडिया में जो किया है, सारे एयरलाइंस के प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज को डिजिटली प्रोवाइड किया है। वी आर ट्राइंग टू डू द सेम विद द प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप। कल्पना कीजिए प्रैक्टो, जहाँ पर हम स्पिरिचुअल लीडर्स को ऑनलाइन ला रहे हैं। हमारे पास जो धरोहर है, जो स्पिरिचुअल लीडर्स हैं ऑल अक्रॉस इंडिया, वी आर गेटिंग देम ऑन वन प्लेटफॉर्म एंड devotees कैन बुक देम सिमिलर एक्सपीरियंस लाइक अ प्रैक्टो। कल्पना कीजिए जिस तरह से आज हम ओला उबर बुक कर रहे हैं, जिस तरह से हम स्विगी और जोमेटो से फूड ऑर्डर कर रहे हैं, उसी सहूलियत की से हम लोग एक पंडित बुक कर पाएंगे। दुनिया में पहली बार ग्रंथी, गतका सर्विसेज, गुरमुखी टीचर्स, न्यूमरोलॉजिस्ट, वास्तु एक्सपर्ट्स, टूर गाइड्स, ये सारे लोग बस एक आसान तरीके से ऐप से बुक हो पाएंगे फ्रॉम अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड फॉर द सर्विसेज इन इंडिया। कल्पना कीजिए लाइक अमेजॉन गेटिंग एवरीथिंग डिलीवर्ड टू योर होम, इट कैन बी लाइक स्मॉलेस्ट ऑफ रुद्राक्षा टू द कॉस्टलीस्ट पेंटिंग ऑफ शिवा। कल्पना कीजिए सब कुछ एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म में, एंड टू मेक इट इंटीग्रेटेड वी हैव ऑल्सो क्लब ट्रैवल एंड टूर ऑपरेटर्स, which means that you can book airline, train, last mile connectivity, everything from the platform. We have also introduced for the first time धर्मशालास को digitally onboard करने के लिए। Again ये हमारा धरोहर है जो छूट रहा है, तो हम इसको वापस लाना चाहते हैं। जो ओयो ने Tier 1, Tier 2 होटल्स के साथ किया है, 1 स्टार 2 स्टार होटल्स के साथ किया है, यही काम हम धर्मशाला के साथ करना चाहते हैं, ताकि जो लोग अभी भी पिलग्रिमेज करना चाहते हो कम से कम कॉस्ट पर, वो इसका फ़ायदा उठा सके। और एक हमारी सबसे यूनिक सर्विस है केयर टेकर सर्विस। हमारा सबका बहुत बिजी शेड्यूल होता है, हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे परिवार वाले सीनियर सिटीजन्स, लव्ड वंस, हम उनको पिलग्रिमेज पर ले जाएं, पर किसी कारणवश हमारे शेड्यूल के कारण हम नहीं ले जा पाते। तो कल्पना कीजिए हमारे केयर टेकर्स आपका ये दायित्व पूरा करेंगे। ऑल दिस इन वन प्लेटफॉर्म विच इज़ आई एम अवतार। Now this program has been going live for last 3 days across the world. मुझे opportunity दीजिए, कुछ live मैं यहाँ पर लाना चाहता हूँ। So I want to present a use case कि how simple it is to book a puja through our app. So here I present to you. Can we just shift to the WebEx please? So हम अभी आपको यहाँ पर live बताएंगे कैसे हम हमारे ऐप के माध्यम से एक पूजा बुक करेंगे from a पंडित in बनारस। प्लीज़ गो अहेड। तो अभी आप देखेंगे ये हमारा ऐप, ये हमारा वेब प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसको हमने अभी लॉन्च किया है। वाराणसी जो स्पिरिचुअल कैपिटल ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है और अमृतसर, यहाँ से हमने सर्विसेज स्टार्ट की है और हम जल्दी भारत के हर शहर में उपलब्ध होंगे। इस तरह से बुकिंग होगी। ये स्क्रीन पर आप देख रहे हैं पूजा एंड पाठ सर्विसेज, हमने सब कुछ समराइज़ किया है। सो हम एक पूजा पिकअप करेंगे फॉर नाउ। रुद्राभिषेक पूजा जिसको हम अभी बुक करेंगे लाइव। क्योंकि ये वर्चुअल हो रहा है, विल गो फॉर अ वर्चुअल पूजा बुकिंग विद द पंडित इन बनारस।
सबसे ज़्यादा बढ़ेगी।
So this also goes to show how technology has changed India. You know, one of the silver linings of COVID has been the digital, acceptability. आज सब कुछ डिजिटली उपलब्ध है, तो इसी के चलते आप देखेंगे कि कैसे हम एक पूजा लेस देन अ मिनट वी कैन बुक अ पूजा ऑनलाइन। We can select the language and search for a pandit as we do in any other platform. So now the platform will actually search for all the pandits who can perform this puja and give us the options. So we have so many pandits to choose from with their profiles listed and the pricing at which they offer this puja. So we'll select one of the pandit who is based out of, and if you can see रुद्राभिषेक पूजा के benefits किसके लिए है, क्या उपलब्ध होता है, सब कुछ होगा। ये रुद्राभिषेक पूजा का सारा डिटेल आ गया with all the charges, tax details, everything done, and we will finish the booking now. पेमेंट ऑनलाइन हुआ और immediately the booking request will go to the pandit on his app. I think the biggest thing what we felt during this research which we have been doing for last 4 years is The unorganized system, religion and spiritual ecosystem needs empowerment. So apart from building an app for devotees, which is the front end app, जहाँ पर सारे devotees ये services avail करेंगे, हम पंडित, पुजारी, ग्रंथी, न्यूमरोलॉजिस्ट, वास्तु एक्सपर्ट, हर वो वर्शिप प्लेस जो अपना डिजिटल प्रेजेंस नहीं बना सकता है, हम उनको ये सुविधा उपलब्ध करवाएंगे. ये देखिए जो आज सारे UPI मेथड्स है टू मेक पेमेंट, ऑल द पेमेंट मेथड्स आर मेड अवेलेबल टू मेक द पेमेंट एंड कंप्लीट द बुकिंग. अब हम आपको बताएंगे पंडित जी जो राइट साइड स्क्रीन पर आप देख रहे हैं वो वहाँ पर पूजा के लिए रेडी है फॉर दिस बुकिंग. And this puja will continue in this temple at the Ganga Ghat in Varanasi. Can they shift to the video, please? So ये देखिए पूजा बुकिंग कंफर्म हो गई. अभी ये पेंडिंग बता रहा है, जैसे ही पंडित जी इसको एक्सेप्ट करेंगे अपने ऐप पर ये बुकिंग एक्सेप्ट हो जाएगी. सो दिस वाज जस्ट टू शो यू हाउ पूजा बिगिंग. तो ये रुद्राभिषेक पूजा यहाँ पर होगी. कैन वी जस्ट मूव ऑन टू द PPT प्लीज? So I'll not take more than 2 minutes, sir. I'll quickly run through. Can we go to slide number 6 and 7? So if given an opportunity with each one of you, I would like to present this in detail, how IM Avatar can collaborate with you. But I want to present 2 important slides here. Next, please. Yeah, please hold on. So for the last 4 years, IM Avatar has worked on the ground across 900 cities in India. As per the 2011 census, we have taken every city or town which had more than 50,000 population, and we have built a database of more than 150,000 major worship places in India. और इसमें हमने यही कोशिश की है कि हम इनको ऑनबोर्ड करना शुरू कर चुके हैं. 100 से ज़्यादा टेम्पल्स ऑलरेडी हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पर ऑनबोर्ड हैं, जिनको हमने डिजिटल प्रेजेंस दिया है, जहाँ पर अपने प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विस लिस्ट कर सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. क्योंकि हम हिमाचल प्रदेश में हैं तो हमने सोचा हिमाचल प्रदेश को भी दर्शाएं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. ये आप देख सकते हैं ऐसे हर एक स्टेट का हमारे पास डेटा है, जिसमें हम जिसे फुट ऑन सोल्जर्स बोलते हैं, हमारे जो इंटर्न्स थे हर सिटी में उन्होंने घूम कर ये डेटा कलेक्ट किया है, जिसमें हमने ये सारा डेटाबेस बनाया है. यहाँ से हमारा कार्य शुरू हुआ और हमारे पार्टनर्स इस मुहिम में, जो इंडिया ही नहीं वर्ल्ड का सबसे अनोखा प्लेटफॉर्म है, वी आर कोलैबोरेटिंग विद वर्ल्ड बेस्ट एजेंसीज लाइक अर्नस्ट एंड यंग इज आवर टेक पार्टनर एंड आवर कंसल्टिंग पार्टनर. दे आर ऑल्सो आवर प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर्स. Scarecrow MNC साची हमारे डिजिटल ऑनलाइन एंड मार्केटिंग पार्टनर है टू क्रिएट आवर सोशल मीडिया अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. एंड टाइम्स ग्रुप हमारा मीडिया पार्टनर है टू रन दिस अक्रॉस द नेशन. आई एम ऑल्सो वेरी प्राउड टू से दैट वी हैव बीन फीचर्ड इन द ग्लोबल इंडियंस बुक विच हैज़ बीन रिलीज बाय द ऑनरेबल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया मिस्टर वेंकैया नायडू इन हिज टर्म. We've been, also featured in many other, places for our unique concept. We are already discussing with, tourism boards of, Maharashtra and, Uttar Pradesh to work on next steps. And the biggest thing has been that we have now signed a memorandum of understanding with Namami Gange project to actually digitalize the touch points of the coastline of River Ganga across the 2,525 kilometers. This is where we think that how we can enhance what the infrastructure has been created by every state, by every project in India, we can give the digital presence. My closing remarks would be, we have all seen that how EdTech has grown, how retail tech has grown, and how FinTech has grown. I feel now is the time for faith tech, because this has been ignored forever. India being the cradle of religious and spiritual civilization, unfortunately किसी ने भी इनकी तरफ नहीं देखा है. तो IM Avatar का विजन यही है to empower the unsung heroes of religion and spiritual ecosystem, to give them identity, to give them digital presence, to give them an app from where they can become an entrepreneur themselves. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nitin ji. This is a wonderful initiative. With this, we come to the close of the 2-day session, and we break for coffee. We'll reassemble exactly by 5 o'clock here. 15 minutes, in fact. We wanted to give you 10 minutes, but we give you 15 minutes. 5 o'clock we'll start. 4:55, yes. Yeah.
क्या कहा?
Are you looking for an adventure in the East? Mizoram is an exceptional display of nature. It is such an astonishing sight to behold. For a unique and mind-blowing experience, explore the magnificent beauty of Champai. That is the only way to truly understand the magic of its beauty. See it, explore it, experience it. This is Champai, mystical Mizoram, a true paradise for travelers.
travel across the remotest parts of India, I believe that there is something about every place. A story in each corner that keeps you yearning for more just gets stronger. It's easy to form connections with people here, each more welcoming than another. The people I came across while traveling through these villages inspired and pushed me towards another trip. Meghalaya, in the northeast of India, is home to God's own garden, Marana. With its picturesque houses, spotless streets, and sustainable ways, living with nature is the only mantra. Each place I visit leaves a mark on me. Mangalam inspired me to be the best version of myself. As the cleanest village in Asia with a 100% literacy rate, being the best version of oneself is a lifestyle in Mangalam. Bridges made from roots of living trees and skywalks from bamboo that you won't find anywhere else add to its natural charm. From majestic mountains to musical shores, my journey continues to take my breath. Surrounded by misty green forests, I now reach God's own country, Kerala. And here lies Kubar, where the Naya River pours into the Arabian Sea. The region boasts of golden beaches and sparkling backwaters that make it hard to leave. The welcoming fisherman community is always ready to lend a helping hand. The tall coconut palm trees make it a paradise for a nature lover and photographer like me. Soulful to its core, the natural beauty of these villages leaves me rejuvenated and hungry for more.
India eagerly waits to share her unexplored secrets with you. The old world charm of her villages, the inspiring stories of its people, culture and landmarks leave travelers like me in awe. My idea of a holiday is to get away from the maddening crowd and experience the uniqueness of a country. During my journey within India, I came across a quiet and unspoiled treasure, Nako, a village in Himachal Pradesh. The shimmering blues and greens of the picturesque Nako Lake are complemented perfectly by beautiful houses decorated and colorful flags that surround it. But that's not the only thing about Nako that makes you want to explore more. The Nako Monastery, with walls adorned with beautiful artwork, stands proud amidst the towering Himalayas. As I walk down the streets and pass by blue-black framed windows and doors, each lane seems to have its own story to tell.
May I request everyone to gather back, please? We need to start the session at 5 p.m. Can I request everyone to get back, please? Can I request all the delegates to take your seats, sir? Can I request everyone to take their seats, please? Can I request all the ministers to take their seats, please? I request all the delegates to take their seats, please. Honorable ministers, secretaries. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now we go to the address by Sri Amitabh Kantji, Sherpa G20. I take it as my privilege to introduce Amitabh Kant sir for today's session on G20. He'll be giving the address. Sri Amitabh Kant sir belongs to 1980 batch. Of course, he doesn't require any kind of introduction, but since it's my duty, I would like to inform few facts about Amitabh Kant sir. Amitabh Kant ji belongs to 1980 batch of IAS Kerala cadre, and I have seen him working there for the past 35 years in Kerala, a small place called Kumaragam. It was a small village in Kottayam district. He has identified it as a niche tourism product during those days itself, and he created a wonderful product of backwaters product which has become internationally famous. And when Honorable Vajpayee ji was the Prime Minister of this country, he came, he visited that place, and after that Amitabh Kant sir has shown Kerala, a model of tourism to entire country and to the world. Then he worked as tourism secretary there. I remember as a young officer, editorials written on him when he was a district collector of Calicut, and from there he came to Delhi as joint secretary tourism, the man behind the international campaign Incredible India, which is still so popular. After that, the Make in India campaign. Then after he became CEO of Niti Aayog, he initiated so many policy formulations as directed by Honorable Prime Minister from time to time. He has been showing directions to everybody with a great vision. Sir was a member of the Digital Communications Commission of India, Director of the Board of India International Convention Center, member of the National Statistical Commission of India, and member of the National Industrial Corridor Development and Implementation Trust. And he also published few books, Branding India, An Incredible Story. I was fortunate to be there during this launching of this book. The Path Ahead, Transformative Ideas for India, and Incredible India 2.0, Synergies for Growth and Governance. He has received many national, international awards, to mention a few. Economic Times Policy Change Agent of the Year Award and the Bloomberg TV Personality of the Year Award. He is also the recipient of one Global Award 2016 for leadership in transforming governance for the 21st century. He is also the recipient of Sir Edmund Hillary Fellowship awarded by the Prime Minister of New Zealand. Presently, he has been, with his EOM service, he has been given the role of Sherpa G20, and he'll be addressing us regarding the preparedness by the state governments, how we should really prepare ourselves and showcase our culture, our heritage, our civilization to all these 12,000 delegates who are going to be here when we take over the presidency from Indonesia in the month of December. Sir, I welcome Amitabh Khan sir to address the tourism ministers and the tourism secretaries in this National Tourism Ministers Conference in Dharamshala. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister, Secretary, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, actually I got into tourism as a punishment posting. I was without a posting. I had run foul of the communist government in Kerala, and I was without a posting for a long time. Then they posted me as Secretary Tourism because nobody had heard of Kerala as a tourism destination. And that time people used to go to Kashmir or they used to go to Rajasthan. And presentation laga. And nobody used to go to Kerala at that time, nobody had heard about. So I thought I'll just give you a perspective of how, based on my own experience of how a state destination and later Incredible India was developed, and what are the lessons that emerge from that story. So actually Kerala was just a small strip of land on the southern coast of India. Nobody had heard of it. And at that point of time, there were very few tourists who used to go there. There was just only the Kovalam beach which used to come. So when I took over as secretary, our job was, Kerala used to just get about 20 pounds a night, and our challenge was to make it into a premier destination for upmarket and build it as a global brand. That was the challenge before us. Now, we did everything which was an antithesis of tourism. We said we will not ape the West, we will not copy the West, and we will go back to the roots of Kerala. So we went and did several things which promoted the unique strengths of Kerala. There was no tourism in the backwater. We stopped Kovalam beach because a lot of encroachment had come up in Kovalam beach. We said we'll revive Kovalam beach, but we'll develop new products. And that's how this beautiful backwaters was developed at that point of time as a tourism product. We developed houseboats because these houseboats are without nail. Carpenters had gone away to Gulf. We got them back. We created a new tourism product out of houseboat. We went back to the traditional roots of Kerala through Ayurveda, which dates back to 600 BC. And we said that Ayurveda is not about a massage, it's about a regimen, it's about rejuvenation, and it's curative. So we brought back Ayurveda center stage as an alternative medicine form. We went back to the roots of Kerala. Tayyam, Kathakali, Mohiniyattam had all been lost. We brought them back. Tourism became the vehicle which brought back culture of Kerala back.
We brought back the traditional festivals of Kerala, like Trishur Puram. We brought back the races of Kerala back, the boat races, through tourism. Many poachers who were there in Periyar, we converted them into guides. We paid them advances for next 1 year. Then they went back to poaching. We paid them for next 5 years into their bank accounts. We converted them into the best guides in the world. And we said we'll promote it as a sustainable green destination. That's how we developed it. And we brought, Kerala was a failed industrial state. So we brought tourism, and it was entrepreneurship led. We supported entrepreneurs to go back to the traditional architecture of Kerala, which is the Nalkatram houses, which were then being sold as firewood. So the traditional architecture was brought back, and you will see all the resorts are based now on traditional Kerala architecture. We brought back the traditional martial art of Kerala, which is Kalripet, which is the mother of all martial arts. Nobody had heard of Kerala cuisine. We brought back the traditional Kerala cuisine center stage, and this is the first film we did for Kerala. So Kerala became the first state which did a commercial film which ran on televisions, and later Kerala was declared by National Geographic travelers one of the 10 exotic paradises of the world, a must-see destination of a lifetime. And then for 7 years in a row, Kerala won the Best Performing State Award. It won several awards internationally, one after another, one after another. I'm saying this because the world of tourism works on one simple principle, and that is, how do you differentiate your product from the rest of the world? Please do not copy the West. Go back to your roots. Every state has its strength. Differentiate your state from the rest of the states and the rest of the world. There are 200 destinations competing in international tourism, POSE, and the world travel market. People want to travel to places which are authentic, which are as they are. If you go back to your roots, you'll create a great product. And that is what is important. So Kerala became one of the 10 exotic paradises of the world because it had gone back to Ayurveda, it had gone back to art forms, it had gone back to its traditional martial art, it had gone back to its traditional cuisine. And then one fine day, when I was sleeping at home, I got a call that the Prime Minister's Principal Secretary wants to talk to me, and Mr. Brajesh Mishra came on the line, and he said Mr. Vajpayee wants to have a holiday in Kumaragam, and he came and he said, you will be responsible. So I looked after him for about a week, and we took him to the backwaters, we took him through Ayurveda, and Mr. Vajpayee spent a week in Kerala and then wrote about Kumaragam musings there. One fine day, you know, when he was there, he said, Mr. Brajesh Mishra told him that this boy has done a lot of work in tourism, we should bring him to Delhi. So Mr. Vajpayee asked me whether you have applied. Amitabh ji, aapne apply kiya hai Bharat Sarkar ke liye? So I said, no sir, I have not applied for Government of India. So he said, please do not apply. If you apply, Mr. Brajesh Mishra will send you to Women and Child Welfare instead of tourism. I applied 1.5 years back. There was no vacancy in tourism. They picked me and posted me as Joint Secretary, Tourism. And as soon as I had landed, there were several crises in India. There was Gujarat earthquake, there were attacks on the world, the Twin Tower blast in New York happened, there was attack on our parliament, there was troop mobilization at border, there were travel advisories, one after another series of crises, and our hotel occupancy was just doing 10% occupancy at that point of time. At the peak of that crisis, we launched the Incredible India campaign, and again the challenge was to build on India's unique strength, and actually we said that there are certain markets we'll defend, certain markets we'll invest, and certain markets we'll seed. So this is how we defined our strategy, and we said we'll have a communication strategy, and we worked around this exclamation mark. And that's how Incredible India came in at the peak of the crisis, when Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand all had stopped their brand marketing. Peak of the crisis, we had gone to tour operators to say that you please, and those days tour operators used to sell packages. We said we'll support them, but they said there's no consumer demand for India. We had to build consumer demand. And that's how we build the consumer demand. We use the exclamation mark of I to work around this, the stripe of the tiger, the Himalayas, the deserts of Rajasthan, the yoga from India, Ayurveda, meditation in the Himalayas, a range of reflexography, backwaters, the colors of India. You know, we used Hampi as a site. We said get rid of 21st century stress, stand for 5,000 years, and then we used the tiger to say not all Indians are polite, hospitable and vegetarian, and this was a tiger in Rajasthan. And we said, we promoted Buddhism, we said don't panic, adventure tourism, don't panic, there's always rebirth, and we promoted India like it had never been done. We also did a lot of things abroad through our, a lot of brand marketing of India across when we went for World Travel Mart or Tourism Bourse. This is the campaign we carried out on the London tubes, the London Underground, the London Metro. At Oxford Circus, we had this. At King's Cross, we had this on Incredible India. At Elephant and Castle, we had this. But tourism is not about just marketing. You will not be able to get the results if your product is bad, and therefore it's very important that all of us in states focus on infrastructure creation. And actually what the Prime Minister has been emphasizing, that how do you bring in Swachhata, how do you bring cleanliness, how do you improve. So a lot of work was done around that time, and I just wanted to give you examples of World Heritage Site, what was there. You know, the heritage site could not be seen, there were encroachments, we cleaned it all up, and after that we got lighting, we got fiber optic lighting, all these heritages could be seen, we brought in green buses, we greened up that place. Similarly in Hardwar, what was before, what was after, Mahabalipuram, what was before, what was after, just to give you a glimpse of what tourism is about. Destination management, about infrastructure creation. Similarly, Delhi Monument, we cleaned it up, we lit them up, we did a lot of work. And simultaneously, along with infrastructure, we worked on several new products. We started, India only had luxury hotels, we created budget hotels. Domestic tourism grew, and that was the time when there was the rise of online tourism, and a whole lot of new tourists, new websites came up, and that they started driving tourism. Air transport grew because of it was a marketing-led development which led to the domestic sector growing, it led to international operations growing, and then it led to new airports. All this became possible because of tourism. A marketing-led initiative had led to infrastructure improvement, it had led to new products, it had led to new airlines, it had led to new airports. Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, all of them were created because there was growing demand. And because there was growing demand, because of tourism, it led to new infrastructure creation. And then we came out with a number of new products from Tourism Ministry, medical tourism, we came out with rural tourism products, all in Hotka village in Raghurajpur village in Orissa. And because of all this, tourism arrival grew, earnings grew in a very big way. But I'm a great believer that the potential of tourism is still hugely untapped. It's hugely untapped because states have not brought it center stage. Other than Rajasthan, other than Kerala, a little bit of Madhya Pradesh, states have not made it the center stage of growth. Tourism has huge multiplier impact. It is the biggest job creator. It can, if India is to grow into a $5 trillion economy, if it has to create good quality jobs, tourism is the way forward. And therefore my belief is that the focus has to be on good products, it has to be a focus on good entrepreneurship, it has to be a focus on creating top class cleanliness and top class products in the state governments. And state governments have to take ownership of ensuring that last mile connectivity, roads and top class infrastructure is built. The Government of India, Ministry of Tourism has supported the states in a very big way, and yet we have not been able to create great experiences and great tourism products. And that is really why we say that the potential is still untapped, because there's huge potential. Now India has great brand power. There is the soft power of India, huge culture, huge Bollywood, huge cuisine, the diversity, the democracy of India. There is the hard power of India. All that has to merge together. And therefore, brand building is about tourism products, it's about civic governance, it's about infrastructure improving, it's about huge consistent levels of growth. So my belief is that while India has to focus on India is bigger than 25 countries of Europe. We have too many tourism products, and every state must become a champion of tourism. Every state must focus on its heritage values, its culture, its core values, because that is the unique strength of India. While it does this, there has to be a focus on the modern contemporary aspect of India, the confident, the vibrant aspect of India. And I want to say that what India has achieved, if you look at from 2015, 320 million new bank accounts have been created. That is equivalent to the population of the United States of America. If you look at the digital payments, India is a leader. Our total transaction was 48.6 billion. That is 3x of what China did, 7x of what US and Canada did. If you look at housing, we have provided 3 crore housing in the last 6 years, which is equivalent to providing every single citizen of Australia with a new home. If you look at roads, we've done 50,000 kilometers. That is like providing road network across countries such as Denmark, Taiwan, Czechoslovakian Republic. If you look at a vaccination, we've done over 2.5 billion COVID-19 vaccine, which is 5 times the population of European Union and 2.5 times the population of EU and USA together. And if you look at Swachh Bharat, we built about 109 million toilets, which is greater than the population of Germany. And, so every single sector, you look at water, for instance, 8.1 crore households have potable water under Jal Jeevan Mission. That means approximately we have covered every single citizen of Brazil together, and Brazil and Argentina through this Jal Jeevan Mission. That is the scale of transformation in the last 5 to 6 years that has been carried out. And this gives you the opportunity to really create a unique brand India through tourism. What India has achieved in the last 5-6 years is phenomenal in terms of its infrastructure, in terms of its digital public goods, in terms of digital infrastructure, in terms of transformation on ground, including roads and housing. And therefore, you need to present, while you present the heritage, culture, value, we need to present the modern, contemporary, confident, vibrant India. And really, we are the fastest growing economy. We are the 5th largest, soon will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. And therefore, this is a huge opportunity for states to grow, to create jobs, and to really become the champion states. And every single state must compete. Every single state must be ranked on the basis of tourism. And every single state must emerge as a driver of tourism. This is, to my mind, I've worked in the tourism sector. I really think there's no better sector than tourism. That you can never get a job, anybody working in the tourism, you will never get an opportunity to work in a more creative sector. You will never get the opportunity to transform India. You will never get an opportunity to transform your state in a better way than through tourism. So this is your opportunity to really transform India in infrastructure, in brand marketing, and build the value of India. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your inspiring words, your passion, the passion with which you have worked in the state of Kerala, in the government of India, then in the Niti Aayog, and after that, now as G20 Sherpa, was evident from the way you spoke, and it'll definitely, give food for thought and a lot to think on the way we need to work on tourism in the different states. So I would request the states if they have any questions. And sir, we would also like to hear your views on the role of the states in the upcoming G20 summit, because we have all the state governments here. You are the G20 Sherpa, and as the tourism sector, which will be one of the most, one of the highest beneficiaries of the G20 presidency of India, we could not have hoped for a better Sherpa to lead the event, sir. So a few words on the G20, and then I would throw the floor open for questions.
So that's a very important question. We are doing, the Prime Minister has asked us to do G20 meetings in all the states and union territories. There are 200 events in 55 cities of India, 55 cities of India. Important thing is that every single visitor during G20 who comes to India is not coming for G20. We must send him back as a brand ambassador of India. Every single tourist who comes during G20 must go back mentally rejuvenated as an Indian. He must be spiritually invigorated as an Indian. He must go back physically elevated as an Indian. And he must become the best brand ambassador of India. And actually that experience of it, it's not about hardware. It's about creating a unique Indian experience around India's culture can only be done by the state governments. They have their unique strengths. And that is why in my presentation I said Kerala became a great destination because it went back to its root. It did not copy the West. It did not copy any American city. It went back to its roots. The world is looking for an Indian experience. The world is looking to rejuvenate. They are stressed out. They are looking for rejuvenation. The world is looking for spiritual invigoration. That is the experience which India must provide. And that is what every state must do. Every state should go back to its root, create a unique state product which is thoroughly Indian and which is what every single G20 visitor must experience. Everybody is fed up of 5-star hotels. They'll come and stay. They will go through conferences. But please convert them into an Indian before they go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm sure these words will, help us, all the states, prepare well and showcase the unique products that are available, the unique experiences that are available, the unique stories that they can offer to all the visitors and the delegations who come in these 200+ meetings in the 55 destinations across the country. So I leave the floor open now. If there are any questions from the honorable ministers, any of the officials from the states, or any of the others present in the house on tourism, on the G20, you're most welcome. Manisha.
Good evening, sir. I am Manisha.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am Manisha Saxena. I am Principal Secretary Tourism in Government of Mizoram. And sir, you know that the Northeast has certain inherent infrastructural challenges. But in spite of that, what do you think is the single most important competence or skill that we should develop in our states in the Northeast to take advantage of the tourist influx of the G20 leadership?
So Northeast is truly unique. Don't worry about infrastructure. You know, many of these tourists actually want to go to places, and in the long run, let me tell you, many of these Botswana, Tanzania do not have great infrastructure, but they are great tourism products because people want to experience the product. Create a great experience around your state. That is what I'm saying. That unless and until you don't create a great experience, it will not work. Once that experience, Kerala did not have last mile connectivity because tourism grew. Kerala was a failed industrial state. It was known for its unions. It was known for its strikes. When I went there, you could not even unload your luggage yourself. The unions would ask, they had a nokukuli for looking at your luggage. So, once tourism succeeded, everything flew. Last mile connectivity came in. We created all this. Airports came up. Today, Kerala has 4 airports because of this. That tourism, travel and tourism created jobs. We got tourism, Tata Consultancy Service to do a tourism satellite account for Kerala, and all the jobs, the women were getting all the jobs. And that is what Northeast needs to do. Create a unique Northeast. Every state of Northeast is unique. Every state of Northeast has a unique culture. Every state of Northeast has a unique martial art. Every state of Northeast has a unique cuisine. Please focus on that and create a great experience. You will see tourism growing in Northeast.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
Sir, with your permission, sir. Sir, I am Askar Ali, sir, Secretary Tourism, Daman and Diu Administration. Sir, like in Lakshadweep in Daman, we are planning for high-end ecotourism projects on PPP mode. So, sir, for all the clearances, we are planning to give upfront, like we did in Lakshadweep. So, sir, for PPP projects, sir, it is advisable to go ahead with the project packaging that all the clearances like CRZ clearance, forest clearance, liquor license, all will be given upfront along with the work others, so that, sir, high-end tourist operators like Radisson Blue or Taj, they come and participate. Otherwise, sir, market is very limited for a small place like Daman, sir.
No, very good. That's what you should do. Otherwise, people will run around environmental clearances. So what Lakshadweep we did was the right thing. Structure the project, take all the environmental clearances upfront, then bid them out, get the best resorts. And I'm really delighted that in Lakshadweep, you played a very key role and you were able to get Taj Group of Hotels into 2 islands. That will be the beginning of island development. The same strategy should be pursued in both Daman and in Andaman. Get all the clearances up front and get private sector to come in. Tourism is not about government. Let me tell you, every single player is a private sector. The tour operator is private sector, taxi driver is private sector, resorts are run by private sector. Everything is private sector. So you have to assist, you have to facilitate, you have to act as a catalyst and ensure that the private sector is able to put up good resorts there. And these are places where instead of a lot of construction, do boutique resorts which are sustainable and which are unique. Kerala is a great example of boutique resorts which get $500, $600 a night. So that is what my belief is, that once you go back to your roots and do boutique resorts, you will get a very high value tourism inside.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Arvind, I have to go for another meeting, so with your permission, can I take leave?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll continue to seek your advice on areas related to tourism and, of course, on the upcoming G20 events where we will work, and we look forward to working closely with you. Thank you for sparing your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I invite Shri Arvind Singh Ji, Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, for closing address.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have been here for more than 2 days. In my remarks, I'll just do a summing up of all that we have done. The ultimate, the decisions and how do we go forward from here will be declared by Honorable Minister. So if I do a recap of what all we have done, on the first day, we had 3 motivational speakers. We had Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev, we had Anand Mahindra and Kapil Dev, who spoke to all of us about the importance of this sector in our country's economy, the role it is going to play as our country, stands at the cusp of history. As the Honorable Minister also mentioned, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. The fact is that the world expects that India will continue to grow in the next 2 or 3 decades. We are the 5th largest economy, and we will very soon be one of the top 3 economies of the world. So the world is looking at us as one of the major growing economies, and naturally every sector, including tourism, will grow and grows significantly. All the projections by all the leading analysts of the world and of India is that while the economy grows, the tourism sector will also grow with leaps and bounds. So the first 3 days, speakers told us about that. Then we discussed about the efforts being made to augment infrastructure in the country. And yesterday, after the opening session was inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh and the Chief Minister and other dignitaries present on the dais yesterday, we had a discussion on infrastructure, which was led by Secretary Roads and Development, Roads and Transport and Highways, and states also participated, followed by a discussion on the importance of culture, spiritual and religious tourism, a discussion on the Himalayan states, which is very important from the point of view of the growth of these states, and especially because these are states where manufacturing will not provide the range of jobs, or services sectors will not, other services sector or like IT or others are not expected to. But these are the states where tourism will be the main driver of employment and development. And so it was very crucial that we discussed Himalayan states. And of course, we had a very good session on responsible and sustainable tourism, because we are already seeing the effects of over-tourism in some well-known tourist destinations in the country, such as Ladakh or in Uttarakhand, and the importance of incorporating responsible tourism practices by tourists and as well as by policymakers in our policy was very well addressed yesterday. Today, we discussed about the role of digital technology in the marketing and promotion of tourism destinations. All of us are aware that digital technology is an area that has emerged in the last few years as a very important way to convey your message. The social media and other forms of digital platforms that have come up provide a very cheap and effective way of communicating your message. And that is where we had some very good presentations by states, by the Secretary, and I'm sure that gave us an idea of the way that we should go forward. Skill development and homestays, again, this is going to be one of the major areas of focus in the future. Already we are seeing the development of homestays in states like Uttarakhand, where the state has a very good policy. States like Sikkim, in the northeast we are seeing it in some states. As I mentioned, when I went to Jammu and Kashmir, I heard about the development of homestays there. And these are very effective means of not only providing quality accommodation, but also giving employment and jobs, employment and incomes to the local people, and giving unique, local experiences. So a very good example of sustainable tourism. And this is what we discussed on homestays. We had a very good presentation from Uttarakhand, which has a very progressive policy where they have built homestays around trekking routes and other routes. Another very important growing area, especially in states with good medical infrastructure or Ayush infrastructure, was the role of wellness and medical value tourism, and where we had very good representation from the member of the Niti Aayog and states. And that is the area that especially our Prime Minister and leading policymakers are laying great emphasis on. And we saw the session on forest and wildlife tourism, where we discussed several examples of several states, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, and we saw the unique experience of jungle lodges and resorts in how they have transformed through that company the wildlife experience in Karnataka. They have offered their help to other states also. I also thank all the stakeholders who participated yesterday, from the hospitality industry, from the travel agents industry, from the tour operators, the other online operators like chat and others who participated and enriched the discussions, because they are very important stakeholders and are people out there in the field, and we have to make life easy from them through our systems and processes, so that we are able to deliver to the last mile. We had, of course, this last session after the very unique and motivational lectures from, we started with Jaggi Vasudev, and as my colleague was saying, we ended with Mr. Amitav Kant, who has had a great experience in the country and in the state of Kerala, and now leads the country's effort as the Sherpa for the G20, and we'll work closely with him. And he has said what I told you about his expectations from the tourism, in the tourism sector from the states, the expectations from the states in the, in the ensuing G20 presidency. So if I go back to my original speech, when I laid this thing, I said that we are here to take stock and move in one direction. So I think you've got an idea of the priorities, and you will find a reflection of the priorities also in the national tourism policy, which will be shortly unveiled before we are supposed to go to the cabinet. So I think all the states are now on the same page as the central government, which was one of the main themes, because we had not had any discussions physically in the last 2 years thanks to the pandemic. Most of our discussions were online and digital. The second aim was to give you cross-cutting experiences from different states. And I'm sure many of you have gained from that, from the best practices that you have seen in all the different areas in the states. And I'm sure this has ignited your minds with ideas that you can go and back and implement your states and in your states. I was very happy when one of the officers who was leaving here, he said, "Sir, I will get back to you and get back to you with an idea that I have implemented from this conference." And I think if each one of you go back with that thing in your mind, that here is an idea that has been ignited in my mind, and I'll go back and implement that in my state, I think we would have arrived at the purpose of this conference. And last but not the least, of course, is the ensuing G20 presidency. I'll give you an example of a country like Saudi Arabia. 2-3 years ago, Saudi Arabia was only known as a destination for pilgrimage. People used to go to see Mecca and Medina, but they used the G20 presidency to transform their image as a place with unique tourist destinations. And they projected lots of new tourist places. Of course, they had a very good campaign and others. And today, visitors from Europe and other parts of the country, of the world, are visiting Saudi Arabia, not for pilgrimage, not for Mecca and Medina, but other tourist hotspots that they've created in an otherwise country which is just full of desert. So taking lessons from that, we should use the G20 presidency to project these strong cases of our nation and make sure that the global leaders who come here, the G20 economies are very important economies. They control a major part of the world GDP. And if we are able to showcase our country and show it to them, I'm sure we'll be able to transform our tourism sector to the next level. With these words, I thank you all for participating in the conference. Thank you for making it a success. And I'm sure that we will all see the fruits of this conference in the days and months and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now for concluding remarks, I invite Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of India, Shri G. Kishan Reddy ji.
Good evening, everybody. Last 3 days, with enthusiasm, every state and every delegate and every sector, they are given their valuable suggestion. My
2-3 विषय फिर दोहराते हुए, क्योंकि अलग अलग डेलीगेट्स बात करते समय all the issues they discussed, they raised in this forum. ये लगभग 2-3 years गैप के बाद इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया गया. I want to regularly organize this type of meetings. मैं पहले ही बता चुका हूँ, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, हेल्थी कंपटीशन इन स्टेट्स बिटवीन, and proper coordination with state government and central government and other ministries. I also request all the state representatives and ministers, officers, like this conference, you organize in your state, call all the district officers and discuss how in your state, involve all the other departments also in respective states, in transport department, education department, PWD department, and all departments you can involve and discuss how can you encourage in your state your infrastructure in tourist destinations. वैसे ही आपका स्टेट्स में भी ऐसे मीटिंग हर स्टेट में आप लोग होना चाहिए. आप हमारा ऑफिसर्स को बुलाइए, कोई आएंगे, हमारा एमओएस भी आएंगे, उसमें जरूरत पड़े तो. ऐसा डिस्कशन किया है इधर आज 3 दिन से. वैसे ही आपके पास 1 day और 2 days का एक मीटिंग होना चाहिए. आपके स्टेट में जितने भी टूर ऑपरेटर्स है, आपके जितने भी ट्रैवल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है, आपके स्टेट में जितने भी होटल्स है, सभी लोगों की इन्वॉल्व करिए, डिस्कशन करिए. जो मीडिया सेंटर्स को बुलाइए, इधर तो नहीं बुला सकते हैं, रीजनल मीडिया सेंटर्स को भी इन्वॉल्व करिए. एक एक डेस्टिनेशन के ऊपर आर्टिकल्स लिखने के लिए बोलिए. अलग अलग डेस्टिनेशंस है, एक एक डेस्टिनेशन का एक कॉलम रेगुलरली और डेली पेपर्स में, टीवी चैनल्स में एक कॉलम होना चाहिए. देखो अपना स्टेट रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में, देखो अपना प्रांत, देखो अपना टूरिज्म का डेस्टिनेशन. ऐसा उनको भी मोटिवेट करते हुए हर स्टेट में एक ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस होना चाहिए. उसमें मीडिया एंड प्रिंट मीडिया, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया को इन्वॉल्व करना चाहिए. ऐसे रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में भी अच्छे प्रोजेक्शन होना चाहिए. मैं पहले ही बता चुका हूँ, सब कुछ डेलीगेट्स में बोले थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए युवा क्लब्स के ऊपर. युवा क्लब्स के द्वारा भी अच्छे काम हो सकता है. इस दृष्टि से भी आप लोग काम शुरू करिए. जैसा एक डेलीगेट ने बताए थे स्वच्छ भारत, मैं जितने भी टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन पे जाता हूं, मेंटेनेंस ठीक नहीं है. अगर उनको कुछ पैसे ज्यादा होने दो, मगर कभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होना. टॉयलेट्स क्लीनिंग के विषय पर भी, टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन में कोई डिब्रीज नहीं होना चाहिए. We should also concentrate. This is a very, very important thing. Every tourist destination, मैं ये सही को भी बताने वाला हूँ, आर्कियोलॉजी सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया को, आप लोगों को बताता हूँ. प्लास्टिक यूज से कम करना चाहिए टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन पे. कैसा कम करते हैं आपको लोकल लेवल पे प्लान करिए. फॉरेन टूरिस्ट आते हैं, देखते हैं इतना प्लास्टिक का एक एक डिब्रीज का पड़ाव रहते हैं. जितना अपन मेहनत करते हैं वो डिब्रीज देखने के बाद पूरा खत्म हो जाता. जितना इमेज बढ़ाने के लिए प्रयास करते हैं, इतने अच्छे वीडियोस बनाए, मगर डिब्रीज देखने के बाद आपको ना इमेज खत्म हो जाता है. इसीलिए हर टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन पर डिब्रीज, सैनिटेशन, स्वच्छ भारत का एक्टिविटी इन्वॉल्व होना चाहिए. उसके लिए नियर बाय कॉलेजेस को, उसके लिए नियर बाय स्कूल्स को, उसके लिए स्वच्छ भारत के लिए नियर बाय यूथ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को भी इन्वॉल्व कर सकते हैं. वंस यू स्टार्टेड स्वच्छ युवा क्लब्स, युवा टूरिज्म क्लब्स, दे कैन आल्सो कंट्रीब्यूट इन स्वच्छ भारत का एक्टिविटी. इसलिए जो जितने भी युवा टूरिस्ट क्लब्स आप बनाते हैं, इस काम में भी जोड़ सकते हैं आप लोग उनको. एक एक स्कूल को एक हफ्ते में आके सैनिटेशन करना, देखना, आर्टिकल्स लिखना, फोटोस निकालना, फिर स्कूल को जाने के बाद उस डेस्टिनेशन का पेंटिंग करवाना, आर्टिकल्स लिखवाना, उनको प्राइज देना, पेरेंट्स को ले जाके बताना चाहिए, ऐसा भी काम हो सकता है। इसलिए आप थोड़ा इस दृष्टिकोण से भी काम बढ़ाने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। वैसे ही सभी टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन पर अच्छे बढ़िया नेशनल फ्लैग आजकल रेलवे स्टेशन पे, एयरपोर्ट में बना रहे। जितने भी टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है हर जगह अच्छे नेशनल फ्लैग का परमानेंट पोल बनाना चाहिए। हमारा डेस्टिनेशन से नेशनल फ्लैग इमेज नहीं बढ़ेगा, मगर नेशनल फ्लैग इमेज से आपका डेस्टिनेशन का इमेज बढ़ेगा। नेशनल फ्लैग के कारण आपका डेस्टिनेशन का इमेज बढ़ेगा। इसलिए सभी जगह नेशनल फ्लैग से लगाइए, बहुत अच्छा इमेज उस टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन को होगा। मैं आर्कियोलॉजी सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया को भी बता चुका हूं, अभी रिसेंटली 150 डेस्टिनेशंस और नेशनल फ्लैग से लगाए। आने वाले दिन में वी वांट टू इंक्रीज 500 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन पर नेशनल फ्लैग, परमानेंट फ्लैग्स बनाएंगे, बड़ा पोल्स। ये भी आप लोग सोचना चाहिए। वैसे ही होटल्स में मैं जितने भी होटल एसोसिएशन इधर है, जितने भी स्टार होटल्स है, जितने भी मिनिमम थोड़ा बड़ा होटल है, सभी होटल्स के सामने भी अच्छे नेशनल फ्लैग होना चाहिए, बड़ा फ्लैग। इतने बर्बाद करते हैं कारण खाली नेशनल फ्लैग बनाने में क्या होता है। हर होटल में आप लोग जितने भी आपका स्टेट मिनिस्टर्स है, ऑफिसर्स है, आपका स्टेट में भी जितना बड़ा होटल्स है, उनको बुला के मीटिंग करके उनका होटल में, कैंपस में एंट्रेंस पे अच्छा नेशनल फ्लैग इंस्टॉल करना चाहिए। ये भी आप लोग सुझाव होटल्स को देना चाहिए। वैसे ही अरिस्ट होटल में एक आज़ाद का अमृत महोत्सव का लोगो लगाना चाहिए, जो ये रिसेप्शन पे, ये भी आप लोग प्लान करना चाहिए। हर होटल पे, हर टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन पे एक आज़ाद का अमृत महोत्सव का 2023 का लगाना चाहिए, ये भी प्लान करना चाहिए। वैसे ही अभी एक वेबसाइट, नया वेबसाइट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के द्वारा हम लाना चाहते हैं, उसमें सभी स्टेट को जोड़ना चाहते हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का इच्छा है दुनिया में कौन सा कंट्री का वेबसाइट अच्छा है, पूछे हमारे ऑफिसर्स को, बोले स्विट्जरलैंड का अच्छा है, न्यूजीलैंड का अच्छा है, सिंगापुर का अच्छा है। प्रधानमंत्री ने आदेश दिया है उससे अच्छे वेबसाइट भारत में होना चाहिए, क्योंकि आईटी का जो सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर्स है वो भारत से जाते हैं दुनिया भर। हम क्यों नहीं बना सकते, हम किसी से क्यों कमाएं। इसलिए अच्छे वेबसाइट टूरिज्म में आने वाला है, उसमें जितने भी इनपुट्स स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से मिलना चाहिए, स्टेट टूरिज्म से मिलना चाहिए, वीडियोस हो, फोटोस हो, फेस्टिवल्स हो, सभी उसमें देना चाहिए। आप लोग प्रयास करके इसका एक मिशन मोड पर एक ऑफिसर को रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेके आप इस वेबसाइट में आप लोगों का पूरा कंट्रीब्यूशन होना चाहिए। ये इंडिया का वेबसाइट नहीं है, इंडिया मीन्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का वेबसाइट नहीं हो सकता है। सारी स्टेट्स मिलाए तो ही भारत का वेबसाइट बनता है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का ये स्वदेशी स्कीम से, नहीं तो प्रसाद स्कीम से वेबसाइट नहीं बनेगा। इसलिए सभी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का जितने भी फेस्टिवल्स आपके पास होते हैं, अच्छे प्रोफेशनल से वीडियोस बनाइए। जितने भी टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशंस है अच्छे प्रोफेशनल से लिए, आप उस स्टेट में दीजिए। आपका स्टेट का वेबसाइट भी मैं सभी लोगों से अनुरोध करता हूं, एक आप ही गाइड्स के अधिकारी एक बोले थे साहब, सभी वेबसाइट ठीक होना चाहिए। सभी स्टेट्स में अच्छे सोशल मीडिया का टीम खड़ा होना चाहिए, प्रोफेशनल सोशल मीडिया टीम, अकाउंटेबिलिटी देने वाले सोशल मीडिया टीम होना चाहिए। एक एक क्रिएटिविटी करके सोशल मीडिया में डालना। इस सोशल मीडिया का ही द्वारा आने वाले दिन में हमारा टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट का इमेज बढ़ेगा। इसके लिए सोशल मीडिया बहुत जरूरी है। आप अगर आपको 100 करोड़ आपका स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का आपको दिया है, मिनिमम 3%, 4%, 5% उसमें सोशल मीडिया के लिए खर्च करिए। कोई गलत नहीं है, आप एक डिस्टिनेशन पे कम पैसा खर्च करो, मगर सोशल मीडिया का इंपॉर्टेंस बहुत बड़ा है, इसलिए इस विषय पर भी आप लोग ध्यान देना चाहिए। वैसे ही गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से सभी स्टेट्स में हम ऑफिसेस खोलना चाहते हैं। इतने साल से ऑफिसेस नहीं है, कुछ अलग अलग रीजन पे है, मगर हर स्टेट कैपिटल में हम ऑफिसेस खोलेंगे। ऑलरेडी रिक्रूट किया है, ट्रेनिंग हो रहा है। ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन करेंगे, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का स्कीम्स कोऑर्डिनेशन करेंगे। जितने भी हमारा हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर में काम करने वाले टूर्स, ट्रैवलर्स, होटल एसोसिएशंस, गाइड्स, उनके साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन करेंगे। एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ, जो युवा टूरिस्ट क्लब के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन करेंगे। जो भी टूरिज्म दृष्टिकोण से गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का एक्टिविटी हो, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का फीडबैक हो, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के द्वारा आपको फीडबैक देने का हो, वो एक लाइजन ऑफिस के जैसे सभी स्टेट्स में ऑफिसेस खोल रहे। मैं अभी झारखंड गए थे, बिहार से पाटना से आते हूँ, पाटना से आके झारखंड में क्या करते हैं, रांची में। आज मैं हम झारखंड रांची में भी नया ऑफिस खोल रहे हैं। आपसे एक ही अनुरोध है, जितने भी टूरिस्ट बाउंस है स्टेट्स में, उनके लिए जगह देने का जिम्मेदारी आपका है। I am requesting all the ministers and secretaries and corporation chairmen or corporation MDs, please provide some single room for all India tourism officers, table and chair. वो आप देना चाहिए, नहीं तो आप अलग रहेगा, हमारा अलग रहेगा। हम किराए को लेके रूम खोलना, उतना इमेज नहीं दिखता है। टूरिज्म ऑफिस किराए के रूम में नहीं रहने चाहिए। आपका स्टेट्स में जिधर आपका स्टेट टूरिज्म ऑफिस है, कारपोरेशन होगा, कोई बिल्डिंग होगा, कोई हरिता प्लाजा का कोई होटल रेस्टोरेंट होगा, उसमें थोड़ा प्लेस उनको प्रोवाइड करना चाहिए जितने। और उसके साथ जो IHMs है वो भी ठीक तरीके से चले, उसके लिए भी कोई नया पॉलिसी भारत सरकार के द्वारा आने वाला है। उसके भी पूरा जो भी पॉलिसी आएगा आप लोग पूरा कोऑपरेशन देना चाहिए। और IHM का और इमेज बढ़ाने के लिए प्रयास करते हैं। IHM का जितने भी है भारत में, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो, अच्छे अपन एक इंस्टीट्यूशन, एक दूसरा प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशन को अफिलिएशन दिया है, प्राइवेट एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस को अफिलिएशन दिया है। अपना खुद का एक सेंटर ऑफ एजुकेशन का केंद्र बनना चाहिए, उनके द्वारा एप्लीकेशन होना चाहिए, उनके द्वारा सर्टिफिकेट देना चाहिए। क्यों दूसरा इंस्टीट्यूट सर्टिफिकेट उनको क्यों देना चाहिए? अपना एक टूरिज्म दृष्टिकोण से एक बड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं बोल सकते हैं, वही लेवल का एक सिंगल अम्ब्रेला के द्वारा जितने IHMs है उसको हम काम करना चाहते हैं। इसलिए इस विषय पर भी आप लोगों का कोऑपरेशन मैं चाहता हूं। वो विषय पर भी कभी भी आप लोगों की इन्फॉर्मेशन आएगा, उसमें कोई भी हार्ड डील्स ना डालते हुए पूरा कोऑपरेशन करने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। वैसा ही जो सेक्टर वाइज वीडियोस, जो होम स्टे का वीडियो जैसा अभी बताए, सभी मिलके एक वीडियो है, मगर एक एक सेक्टर का एक टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन का एक वीडियो अपन बनाने के लिए आने वाले दिन में प्रयास करना चाहिए। उसी दृष्टिकोण से काम बढ़ने के लिए प्रयास करना। दूसरा विषय मैं बताना चाहता हूं, आप लोग भी सोचिए, एक बड़ा टूरिज्म इन्वेस्टर्स कॉन्क्लेव करना चाहते हैं, इंडिया टूरिज्म इन्वेस्टर्स कॉन्क्लेव। उसमें विदेश का हो, भारत का हो, सभी लोगों को बुलवाना चाहिए। जितने भी इंडियन एम्बेसीज विदेश में हैं उनको इन्वॉल्व करेंगे। ऑफिसर से इधर बैठे हैं जो विदेश में, जो भारत सरकार के द्वारा एम्बेसीज में काम कर रहे, कुछ ऑफिसर्स बुलाए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में, थोड़ा उनको आइडिया है देश का टूरिज्म की क्या स्थिति है, देश का टूरिज्म का क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है, वो विदेशों से कैसा कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं। एक बार खड़ा हो जाइए ऑफिसर्स जो एम्बेसीज में काम करते हैं, परिचय करिए एक एक फटाफट, परिचय कर लीजिए। किए थे ना, परिचय हो गए ना? ठीक है, सॉरी। वो ऑफिसर्स है, ऐसा जितना भी हो सकते हैं सभी देशों में ऐसा यंग एंड डायनेमिक ऑफिसर्स का टूरिज्म का दृष्टिकोण से एक नियुक्त होगा, जिम्मेदारी देंगे, उनका सर्विसेज में पूरा यूटिलाइज करेंगे। जब अपना इन्वेस्टर्स का कॉन्क्लेव होगा, उसमें उस देश में कौन हो सकता है, उस देश में टूरिज्म में कौन कौन काम कर रहे हैं, हॉस्पिटैलिटी में कौन कौन कर रहे हैं, क्रूज टूरिज्म में कौन कौन काम कर रहे हैं, उसमें हम आने वाले दिन में काम करने के लिए प्रयास करेंगे। आप लोग भी सोचना चाहिए, आपका स्टेट में इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए कौन सा जिला में, कौन सा एरिया में क्या करना चाहिए, आप तैयार रहना चाहिए। उस कॉन्क्लेव में आप लोग क्या इंसेंटिव्स देंगे, आपका स्टेट में कौन सा सेक्टर में इन्वेस्टमेंट होना चाहिए। मैं एग्जांपल बताना चाहता हूं, क्रूज टूरिज्म, वाटर गेम्स, आइलैंड डेवलपमेंट्स, रिसॉर्ट्स, स्मॉल एयरपोर्ट्स, हेलीपैड्स, हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विसेज, अडॉप्ट हेरिटेजेस, रोपवेज, माइस टूरिज्म एंड रेलवेज, हिल, क्योंकि रेलवे में भी कुछ ट्रेन कोचेस देने को तैयार है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट लेने को भी तैयार है। अगर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एक रूट चलाना चाहते हैं टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन से, एक सर्किट के जैसा, रेलवे पूरा बोगी सबको देंगे हम। 18 बोगी चाहिए, 1 ट्रेन चाहिए, 2 ट्रेन चाहिए, भारत सरकार के द्वारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का टूरिज्म कॉर्पोरेशंस को हम ट्रेन देने को तैयार है। अब चलाइए, कंटिन्यूएशन चलाइए, किधर किधर जितने भी टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन का है एक पैकेज बनाकर ट्रेन भी चला सकते हैं। बहुत जगह बसेस चलाते हैं, मगर ट्रेन भी चलाने के लिए पूरा भारत सरकार आपको ट्रेन पूरा देंगे, सर्विसेज देंगे, मगर आप टूरिस्ट को लाना, उनके द्वारा पूरा मेंटेन करना आपका काम होगा। खाली ट्रेन चलाने के काम रेलवे डिपार्टमेंट का होगा। इसलिए ट्रेन का बोगीज भी सभी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का जितने भी टूरिज्म कॉर्पोरेशन है उनको देने के लिए तैयार है। इसलिए भी उसका कोई इन्वेस्टमेंटर आना चाहते हैं, प्राइवेट लोगों को भी देंगे हम, नॉट ओनली स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स, इवन प्राइवेट सेक्टर अगर कोई आगे आए तो उनको भी ट्रेन देंगे हम, ट्रेन चला सकते हैं टूरिज्म सर्किट्स पर। अब एग्जाम्पल उत्तर प्रदेश में जितने भी टेम्पल्स है, जितने भी टूरिस्ट मॉन्यूमेंट्स है, पूरा ये ट्रेन घूमते रह सकते हैं, हमारा कोई आपत्ति नहीं। इसलिए वो भी आप लोग सोचना चाहिए, उसमें प्राइवेट सेक्टर चाहिए तो प्लान करना चाहिए। उसके साथ हिल्स है, हिल्स डेवलपमेंट में कर सकते हैं, जितने भी साउंड एंड लाइट सिस्टम का प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट भी हो सकता है। रिवर डेवलपमेंट में वाटर स्पोर्ट्स हो, रिवर डेवलपमेंट का भी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में आ सकते हैं। वैसा सोचिए आप लोग कैसा कैसे कौन सा कुछ शिप्स हो सकते हैं। अभी बहुत जगह शहर्स में, आउटस्कर्ट्स में वाटर टैंक्स है, रिवर्स है, उसका भी इन्वेस्टमेंट्स करके डेवलपमेंट टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन बना सकते हैं। इसलिए आपका स्टेट में कौन सा सेक्टर में, कौन सा एरिया में इन्वेस्टमेंट्स चाहिए, एक एक्शन प्लान आप लोगों के पास रहना चाहिए। आप उस दृष्टिकोण से लोगों को बता सकते हैं, वेबसाइट में लगा सकते हैं। अपने को आइडिया नहीं है, प्राइवेट लोग आना चाहिए, किधर आना चाहिए, क्या करना चाहिए, क्या एक्शन प्लान है, अपने पास भी रेडी रहना चाहिए। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ, स्टेट टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट के साथ पूरा एक एक्शन प्लान आप लोग तैयार करना, डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज, एरिया वाइज, सेक्टर वाइज अगर एक्शन प्लान करिए, उसके साथ फिर आपका गवर्नमेंट से बातचीत करके क्या इंसेंटिव देंगे, जितना जो टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, रोड डालेंगे क्या, पावर देंगे क्या, कोई टैक्स एग्जम्पशन देंगे क्या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का, ऐसे पूरा कोई फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट करेंगे क्या, कुछ 50% इन्वेस्टमेंट को आकर्षित करने के लिए। ये सब प्लान अभी एक बताए थे फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट का, फॉरेस्ट कर्नाटक में एक अच्छा एग्जाम्पल है। हमारा सेक्रेटरी जी बोले जो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट खुद 30% शेयर उनको दिया है इन्वेस्टमेंट का, कोई बीच में कोई समस्या ना होता है। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, टूरिज्म कॉर्पोरेशन तीनों मिलके एक प्रोजेक्ट बनाया, वैसा ही प्राइवेट सेक्टर में इन्वॉल्वमेंट करने के लिए प्रयास करिए। 100% नहीं लगा सकते हैं, उनको 40% दीजिए, अपना 2-3 डिपार्टमेंट 30% लगाइए, मेंटेनेंस उनको दीजिए, सुपरवाइज करिए आप लोग। ऐसा अपने आने वाले दिन में एक इंडिया टूरिज्म इन्वेस्टर्स कॉन्क्लेव करेंगे, उसके लिए पूरा तैयारी हर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का प्रेजेंटेशन होना चाहिए। हर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा क्या क्या सेक्टर में इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए, एक एक्शन प्लान आप लोग तैयार करना चाहिए। हम उसके लिए रोड शोज करेंगे, अपने इंडियन एम्बेसीज जो विदेश में उनको इन्वॉल्व करेंगे, जो फॉरेन एम्बेसीज इंडिया में उनको उनके साथ बातचीत करेंगे। हम आपके देश से कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट्स भारत में आते क्या, लाएंगे क्या, और देश में भी बड़ा बड़ा कॉर्पोरेट कंपनी से लेके और छोटे छोटे इन्वेस्टर्स तक भी, स्टार्टअप कंपनीज तक भी हम इन्वेस्टमेंट्स बुलाना चाहिए। स्टार्टअप कंपनीज भी छोटे छोटे जगह इन्वेस्टमेंट करने को तैयार है, मगर उनको अपन व्यवस्था करना चाहिए, फैसिलिटी देना चाहिए, कॉन्फिडेंस देना चाहिए, हार्ड डील्स नहीं रखना चाहिए। जब वो स्टार्टअप कंपनीज भी भारत में आने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। ऐसे आने वाले दिन में टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट्स मीन्स जो पैसे खर्च करके हम टूरिज्म को डेवलप नहीं कर सकते। अभी भी अमिताभ जी बता रहे थे, अभी हम अपने पास पैसे नहीं है उतना पैसा, इसीलिए जब तक प्राइवेट सेक्टर से नहीं आते हैं, प्राइवेट सेक्टर का इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं आते हैं। एग्जाम्पल मैं बताऊं, ये टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का, 1 रुपए भी वापस नहीं आता हमारा, ओनली खर्च करते हम। 1 रुपए भी सिंगल एन पे वी नॉट गेट बैक, ओनली खर्च करने का काम हमारा है, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करने का। इसलिए आपका भी वैसी है, कुछ जगह हम जो बिल्डिंग बना के देते हैं आपको किराए के दे के उसके ऊपर पैसे ले रहे हैं, लेना चाहिए आप लोग को, ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा हूं, मगर इसीलिए अपना एक इनकम सोर्स हमारा को नहीं है, मगर प्राइवेट को दीजिए, वो लोग इनकम सोर्स करेंगे, डेवलपमेंट करेंगे। उस दृष्टिकोण से आप लोग आने वाले दिन में काम करना चाहिए, प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को इन्वॉल्वमेंट करना चाहिए। और एक इंपॉर्टेंट विषय, अभी प्राइवेट सेक्टर व्हीकल्स, टूरिज्म व्हीकल्स घूमते रहते हैं, आंध्र से तमिलनाडु को आया, उनको पकड़ते हैं, टैक्स डालते हैं, तमिलनाडु से केरला आया, उनको डालते हैं। थोड़ा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इस विषय पर एक एक्शन प्लान बनाना, मैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर से भी बातचीत करूंगा। आप लोग भी सोचना चाहिए, अपना स्टेट को टूरिज्म आना चाहते हैं, मगर जो भी गाड़ी आता है उनको सताते हैं, टैक्सेस वसूल करते हैं, पुलिस, ट्रैफिक पुलिस, आरटीए ऑफिसर्स सभी लोग सताते हैं। इसके लिए आप आपका मुख्यमंत्री से बातचीत करिए, आपका स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर, ट्रांसपोर्ट कमिश्नर से बातचीत करिए। वो व्हीकल्स जितने भी टूरिज्म व्हीकल्स आते हैं, एक इंडिया एक ग्लोबल बन गया, एक यूनिटी होना चाहिए। इसलिए वो विषय पर भी कैसा होना चाहिए आप लोग सोचिए, नेक्स्ट मीटिंग में इस विषय पर भी चर्चा करना चाहिए। हमारा को बार बार जो ट्रैवलर्स वाला बातचीत करते हैं, साहब केरला में एक रूल है, कर्नाटक में एक रूल है, आंध्र में एक रूल है, तमिलनाडु में एक रूल है, एक एक स्टेट में जाने के बाद एक एक परेशान होते हैं। हम परेशान नहीं होते, मेरे गाड़ी में जो टूरिस्ट बैठते हैं वो ज़्यादा परेशान होते हैं हमारे से, अपने इमेज भी कम होता है। सिर्फ ड्राइवर टूरिस्ट ओनर का बात नहीं, बस का ओनर का बात नहीं करूं मैं, मगर वो बस में, गाड़ी में, कार में जो ट्रांसपोर्ट गाड़ी में बैठते हैं वो टूरिस्ट का सताते आप लोग मीन्स अपन, मगर इसलिए इमेज उससे भी खराब हो जाता है। इसी दृष्टिकोण से भी अपन आने वाले दिन में काम करना पड़ेगा। छोटे छोटे विषय होगा मगर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये विषय। 1 घंटा एक रोड के सामने, रोड के बाजू गाड़ी खड़ा करके अगर उनसे टूरिस्ट को खड़ा किए तो कितना इमेज खत्म हो जाता, क्या इंकरेजमेंट है अपना। इसलिए ऐसा छोटे छोटे विषय दृष्टिकोण से लेके आने वाले दिन में हम मिलजुल कर काम करेंगे। मैं जो विषय आज निकल के आए, सभी लोग आप भी अलग अलग विषय बताए, कोई एक का जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, हम सबका जिम्मेदारी है। हम मिलके पूरे भारत के जितने भी स्टेट्स है सब मिलकर टूरिज्म को हम एक आने वाले दिन में एक दुनिया में एक इम्पॉर्टेंट सेक्टर भारत का होगा, इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल भारत प्ले करेगा टूरिज्म दुनिया में, क्योंकि हम पहले भी बता चुका हूं, हम कोई कम नहीं है, न्यूजीलैंड को नहीं जाने का कोई जरूरत नहीं है लोग, मैं पहले बता चुका हूं, दूसरा देश जाने का कोई जरूरत नहीं है, अपने पास ही सब कुछ है, स्विट्जरलैंड जाने का कोई जरूरत नहीं है। अभी आप ये होटल से बाहर जाके देखिए कितने अच्छे सीन से दिखते हैं, इससे ज्यादा क्या चाहिए अपने को, इसलिए तो पूरा एक्सप्लोर इसको करना चाहिए, इसलिए सब मिलकर इसमें हम काम करेंगे। इसके लिए हर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एक ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन आपका स्टेट लेवल पे करिए, ये सब चर्चा करिए, आने वाले दिन में लगातार मिलते रहेंगे, कंटिन्यूएशन मिलते रहेंगे, और जो ऑफिसर्स हमारा आपका स्टेट्स में आएंगे, फिर एक बात फाइनली बताना चाहता हूँ, उनको पूरा पूरा आप लोग कोऑपरेशन करना चाहिए, उनके साथ जो भी आपको गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से जरूरत पड़े, उनका सर्विसेज जरूरत पड़े, आप लोग का अधिकार है, ये वो आए आपका स्टेट में टूरिज्म एंकरेजमेंट करने के लिए, बिल्कुल आपको भी कोऑपरेशन करेंगे। जो हमारा प्रसाद का स्कीम हो, स्वदेशी दर्शन का स्कीम हो, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का जो भी CFA का होगा, उसका भी थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेशन हमारे साथ करेंगे। जितने भी होटल्स है उसका कैटेगराइजेशन क्लासिफिकेशन होगा, उसमें भी वो लोग सहयोग देंगे। केरला का बातचीत करते हैं, केरला में बहुत कुछ पेंडिंग है, बैकलॉग है, वो होटल का क्लासिफिकेशन में भी बहुत चेंज करना पड़ेगा। केरला में 10 रूम लाके उसका 3 स्टार कैटेगराइजेशन देते हैं, 10 रूम रहते हैं, 10 रूम्स रहते हैं उस होटल में, उनका 3 स्टार बोल के कैटेगराइजेशन दे रहे हैं। इसका गाइडेंस बदलना पड़ेगा, उसमें भी आप लोगों को कोऑपरेशन है। एक सब मिलकर अपना भारत को कैसा एक दुनिया का टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन के रूप में एक शोकेस के नाते दुनिया के सामने हम लगाना पड़ेगा, उसके लिए आप सब लोग मिलकर काम करेंगे। मैं फिर एक बात, जो 3 दिन समय दिया है, कुछ लोग बीच में चले गए, कुछ लोग लेट आए, सब फिर भी सबको मैं भारत सरकार से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। फाइनली हमारा ऑफिसर्स 2-3 विषय आप लोगों को बताएंगे, उसके बाद अपने अपने क्षेत्र में वापस जाएंगे। जो भी कभी भी जरूरत है टूरिस्ट सेक्रेटरी से बात कर सकते हैं, हमारा सेक्रेटरी से बात करते हैं, मेरा PS भी है, हमारा DG भी है, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी भी है, कोई भी आपको चिंता नहीं करना चाहिए, कभी भी जो भी प्रॉब्लम होगा बातचीत करना चाहिए। मगर ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स हमारे पास नहीं है, ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम स्टेट में रहते हैं। स्टेट में ठीक तरीके से आप लोग एक कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ चीफ मिनिस्टर को, टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर को, अलग अलग मिनिस्टर्स को एक समन्वय के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। मैं इस शब्द के साथ फिर एक बार सरकार की ओर से आप सब लोगों को मैं चाहता हूँ, नेक्स्ट टाइम जब भी आएंगे आपका स्टेट में अच्छे टूरिस्ट क्लब्स, मैं फिर भी बता रहा हूँ, आपको बहुत बहुत काम पड़ेगा टूरिस्ट क्लब से, युवा टूरिस्ट क्लब्स खोलने के लिए हर क्षेत्र में, हर जिला में, हर मंडल में, हर तालुका में, हर तहसील में, हर म्यूनिसिपालिटी में आप टूरिस्ट क्लब खोलिए, बहुत आपका उपयोग होगा। जैसा NCC रहे, जैसा NSS है, जैसा भारत स्काउट्स है, वैसा ही टूरिस्ट क्लब्स का काम बहुत बड़ा रोल आने वाले दिन में प्ले करेंगे। इसके विषय पर भी आप लोग पूरा मन लगाकर काम करिए, मन लगाकर उसका विषय पर आने वाले दिन में चर्चा करके हर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन में, हाई स्कूल से लेके यूनिवर्सिटी तक, हाई स्कूल से लेके यूनिवर्सिटी तक सभी जगह युवा टूरिस्ट क्लब खोलिए। उसके लिए हम भी आने वाले में थोड़ा काम करके और थोड़ा गाइडलाइंस आपको देंगे। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर, आपकी अनुमति से माननीय मंत्री ने हमें निर्देश दिए थे कि जो हम 3 दिन यहाँ बैठे हैं, तो उसके बाद एक यहाँ इस मीटिंग की एक जो फल है, क्या निष्पत्ति है, हमें किस दिशा में आगे चलना है, तो एक उनके मार्गदर्शन के अनुसार हमने ये तैयार किया है, जिसे हम धर्मशाला डिक्लेरेशन कहेंगे, और ये हम सारे प्रेस को भी देंगे, आप लोगों को भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे, और माननीय मंत्री ने इस ड्राफ्ट को देख के अप्रूव कर दिया है। सो आई विल जस्ट रीड इट out, so all of you are aware when you get by, you'll get it copies and you can collect it from DG, Kamal or Rakesh for soft copies of that. So this is the outcome of the meeting, the Dharamshala Declaration 2022, Sustainable and Responsible Tourism. The Dharamshala Declaration, a commitment towards developing sustainable and responsible tourism. Taking tourism to recovery path, India will play a pivotal role in contributing towards global tourism recovery, driven mainly through domestic tourism. All the major tourism indices have started showing signs of recovery towards the pre-pandemic levels, such as domestic air passenger traffic, hotel occupancy, and tourist footfalls. The national tourism policy has been drafted with a holistic vision and strategy to revive India's tourism and targets to achieve USD 1 trillion by the sector in 2047. Against this backdrop, the Government of India is also paving the way for developing responsible and sustainable tourism destinations. The government will continue to support MSMEs in the tourism sector and capitalize on the employment generation potential in the sector. Various initiatives under the ongoing schemes of the Ministry of Tourism are planned to be strengthened to ensure complete recovery from the disruption caused to the economy due to the pandemic. Positioning India's tourism potential during G20 presidency, which we talked about, India plans to position itself as a major tourism destination during its presidency of G20 during the next year. We plan to ensure due rigor, dedication, and showcase our cultural richness while welcoming the world to our nation. We plan to bring in necessary interventions, including visa reforms, ease of travel, traveler-friendly immigration facilities at airports, and openness to international travel. And these major topics were deliberated during the two-day meet. Now, what are the goals for the sector? In the short term, 2024, which is the next 1 year and a half, we will strive to recover to pre-pandemic levels by mid-2024. The country is estimated to achieve 150 billion USD GDP contribution from tourism, 30 billion USD in foreign exchange earnings, and 15 million foreign tourist arrivals by that period, when we hope to come back to pre-COVID levels. In the medium term, the 2030 target for the Indian tourism sector is that we expect to grow, the economy is expected to grow at 7 to 9% in the coming decade. And the tourism related goals are a 250 billion USD GDP contribution from tourism, 137 million jobs but will then be available to people. So many persons will be employed in the tourism sector, 56 billion USD in foreign exchange earnings, and 25 million foreign arrivals in that year. These are, of course, goals which can also be achieved earlier, but these are the goals that we are striving today. So we commit to deliver plans aligned with these goals and commitments to ensure the positioning of India as one of the leaders in the world in the tourism sector by 2047. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request everyone to please stand for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की
Jai. Thank you, everyone.
We'll
Thank
have a photo session now with the ministers here and the secretaries. All of us will have 10 minutes of photo session here itself. I request all the ministers to assemble here and the secretaries also.